Good morning, guys. We're about to start in about 5 minutes. If you go to your seat, we're going to start about 5 minutes.
Hey, thank you for hosting.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, ignition, liftoff.
Welcome to Summer Summit.
2, 1, 0, ignition, liftoff.
Welcome to Summer Summit.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Plug and Play. Welcome to Plug and Play Summer Summit Day 3. Thank you. Awesome, great energy. My name is Sofmogile. I'm a director of our mobility program, and this is day number 3. How many of you guys were in Plug and Play for day 1 and day 2? Okay. Good. So for those of you who don't know, for the first day, we had our insurance program, fintech program, and connected health program graduation day. Yesterday, we had brand and retail, food and beverage, and new material and packaging. So this is day number 3, the last day, the marathon of Summer Summit. In the morning, we have our mobility program. After this, we have travel and hospitality, and in the afternoon, IoT. This is our corporate network. You can see we work with across the industry different programs that Plug and Play has. And today, for the mobility group, we have our corporate partners who are here to listen to the pitch, the demo day of our startups, their graduation date, working with us for the past 3 months. In terms of mobility, corporate partners that we've been working with them to select these startups that you're gonna see them, you're gonna listen to their pitch. We've been working with different OEM like Daimler, Changan, Ford, and tier 1 suppliers, companies like Vallejo, Bosch, to help us select these startups to come to Plug and Play and basically embrace their technology to work with them. In terms of new technologies that we're looking for in a mobility space, as Daimler guys put it in the case, C as connected car, A as autonomous car, S as a smart city, shared economy, and the last one, electrification. These are the topics that we cover for today. And you will see, in terms of selection process, we work with our partners in the past 6 months to start from like a pool of 800 startups to go through the filtration process to go down after selection day to 21 companies that you're gonna meet with them today. We are not working only with early stage startups. The program that we have here is stage agnostic. Out of these 21 companies, 16% of them, they raise even more than $5 million. So they're not looking for a small amount of investment or only office space. Why they are here is because they want to connect with you guys. They want to do a pilot project with you guys. And that's a reason behind Plug and Play model. In terms of technology breakdown, we see a lot in connected car, connected vehicle, autonomous driving, and you're going to see the startups from and you can judge yourself. I wanted to thank our corporate partners who are more involved with us. Since the beginning of the program that we launched the mobility program in 2016, we did more than 350 startup introduction to all our corporate partners. And Daimler has been very active with us. They had 57 startup introduction. This is only in Silicon Valley, because Silicon Valley is not the only location that we have for our mobility program. We also have Stuttgart, the startup Autobahn. You're going to hear about that more. We have Plug and Play Mobility China in Beijing and Shanghai. And we also have a program in Berlin with Deutsche Bahn focused on public transportation and logistic. What I want to focus on is you are here in this room for different reasons. Maybe you are here to learn about the hype in the industry or find some disruptive technologies, or basically like me to just learn something about buzzword. What we really want to see here is you guys embrace the technologies that these startups have, work with them in terms of having a pilot projects with them, invest on them. We have a lot of people coming to Plug and Play for startup introduction, but what we really want to see is basically embracing their technology and doing what Daimler guys are doing in Stuttgart and here in Silicon Valley. With that, I want to show a quick video of how Daimler get their business unit involved with these startups and doing a project with them.
My name is Ronny Dumian. I'm working for Smart, Vehicle Concept and Innovations.
My name is Dieter Feder and I work for Business Innovation at Daimler AG.
We came across Gauzy just before the start of the Startup Autobahn program, and we took the chance to set up a common project with them.
We had a crazy idea in my department. We looked at, okay, what do we need to get this idea to the next level?
The project was about taking the Gauzy technology and making something more out of it, which could potentially be a use case for our vehicles.
The collaboration with Gauzy was beneficial to this extent that it's very, very fast, not only prototyping, but getting already certain level of technology to the next level, and also providing a little bit of a space for, let's call it, a positive coincidence.
Well, working with startups is certainly extremely agile and dynamic. And what's great about them is that they are focused and very dedicated towards projects and towards their technology.
Sometimes it's just the plausible solution and the speed that helps bringing a large company and a smaller company or startup together.
The conclusion up to now is that it seems to be a promising technology and can really be a customer use case inside our vehicles.
A good experience, and we're actually in the moment of trying to get all the parts through customs and getting them assembled.
Please welcome on stage, Go see.
Archimedes once said, "Give me a place to stand and I shall move the earth." I'd like to thank Plug and Play and Startup Autobahn for providing Gauzy the place to stand. Basically, what Gauzy has developed during the accelerator program is a system and technology to enable high-definition displays on a window of a car in order to communicate location-based and time-based messages with dynamic displays and videos that become transparent when you need to drive the car.
Awesome. With that, I want to invite Plug and Play founder and CEO Said Amidi to come on stage for a little bit of an opening remark. Please round of applause for Said.
Thank you so much. I don't know if I can operate this. No, I'm just joking. No, I wanted to welcome everybody. It has been an incredible year for us. I would say it's the first year that we have operated in Stuttgart, Startup Autobahn, but we also opened 2 offices in Paris, one with BNP Paribas and one with Galeries Lafayette. A third one could be underway for mobility. And we also opened a couple of offices in Berlin with Deutsche Bahn. We are really excited. And here in Silicon Valley, I kept saying I don't want to have more than 10 verticals, but Merck's and the UN Pacific Rail came to us, and everybody says this supply chain and logistics and also procurement has not changed for 50 years. So we really think we can have an incredible cost reduction if we manage our supply chain better, have total visibility from the raw material coming into the factories and the finished goods getting to the consumer. Generally, there is about 20-30% of cost of everything we buy is the shipping, storage, and we think it's possible to take, 10 10% of that 25-30% down. You know, a lot of the trucks go 35% empty, I heard. And yesterday I had a railroad expert with me from Kansas, and he said the utilization of each rail car is less than 25%. And if somehow you can increase that 25% utilization by 10%, is an incredible savings. But again, today is about mobility, and we had an incredible year both in Silicon Valley and Stuttgart. So I wanted to tell you, whatever we start here and we see it works, we try to have a satellite location close to the center of automotive industry. And specifically, we feel this network effect of connecting Stuttgart to Silicon Valley has incredible results. Then Valeo, Bosch, and Mercedes asked us, you know, China is the biggest market in the world, is the fastest market in the world in production of automotive, and can we do the same thing in China, which we have in Beijing, as well as in Shanghai. Then Singapore is more focused on retail and fintech and not in production. But again, we are really proud of our operation in Singapore with Startup Autobahn and with the fintech companies. This is, I would say, you know, what somebody asked me. Actually, I went to Johnson & Johnson Human Performance Institute, and it was like 500 questions, and then other that I had to answer. Then they had 5 of my wife, my children, and some of my work colleagues answer 100 questions about how am I spiritually, how am I as a leader, where do I want to be in life? I tell you, it was the most difficult thing I did. And then the last part of it, they tell you what is your mission in your life. It's really tough. So I came up with the idea and my mission in life that I want to help. One time I said many entrepreneurs. At that time I had 5,000 companies in mind to have a better journey, have a better impact. And this was in a TED Talk that I did 4 years ago in Moscow. But right now I am a little bit pivoted as the startups pivot. I really want to connect the entrepreneurs with corporations like Mercedes to improve the quality of the products that we use, and at the same time create value for the entrepreneur, for the corporation, as well as for plug and play. So I am in this business to make money. So it's that part I could not skip from my mission. But this, because I think it's metrics of success. But in any case, in Startup Autobahn, with the initiation of Mercedes, we opened the facility about a year ago. Then as Mercedes being very good leader, we called it open innovation. And quite frankly, Ulla and Dr. Seche and Wilfred Port, they kind of said, Said, the other OEMs will not join us. So we can call it open innovation. But when Porsche decided to join us, they kind of were surprised and excited. And then I had the dinner with Ola in CES in Las Vegas, and he got the approval to have other OEM join us. Right now, I believe we have 10 partners in Stuttgart, between the OEM and raw material suppliers and component suppliers, and we would like to reach 20 by the end of this year. But the exciting part of it is that how many pilots Mercedes was able to do with the first batch of startups. I have heard the number between 10 to 13 pilots. And with the 10 startups that we had in Stuttgart, the second batch, we have now 28 startups in Stuttgart. And the numbers comes to my mind, Mercedes is going to do 18 pilots. Porsche is going to do 6 or 7. BASF is going to do 4. HPE is going to do 4. And we really think after they do the pilot, like in this case, a Gauzy video you saw, we feel 10% of the pilots might actually be implemented inside the car. And I think that's incredible. If we have 2-3 of our startups put their products inside Porsche or Mercedes per year, we think we have done a great job. So I want to show you a quick video, I believe, right? Sopan, am I going to video now? Yeah. Oh, this is before the video. This will not be possible if we didn't have the executive board of Mercedes involved. If you see Dr. Seche with the big mustache, for the people who don't know him, he's the CEO of Mercedes. He's with Carlos, which is a truck pad company out of Brazil. It's Uber for trucking. And imagine this startup entrepreneur leaves Sao Paulo, Brazil, comes to Stuttgart, and Dr. Seche mentors him for an hour. That's pretty cool. Ola is mentoring one of our Israeli companies. But nowadays in Stuttgart, we have something called the Focus Week, that all the startups come, all the corporations come, and for 3 days, we have one-on-one matchmaking, we have speaker programs, we have a lot of excitement, and usually at the end, we have an event like this. Last month was at the headquarters or the museum of Porsche, and the month before that was at Mercedes. But I want to show you what happens at the time of the graduation.
This is very exciting. If you work in R&D and get in touch with people that have great ideas, visions for what the future of mobility could look like, I would say it's very exciting.
It is unbelievable to see this crowd here. Innovation happens everywhere, and if we connect them, it will be a bigger success and a better success. Thank you.
We really want to bring together our tech expertise with the software, with the hardware intelligence of the startups worldwide. So please join us. We want to get in touch with you, and we want to do pilots with you.
So this was February 23rd, about 900 people, 200 corporate partners were in the room. And I can tell you, if you're a startup like Gauzy and you're on stage and you show your I think Gauzy had 2 pilots with Mercedes, it is like they were like superstar. It was like winning Oscars. But quite frankly, something happened a little bit unusual. This was 23rd. The Mercedes folks told me, Said, you have to come back in 10 days. And I said, are you crazy? Do you know you're in Stuttgart? It's not like next door. And they told me, no, Said, we have a supplier Appreciation Day, we invite 300 of our best suppliers in the world. We choose 30 of them that we want to recognize in 10 category, and you have to be there. I kept asking them, look, I'm not going to come if I'm not going to win. They kept telling me, Saeed, we cannot tell you if you're going to win or you're not going to win, but you better be there. So it was kind of exciting. I talked to a couple of friends, and I said, what should I do? They said, you better go. So I went, and I don't know how many of you have been, because we have Farcia here, Vallejo here. How many of you have been to the Mercedes Suppliers Award ceremony ever? I tell you, they do things with little bigger budget than I do. It was an incredible event. But I want to show you again a short presentation about that day. You know that, you know, this is the trophy I received, and I am incredibly, on behalf of Plug and Play team and Startup Autobahn team, quite proud. And then I the next person who got the trophy, I asked him, how long you been supplying Mercedes? He said, 62 years. I said, how many trophies do you have? He said, this is the first one. So it is actually pretty hard to get. I have heard. It is hard to be invited to the event. It's hard to be nominated. And again, we are super, super thankful and proud to receive the trophy. So I will end with this. After I got the trophy, I said I would like to every expo give a trophy to the corporation that has put effort, money, most importantly time, to get involved with startups, get involved with entrepreneurs, and with the really because it's not easy. As the speaker from Mercedes said, the cooperation work at a different timetable. I think sometimes they work in a different country and different world compared to the startup. And to make this match is really, really difficult for, we're going to have Ford lab here to combine the old sort of culture and old processes to work with new companies and startup. And this year we give the award to Mercedes. Can you join me here to receive? I'm going to give you the certificate, but the trophy is being made right now. No, not that one. Please, Philip, maybe you can say a few words and then about your experience in the last year.
So, first of all,
thank you. Thanks. We'll leave it for you over there.
Perfect, yeah.
He didn't know he's going to talk, by the way.
So now I'm alone on the stage. Yeah, you see, you got an award, we got an award, and I think, so we both are honored to work, to be able to work together, and I think we managed to bring together the spirit of Silicon Valley with the German engineering craftsmanship, yeah, and we sort of brought out the best of both worlds together, and this is, in my opinion, the key success factor for Startup Autobahn in Stuttgart. So, what's the reason for Daimler to do such a great initiative in Stuttgart in terms of size and energy? There are 4 reasons we are doing it. The first, obviously, is we need a new innovation channel to face all the new digital disruptive activities that come over the automotive industry. The second is we need an innovation platform where we not only collaborate between Daimler and the startups, but also to see what can be achieved if we have a platform where we can collaborate between corporates, startups, and other corporates. And Startup Autobahn serves as such a platform. And for this, we need this open innovation approach where we can combine all our strengths to make new things happen quickly. The third thing is that we, as Daimler, need a cultural change. We need to become more like a startup again, and right now we are 270,000 people, roughly. And we think that working together with startups helps us to get to know the spirit of having no plan B, need to achieve results in very short time. And Startup Autobahn helps us to find our way back to the garage, so to say, where all the Daimler story began 130 years ago. And the fourth reason for us to do Startup Autobahn is that if a startup in the mobility industry thinks about working together with with a corporate partner, right now maybe it thinks about talking to Google or to Uber first. And we think that with the help of Startup Autobahn, we should put us as corporate partners onto the map of the startups and get more visible to them as a cool first contact when combining the strengths of a startup and with the strengths and power of a corporate. So for these reasons, we are very happy that the program runs so successfully right now and hope that we have a long and lasting relationship together with Plug and Play. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, Philip. Thank you so much, Said. So now that we talk about Daimler, I want to invite the next person from Ford to have a good flow for the session. Dragas, he's a technical director at Ford Research and Innovation Center in Palo Alto. He's an experienced engineer and management professional with more than 20 years of professional experience in Silicon Valley, spanning a breadth of industries including automotive, BMW and Nissan, consumer electronics, Apple, semiconductor manufacturing, and aerospace. He has extensive experience advising startups, developing and commercializing the products, collaborating with universities, and leading cross-functional teams. Dragos holds a PhD in mechanical engineering from University of California at Berkeley and an MBA from Haas School of Business. Please help me to welcome Dragos from Fore.
Thank you. I have this mic. Okay. Morning. I guess this is the third day, third and last, so let's try to keep it short so you can see all kinds of other things. So this is a picture of our Research and Innovation Center in Palo Alto. We're actually part of 3 Research and Innovation Centers that Ford has, the original one being in Dearborn, Michigan, where we have our headquarters, one in Aachen, Germany, and we're the newest kid on the block. We opened this, and I'll show you later in January 2015. Why did we have to open this office here? It's a couple of things. There are global trends affecting mobility, and there are technology trends that made us come here to take advantage of the technology that is taking place in Silicon Valley. So first of all, we have this trend towards urbanization. So we have the number of mega cities that are increasing. You can't just pump more cars in those cities even though the population is increasing. You need to think about how you actually move people from point A to point B in areas that are getting more and more crowded. Then there is the middle class growth. So as the population in the middle class is growing, they have different needs than when you didn't have this. So we're trying to address this middle class growth, and again, in some areas you can address it because this is going to be their first car that they can own. In other places you can't, and mobility becomes a lot more important than actually selling them a vehicle. Air quality is getting worse throughout the world, and we need to be stewards of the planet, and we need to take responsibility for that. So again, how do we participate in improving the air quality, in making things better for the world population? And lastly is the new trends that the millennials have, basically delaying a lot of decisions. Yes, eventually everyone is going to get married, everyone is going to have kids, everyone eventually wants to own some, at least partly, of the vehicles that they need for mobility. But we see this delay in their decisions, and we see this focus that they put on the value of access to mobility rather than ownership. So we're trying to address those trends through technology. At the same time, in terms of technology, we're seeing autonomy and robotics becoming a lot more important, having a bigger impact on our daily lives, and that affects how also you use a vehicle. Machine learning, obviously, I don't need to tell you, but in the last 5 years or so, obviously we've had huge advances that allow a lot of this autonomy to take place. Processing power, GPUs, sensors, a lot of other silicon devices that are coming on market now, allowing for much better compute power than we've ever had before. And of course, the consumer expectations for connectivity, for having smart devices, for having basically the car be part of their digital life, an integral part of their digital life. So based on these trends, we started the office with these 5 pillars in mind. Connectivity, so basically connecting the car to the internet and having it always connected just like all your other devices. So the car basically becoming a node on the internet, or another way to put it, and it pays me to say it as a car guy, the car becomes just another T in IoT, so it becomes just another thing that's connected to the internet. Mobility, so looking at how we move people from point A to point B other than just selling them a vehicle. And how does it make sense to do that? What are the trends? How do people use mobility in different parts of the world? Because it does vary tremendously even in the US from one coast to the other. Autonomous vehicles, obviously a huge part of what we're doing, looking both at the technology and the business model of autonomous vehicles. The consumer experience, it's how do you make the consumer experience different in an autonomous vehicle versus current vehicles? Even in manually driven vehicles, honestly, all of us, all OES have been guilty for a very long time of basically designing by engineers for engineers rather than for human beings. So we basically would just dump buttons, more buttons that they have single features. So how do we step back from that and try to think of that holistic experience that you need to have in the vehicle, and then look for the technology that would enable that. So trying to have a much more human approach to how we design our vehicles and what that experience inside the vehicle is. And lastly, with cars becoming basically probes in their environment, so sensors everywhere in the vehicle and around them, how do you make sense of all that data so that you make the experience better for the user, so that we can become a better car company, so that the infrastructure can be utilized better and provide some of that information back to the cities. So trying to bring all that together through data analytics. So basically what we've been looking for, in summary, it's things that Silicon Valley can offer. Software, sensors, and compute platforms. And obviously we're not the only ones here. We're now part of a much bigger community of automotive manufacturers and tier 1 suppliers. As I was introduced, I did my PhD in autonomous vehicles. I work for another, I did in autonomous vehicles. Although you could call them automated, because 20 years ago they weren't really autonomous. I work for another car company in the Valley, and we've always been kind of the oddball out in Silicon Valley. Like, people were always trying to understand why the hell are we here. For the last few years, it's been nice to see that not only people are understanding us, but auto tech is a thing. We're finally the cool kids on the block. So it's kind of good to be part of this community of automotive in Silicon Valley that's constantly expanding. So as I said, we opened our office in January 2015. We grew it from about 10 people to about 180. And what we're trying to do is basically be a microcosm of Ford. So within this 180 people, we actually have representation from about 22 groups from within Ford. So we have representation from a lot of the engineering areas, but also marketing and sales, ethnographers, industrial design. So we're trying to combine sort of the hard sciences with the softer sciences in order to have a holistic approach to our engagement with Silicon Valley. I personally, I spent my entire career in the Valley, but I have a partner who has spent her entire career at Ford. So we're combining these two networks to make the transition of the technology that we find here a lot easier into the mothership. So what we've done so far, not only are we taking advantage of the talent that we have within the four walls, but we want to make sure that we're integral part of Silicon Valley, of this ecosystem that's created here. So far we've interacted with over 600 startups. We're actively working with about 50 of them on various projects, various stages of interaction. We've connected with over 60 VC firms, dozens of incubators, the 5 leading universities in Silicon Valley, and we have projects, depending on the technology that we work on. Either we work on a project here locally and we build it up enough to show a proof of concept back in the mothership, or when the technology doesn't make sense for us to work on, either because we don't have the knowledge or the resources, or maybe it's completely outside of our skill area, then we end up being a bridge between Silicon Valley and Dearborn. So those are projects that we call pass-through projects. So we ended up, and I'll talk about more this later, working anywhere from manufacturing to advertising. So those are areas where we can actually act as translators, act as a bridge between what happens in Silicon Valley and what happens back in the mothership. We're also expanding our campus, so pretty soon we'll have the ability to house over 300 people. So we're growing our presence in the Valley, both in terms of people, but also in terms of scope. So these are a few of the sample projects that we work on to get a sense of the scope of what we work on, because the really interesting thing is that what automotive is nowadays is becoming much broader, and it's literally almost everything, because we're interested in everything from software to materials to user interfaces to all kinds of things that even a few years ago those were not considered automotive. But at the same time, we need to sort of filter them and give you feedback if really that makes sense or not. So see, here's a few samples. So in terms of Internet of Things, we've made this interface with Alexa. We've announced it at CES, where basically if you have an Amazon Echo at home, you can check the status of your vehicle. You can turn on the engine on and off. You can lock and lock, can preset the temperature. And the other way around, from the vehicle, you can control things inside the house, like lights and putting things on your shopping list, or if you're in the car going shopping, you can check things that you put on your shopping list while you're at home. We've also, in terms of mobility, we now have For Smart Mobility, which is a separate entity. It's a separate LLC that we created so that basically they have more freedom to act differently. And they're looking basically at different business models and how, again, moving people from point A to point B. And they have so far two prongs. A main one is urban mobility with how do we move people currently through shared vans. And we've also acquired Chariot. And the other one is the business model of autonomous vehicles. So once autonomous vehicles become reality, how do we use them? What is the business model? What is the best way to implement a service based on autonomous vehicles? In terms of data analytics, this is actually a really cool project we've done. We didn't stay focused on just cars, but in this case, we partnered with an NGO, Riders for Health. They deliver medicine in Africa by motorcycle. So the case is that there are some villages in Africa that are so remote that you can only access them by single track paths. So even though we donated a bunch of Ford Rangers to deliver medicine to some of the outskirts towns, some of these towns are so remote that you actually need to get on a motorcycle and deliver the medicine from, because trucks can't go there. So we've actually put telematics on those motorcycles, so we understand how the riders use them, how often they need fuel, how often they need maintenance. And in addition to that, those paths are obviously not on the radar screen of someone like a TomTom or here, so we allow them to digitize those paths. And more interestingly, because those paths actually sometimes disappear with the monsoon season, dynamically actually change the path to indicate which way is the right way to go to deliver the medicine. In terms of consumer experience, as I said, we're trying to have a much more holistic approach of your experience in the vehicle. So we're looking at natural language research, we're looking at better designs, user interfaces, how we can, again, connect you with the vehicle and make that experience a lot better. And of course, autonomous vehicles is one of the main areas that we work on. Ford is obviously enrolled in the California testing for autonomous vehicles. We've actually had over 10 years of autonomous vehicle development program. So we were actually part of the original DARPA challenge. We've done a lot of work in this area. And going forward, we plan to have level 4 mass-produced vehicles by 2021 in geofenced areas in several major urban areas. So again, let me focus a bit on this one to kind of highlight the areas that we're interested in. So autonomous vehicles are obviously enabled by two major things. One is sensors, the other one is the data processing. So in terms of sensors, we're interested in everything that's outside the vehicle that gives you the perception. So LiDAR, radar, cameras, ultrasound, GPS, IMU, all the sensors that give you a sense of what goes on around the vehicle. In terms of processing, obviously artificial intelligence is a huge area of interest. Cybersecurity, as you have the vehicle connected, you have to be, obviously, have a secure connection. Mapping, edge versus cloud computing, so how do you separate the data? What data do you process at the vehicle? What data do you process geographically, locally, in temporarily relevant? And what data do you send back to the cloud to be processed and analyzed? Storage obviously becomes an important thing. So obviously huge amounts of data. How do you store it? Where do you store it? How do you make that a seamless transition? Data connection, again, huge amounts of data, but the connection is not always reliable. So how do you make this data transfer from the vehicle to the cloud and back on a seamless, continuous available, even if sometimes you don't have the best connection available. And obviously processors, so yes, we can use CPUs and GPUs, but we're also looking at dedicated silicon that can analyze very specific pieces of information, let's say from the camera, from LiDAR or radar. The other thing is, how we think about the vehicle. How do we participate? What is a vehicle, right? Like every time we think of cars, and especially us car guys, we can think of a car as something like this. It's a widget, it's a thing, it's kind of a piece of metal that's isolated. In the future, though, we need to start thinking of the car in this term. So this is a car, in the sense that a car is basically now becoming part of the ecosystem. All the cars will be connected with each other. They'll be connected with the infrastructure. Through the cloud and through the APIs and SDKs, you're going to have the ability for third parties to interact with this. So the way we need to think of the vehicle, it's much broader. We need to have a very holistic approach in how we transfer the data from the cloud to the vehicle. The cybersecurity that applies in the cloud is very different than cybersecurity that applies in the vehicle, and yet the two need to be connected. How do we monetize those services? How do we do software development? How do we basically make the car this seamless extension of our digital lives? So the trends I've seen, basically, again, being in the Valley, but also being a car nut for a long time, until about 4 years ago, as I said, we're still the weird kids in town. About 4 years ago, you kind of started seeing this movement that, okay, cars are becoming, the Silicon Valley started to kind of understand it better because things were starting to look familiar. It was more about software, more about sensors. About 2 years ago, things really started picking up. And you could see a bunch of people who really started to understand what we need. But really in the last year or so, there's been a tremendous explosion in the amount of companies that really, the startups that are starting to understand what we need, that have products and services dedicated to our needs, VCs that actually put money in auto tech. So there's been a really a huge explosion in what we can do in the Valley in terms of technology. The software impact has been tremendous. I mean, again, traditional OEMs have been mechanical engineering type companies. Now we're transforming ourselves into becoming software companies also because we need to take ownership of the software. But again, we don't know all the pieces. So there are chunks of software that we are going to have to get from startups, from this community that we need to bring in-house in order to integrate it with the rest of the vehicle. The other thing that's important to understand is that traditionally we've been buying pretty much everything in a vehicle from tier 1 suppliers. And then you have this pyramid where they would buy from tier 2s, and it was a very vertical integration type industry. We understand at least here from the Valley, we understand startups. We understand that you're not tier 1 suppliers. We understand your needs. We understand also that you don't necessarily understand us. So that's why we're here. We're here to become your advocates, your translators, to bridge the gap between the two cultures. And the really interesting thing is that a lot of these technologies don't have incumbents. So a lot of what's in a car today, they have incumbents in terms of tier 1 suppliers. And frankly, those are very hard to remove. It's very hard to get, to buy stuff from a startup when a tier 1 can supply it. But now there are a lot of technologies where the tier 1 suppliers can provide them because it never existed in the automotive industry. So there is a chance, there is a unique window where a startup can come in and provide something to an OEM. And if not, if let's say we can't trust a 2-person startup in a garage to provide us millions of units, we can make those introductions to the tier 1 suppliers. So in that case, it becomes a win-win where we get the product that we want, the tier 1 suppliers know that they have customers, and the startups get now integrated into the supply chain of an OEM. So that's basically how we work with startups. We have this initial engagement where we do tech scouting. We do a lot of filtering in-house. Again, that's why we looked at over 600 startups, but we don't want to shove them all into Dearborn. part of the value add that we bring to Ford is this initial filtering. And then the value add that we do to the startups, to the community, is this feedback, that we provide feedback to the startups of what they do right and what do they do wrong. And I'm adamant about making sure that we get back to the startups really quickly. This is something that I know it's important for us, it's important for our reputation. So whenever our colleagues back in Dearborn don't give us feedback, I want to make sure that they get the right feedback, that that's not the right way to behave. So this is my promise, that you will get feedback, positive or negative, but you'll get some feedback in a timely manner. Once we decide that it makes sense to work with someone, we typically do either a proof of concept in our lab here in Palo Alto, or as I mentioned earlier, we have these pass-throughs where we find the right connection to the right people back in Michigan. And we stay engaged to make sure that that relationship is going smoothly, that we translate both culturally and technologically between the two worlds. Once we reach past this stage, we can go into technology development. Again, either we deploy it directly and we develop it to the point where it can be deployed, or we develop some sort of relationship with a tier 1 or tier 2 supplier, and then we as OEMs end up buying it from them. And finally, we can help with referrals to VCs, or ourselves can make financial investments in those startups that we really find absolutely critical, absolutely strategic to our business. In terms of, again, examples of company, the type of companies we've worked with in types of startups, we've worked with lighting, sensors, again, sensors both external and internal, air quality sensors. It's a thing that I didn't even know we needed until recently. Software, obviously, sensors, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence. Even manufacturing, as I said, when we connect them back to Dearborn for inspection on the assembly line, robotics, additive manufacturing, we've made this kind of connections back to the mothership. And then the other extreme, Ford Direct is it's another LLC that's owned by Ford and our network of dealers, and he helps them basically sell our vehicles, helps the independent dealers sell our vehicles. And we've helped them with parts management and advertising platforms. And then in terms of investments, you can see that those are public. So in terms of artificial intelligence, we acquired Sipes in Israel. We've made an investment in Argo.ai for autonomous vehicles. We've invested in Velodyne. And one thing that's important to mention is that none of these are exclusive. So whenever we make an investment, we still keep our eyes open for what else is out there. So just because we invested in Velodyne, it doesn't mean that we're not working with other LiDAR companies. We always keep our eyes and ears open for new technology. We understand, even if it's a sunk cost situation where something else is better coming next, we're not going to stay on, work only with the one that we invested in. We're open-minded enough to look around. If we make strategic sense at one point, that's fine, but we keep looking at other things moving in the future. Same thing, 3D maps, we invested in civil maps. Mobility, as I said, we acquired Chariot. And we also, this one in the electrical architecture, we haven't disclosed it yet, but the important thing is that we're not looking only for sexy investments. This one, it's actually as mundane as it gets, but saving money, saving weight is sexy. Improving quality is sexy. So we are looking for things that may be very mundane, but as long as it improves quality, saves money, provides revenue, we're obviously totally open to looking at those things. And that's all I have. I'm not sure if do I take questions or not, or no? Okay.
Thank you so much, Dragas. With that, are you guys ready for the startup presentations? Ready? It's amazing to have this crowd here today because at the same time there's a big conference happening in Detroit, TU Automotive. I'm really happy that we have you guys in the room. I want to introduce to the MC of the startup portion, Tarek El Asavi. He's been working really hard in the past couple months and passionately to connect these startups to corporations. So please round of applause for Tarek.
Thank you, Sopan. And thank you for the speech, Dragos. That was really, really informative. So good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Good? You ready for today? Fantastic. Awesome. So just really quickly, my name is Tarek, and I'm on the ventures team here at Plug and Play. And I'm responsible for sourcing and doing investments in mobility companies. So today's the big day. You know, it's the day that I find out if I have a job tomorrow. Just really quickly before we start, just wanted to give you guys two quick reminders. First and foremost, there is a section behind us where all the startup demo tables are being held, as well as a beer garden. So those of you that are sitting in or standing in the back, feel free to go in there and have a seat because we're live streaming this event. And then also, please be sure to vote at the end of the presentations for your favorite startup, because we're going to be showing it in our afternoon portion for our IoT Expo. We're going to be showcasing who won top and show. Awesome. So with that said, please give a rounding welcome to our first company, Franz from Savari.
Hey everybody, my name is Franz. I work for a company called Savari. We're actually based out of the valley here, and what we do is we make cars talk to each other. It just works like smartphones, cars are like smartphones, and send data packages to each other. Primary purpose is safety, secondary purpose is mobility. Now speaking of safety, I just want to do a little exercise with you guys. Who was or has experienced, or family members have experienced a traffic accident? Please raise your hand. Yeah, that's incredible. Look around you, everybody almost raised a hand. This is exactly the problem that we have right now. There's 1.3 million fatalities a year worldwide. It's certainly a problem that cannot be here anymore in the 21st century. It's not acceptable. We are working towards eliminating that completely. 80% of the accidents on the road today can be avoided with our technology. And what is that technology? That technology is so-called V2X. Some of you might have heard of it, some not. What we do is we repurpose radios and Wi-Fi's in cars to make the cars talk to each other. And this involves car-to-car communication, which is vehicle-to-vehicle, vehicle-to-infrastructure, where the car gets information from the traffic light, as well as vehicle-to-phone communication in order to tie the pedestrian into the ecosystem. Just taking a step back, we are actually right now raising second round of financing. We have about 60 employees, offices in 5 locations, in Munich, Detroit, San Francisco, as well as in Asia, Singapore and Shanghai. And we are set up as a tier 2 supplier. Now, going forward, why is this technology so unique, and why is it a sensor to the car? We see through buildings and we see around corners, and we have a range of about 1 kilometer. Now, this opens up many, many opportunities for cars in terms of safety as well as mobility. Now, speaking of mobility, and especially autonomy, we tie perfectly into the game that the gentleman from Ford just described. They invested into a LiDAR company, which is light detection and ranging. There's camera companies out there. Mobileye was a successful exit just about 2 weeks ago, and we are just the 4th sensor to this new self-driving car system. Level 3 to level 5 of autonomy, we absolutely think that we are required to make this work. The latest Tesla that will come out in 2017 is actually level 2 of automation. So, having said that, we think that we can reach 100% penetration by 2023 or 2022. We are right now working actually with car manufacturers and tier 1 suppliers to integrate the technology in production programs. We've won so far 2 of them, and we're looking forward to work with many of you. So if you're a tier 1 supplier, if you're a car manufacturer, look for me. I'm in the back in the beer garden, and also if you are an investor, talk to me as well. This was it. My name is Franz Chimbin. This was Savari. Thank you.
Awesome. Great job, Franz. This next presenter might give you a free car. Please welcome Zoli from Wherefor.
Wherefor is the world's first all-electric and free car-sharing service. That's right, I said free. Wherefor allows our users to rent one of our all-electric vehicles completely for free for 2 hours at a time. Now I know what you're all thinking. How the heck are these guys making money? Well, the answer is advertising. Wherefor is ad-supported car sharing. So how exactly does that work? Well, each of our cars is equipped with a vinyl advertising wrap, as well as a military-grade, dual-sided LCD display that can display dynamic ad content. That means we can change the ads based on time, GPS location, and even incentivize our drivers to drive to high-traffic areas so the ads are seen by even more people. So how do you get one of these free cars? Download our app, choose the Wherefor that's nearest to you. Hit Book Wherefor. You have 15 minutes to get to the vehicle. And once you're within range, take out your phone, and the unlock button will appear. Hit unlock, and the door pops right open. Get inside, and we ask our users to complete a quick check to make sure the car is damage-free and clean. Once you do that, hit start ride, put your foot on the brake, press the start button, and you are good to go. You now have an electric car for free for 2 hours. Now, what if you want to go over that? No problem. Just $5.99 an hour after that. Super affordable. So, we launched 1.5 years ago, and we've had quite a busy year. We launched in Santa Monica and have had over 10,000 users sign up for our service with no marketing. We've completed over 40,000 bookings. That's a car sharing utilization rate that is off the charts compared to other car sharing platforms. We've received hundreds of millions of ad impressions, and our users are hooked. They come back to use the cars time and time again because they just love our service. But how do we expand from here? How do we go nationwide? Well, that's with our first OEM partnership, and that's with Hyundai. Hyundai is going to be providing us with 400 Ioniqs, their first ever electric vehicle. They're also going to be taking all of the advertising on the vehicles. So not only are they jumping into the car sharing world, they're also launching an experiential branding campaign. Imagine a billboard drives by and you can get inside and try the product being advertised. It's a really cool, innovative branding experience. So we're going to be rolling these out into 4 cities across the US. But some of those cities aren't exactly parking friendly. So how do we deal with that? That's where Wherefor comes in. Wherefor is car sharing for the on-demand economy. It's like Wherefor, but slightly longer term. Say you want to drive for Postmates or DoorDash, great, I don't care what you do. As long as you're meeting a minimum driving requirement, we'll give you a car for free. For us, we don't have to deal with the parking. For our advertiser, their ad is being seen by more people, and the person gets to get a job and drive a car for free. It's a win-win-win. Our team has tremendous experience in the car sharing world, including the former fleet manager for Car2Go and the former operations manager from Breeze Car Share. Our seat preferred round is closing soon, and we'd love to have you involved. So please come talk to us in the back. This is Wherefor, the wave of the future. We waive the fee, you drive for free. Thank you.
Great job, Zoli. Great. So when this next presenter is not building self-driving cars, he's brewing beer. Please welcome Ben from Auro.
Thank you. Great to be here with you today. So as you mentioned, I am Ben with Auro, and we're building self-driving shuttles that are revolutionizing mobility on private campuses. This is what our shuttle looks like right now. We've built a platform-agnostic autonomy solution capable of retrofitting almost any low-speed electric vehicle currently on the market today. We're operational right now, earning revenue, carrying passengers without a driver at Santa Clara University, and this year we're launching at 4 more campuses with 12 vehicles. At Santa Clara University, we're doing 200 passengers per vehicle per week and have currently completed more than 3,000 autonomous miles. What are the benefits of an autonomous shuttle? We don't require any infrastructure to deploy at these campuses. We're highly reliable when compared to manually driven shuttles. We provide the customer with fleet management tools for tracking passenger utilization, vehicle usage, and other key information. We're on time, we're efficient. And we can fast charge. We have 90 miles of range with our electric vehicles and add 30 miles per hour. We also provide these campuses with a custom branded user interface. Users can pull out our app and they can book their shuttle on demand to get to their class, to the building they need to go, to the terminal that they're going to. These shuttles aren't just for universities, they're also for corporate parks, industrial sites, airports, and other hospitality travel destinations like resorts. To facilitate this, we've built the entire autonomous driving stack, from mapping and localization to obstacle detection and path planning. We use LiDAR-based localization that gives us an accuracy of greater than 5 centimeters with 0 GPS required. This is a quick slide to go over what that obstacle detection looks like. We've got full 360 degrees around our vehicle, 0 blind spots tested and working in the rains that we've had here in California. The key thing here is that passengers, customers love autonomous shuttles. For 98% of our passengers, we're the first experience that they've had in an autonomous vehicle, and we're really shepherds of this technology. On our average of 2,000 riders that we've had so far, it's greater than 4.8 stars. We've been all over the press, which means also these campuses and destinations are also in the press. We're currently closing our Series A round. It's quickly filling up, but I'd love to talk to you about being a part of it or being a part of deploying it at your campus. Thank you.
Great job, Ben. Next up, we have Ali from Next Input.
Good morning. My name is Ali Fore. I'm with Next Input. At Next Input, we focus on innovating HMI, human-machine interface. You could do that via sound or touch. We focus on touch with our force sensing solutions. It's more private, it's more intuitive. So we're a market leader in force sensing solutions. Our solution includes sensors, force sensors, algorithm, and also mechanical integration know-how. We're a fabless company. We work with the largest 2 fabs in the world. Patented technology, the fundamental technology has been patented. We are in mass production. We have a product, it yields very highly. It's in mass production. We have design wins in automotive, and also in consumer. We will be shipping in September. Our end market is 5 billion plus. Phone alone is about 3 billion, and you add industrial and automotive, it's well over 5 billion. We have raised Series A, A1. We've raised 13 million to date. In fact, we're raising another 10 million. We have a few people at the table very interested to invest in the company. Our go-to-market strategy is to focus on mobile and also automotive at the beginning before we expand. In mobile, we focus on bringing new features to the market to help OEMs capture market share. So it's all about user experience on what we can enable, the new features we can enable. In a site button, you'll see announcements in September from a number of OEMs. One of them we're designed into. Grip sensing as a shortcut to your camera or Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever is your favorite. Also, we can replace mechanical buttons with our technology, which is has much higher reliability under glass, under display. As the bezel goes away, display goes all the way to the edge. You cannot use mechanical buttons. So it's a very large market for us. Similarly, inside the cabin of a car, there are some 50 buttons. There is display. All of these require performance, and it's match made in heaven for us because we bring performance and user experience. We have design wins with 8 sensors into a steering wheel. And then we're going after these other applications. It's about bringing a very rich experience to the cabin of high-end automobiles, and we're at the forefront of that. Why do large OEMs talk to us? Our value proposition is new industrial design. It's gapless, no more gaps. Water, moisture, dust doesn't get in. Material agnostic, we could work with glass, metal, wood, leather, anything. So we've passed some key certifications and qualification. AEC-Q 100 for automotive is key. We've achieved that. ISO 9001, we've been certified. much higher reliability associated with our solution, and so on and so forth. Over the past 2 years, we've been on an accelerated path. We have had a number of achievements, and including first, second generation sensors where our competitors don't even have the first one. So we're very excited, and borrowing a line from President Trump, we're here to make sensing great again. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Greta from Asserta. Fun fact, her favorite animal is the unicorn.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Greta, the CEO and co-founder of Asserta. So cars are extremely complex. They have thousands of parts, and all of this complexity is just growing, and this is just mechanically. They're also growing in complexity electronically. They have hundreds of computers and sensors running millions of lines of code. And this growing complexity is becoming very difficult to manage, and so a lot of issues are popping up or defects that are being introduced into cars. So at Asserta, we developed a platform that can leverage vehicle data in order to detect these defects before cars ever leave the factories, as well as help manufacturers deal with this growing complexity. So our platform looks at hundreds of signals at the same time. It looks for patterns and relationships to then automatically detect anomalies and reduce them to just a handful of signals that customers can understand and act on. So the biggest value that we add is that we look through this big pool of untapped data, and we find needles in there that are representative of issues. We've been applying this technology primarily on newly manufactured vehicle systems and cars. So in a typical factory, there are thousands of car components like transmission systems, gearboxes, engine systems being produced. And at the very end of the line, they're going through electrical testing where they're generating a ton of data. So we're using that data from these systems as well as cars to proactively detect defects that can result in recalls or detect problems that can result eventually in warranty costs. And all doing this all through data. And our system is very easy to integrate and offered in the cloud, accessible through APIs. To date, we've had a lot of successful use cases already. In certain use cases and applications in the factories where we're able to detect and predict nearly 60% of potential warranty claims in the future, so reducing warranty claims by nearly 60%. In another case, we're able to automatically, as you can see here, detect problems in the ignition systems and vehicle exhaust system, detecting leaks in oxygen. And we're increasingly applying this technology for remote monitoring on vehicles on the road as well, where we can predict that they're going to have issues in the future and basically proactively inform the manufacturers. We've been working with a number of partners already and are continuing to expand the number of partners that we're looking to partner with and work. We have a very strong team of basically machine learning and data geeks, where we started off at the University of Waterloo and are expanding the team currently already. We're a venture-backed company now as well. So Asserta, we're a dynamic machine learning platform for vehicle data. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ratnam from Context 360.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ratnam from Context 360. I am the co-founder and CTO of Context. So, as the name suggests, we are building an inference engine for getting the user context from various signals on the mobile phone. So, consider a scenario where you get in your car and the car pulls up the next possible route suggestion for your destination. Or consider another scenario where a car automatically climate controls your temperature based on where you are stepping out from, whether it's a gym or a theater or your home itself. Or where this leads us is a discussion where we see the technology disappear into the background, which is, okay, thanks. So we see that the technology is disappearing into the background. We are talking to the chatbots or just asking questions directly to devices like Echo or Google Home or Hello to get our things done. And as a result, the experience is going away from clicking and tapping to just conversational UI. Why should anything to be different in the car itself? So this is the future of mobility as we see. And this data suggests that many people are more interested in getting the proactive assistance and personalized experience in their cars or most personal devices. And these days, your phone is your most personal device, and it almost acts as a hub for your Nest or your car or your Apple Watch or any of the devices that you interact with on a daily life. And as you know, the phone also has the passive data collection for places, behavior, and events, or any other life stages, changes, and interests that you may be going through. The context inference engine is what our product is about. We take the sensor data from gyroscope, GPS, or any nearby devices, and then infer the activities you are going through or the interests you are in. Like, are you looking for a new car because you have been shopping at dealerships nowadays? Or what does your work commute to work look like? Or are you moving to a new house because your location data suggests so? These are the things that we infer on a continuous basis with our SDK on your mobile app. This data is basically to empower automotive assistants that are AI-driven inside the car for the user, because there are scenarios where the user goes out of the car and you may be opaque to that data information. And the mobile phone information that we infer gives you enough insights so that your car engine and car AI virtual assistants can work with it. We come from a varied background of sensor designers from Influences Apple or cloud architects from Netflix, EMC, and NVIDIA. So we got the guys to get you the best context for your user data. Thank you.
This next presenter once broke his thumb falling out of a coconut tree. Let's hope he has better luck today. Please welcome Eric from Life Detection Technologies.
When my son was 4 years old, he developed obstructive sleep apnea, which required surgical correction. And there was no way for my wife and I to monitor him from the time of his diagnosis to surgery and into his recovery. It was during this period of time that I began to realize that vital sign monitoring today is very limiting. You see, in order to get good data, a user typically has to choose between either being physically connected to some external device or doing something which is oftentimes socially unacceptable, such as pointing a camera at themselves or a radar at an infant for hours upon hours. There are many other times, such as in a vehicle, when vital sign monitoring could or should be used, but isn't, simply because there's no practical solution that exists. We're introducing a brand new paradigm which solves these problems while also being able to provide additional valuable information that many of our competitors simply cannot provide. Here's how our technology works. We use anything that is electrically conductive, from a metallic plate to conductive fibers woven into a loose-fitting shirt, from which we emanate a very weak electromagnetic field around a user. This field strength is roughly 40% the strength of a Bluetooth low-energy device. Then, when the tissues in the human body change shape, when they expand or contract, the electrical properties of those tissues also change, and this in turn changes our field. We then sense that change in the field, process the data, and report back to the user incredibly accurate heart and respiration data. In addition to the electrically conductive surface from which we emanate the EM field, we also need our hardware, which generates the field and senses the changes within it. The board shown here has on all of the components that we will need in a production version of our technology. Because there are no other monitoring methodologies that are even remotely similar to what we are doing, we have applied for and been granted patent protection. We have 2 fully issued patents, and we have a 3rd which is currently pending. We see immediate market opportunity in being able to monitor driver drowsiness in commercial trucking, and we are excited to announce that today we have an executed term sheet with Fisher-Price Mattel to build our technology into 4 different products for them. The team has vast experience in building successful companies from the ground up, solving complex issues. Most importantly, we have the perseverance and the experience necessary to get outstanding products into the marketplace. We are currently raising $3 million in order to continue the development of our technology and to support our growth into new and larger markets. My name is Eric Howie with Life Detection Technologies, and we are reimagining the future of vital sign monitoring. Thank you.
The next company bills itself as the Netflix for cars. Please welcome Mung from Less.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mung, co-founder and CEO for Less. Myself, I went to Yale, studied computer science. I worked at Uber as a software engineer. Both of my co-founders went to Stanford, studied also computer. One of them created one of the best apps in the App Store. For the past 2 years, I was named Forbes 30 under 30 for 2016. The other one also holds a JD from Harvard Law School. We offer our customer the ability to drive a new premium vehicle every year. Don't lease, less. What we saw is a significant consumer culture change where a monthly payment has become the norm for everything, from your iPhone payments to your cars. In fact, leasing penetration has doubled since 2009. Especially the case for the premium segments, where the leasing penetration has reached 60%. However, traditional leasing are still really painful. You get locked in one car for 3 years. You have to face a salesperson and deal with a bank. 2 things people hate the most. First, car dealers and banks. For us, very easy. Everything online. You pick 3 cars for the next 3 years. Once approved, you get a car. All of our vehicles are between $50,000 to $55,000, and we have 8 of them. The market list price for them are about $550. We are able to force liquidities to transfer those leases without changing the monthly payment, so our customer is able to drive a different one every month. So we are able to get a bulk deal through the car manufacturer and banks, so that's our profit margin. Quickly after launch, hundreds of people signed up within the first 3 days. They reserved the cars and told us which 3 cars they're going to drive for the next 3 years. And they started talking about, this is so cool. Are you guys offering in other states? Can you assist me find a buyer for my existing cars? This is the way leasing should be. So we target people who is already leasing premium vehicles, and we legally transfer leases between them in order for them to drive a different premium vehicle every year. So we are launching a pilot program in August to deliver 50 cars in the Bay Area, and we'll expand to the entire California and later nationwide. Many of our competitors are often involved in upsell strategy where they charge customers more for the service. However, we always aim to create something cheaper for much better. In fact, we will be cheaper or very similar price for you to purchase those vehicles, keep it for 3 years, and sell it. So it really makes sense for everyone to subscribe to us long term. Thanks.
When this next presenter is not at work revolutionizing computer vision, he's at the club revolutionizing the dance floor. Please welcome Dave from Algolux.
Good morning. My name's Dave from Algolux, and thank you for being here and taking some time to listen to us. So, enabling intelligent vehicles today that help drivers avoid accidents or in the near future provide autonomy unlocks tremendous business opportunity and also new business models. But the big challenge is that the way cars perceive their environment today still needs to be tremendously improved. And that's what Algolux does. So we have a vision about vision, computer vision and perception. And we see in our focuses a world where these vision systems can be optimized through the application of machine learning. And we've assembled a tremendous team of experts based in Montreal, as well as our chief scientist, Felix, who is here locally at Stanford, that are two tremendous hotbeds of machine learning technology. And between those and our other experts in imaging and computer vision, have assembled quite an opportunity to deliver our solution. So what's one of the big challenges? So let's take a look at some of the problems. So tuning cameras today is very challenging and very time consuming. There are thousands of parameters that need to be tuned, and that's done manually today. There's no automation publicly available in terms of solutions. Now computer vision, and that would be for visual perception. For computer vision, this is even more difficult because there's really no visual way to tune a computer vision system. And so the only way to do that is by applying intelligent machine-based systems. And if we take a look at some of the competing objectives for image quality visually, you see on the left side an untuned image, whether it's the color chart or a natural image versus a tuned chart on the right. And yes, as I said, people tune that manually today and visually do that tuning. But it's still months of effort and a lot of expense. On the right, you see what a computer vision tuning looks like. And on the far right is this rather ugly image. But what that actually does is provide the right answer from the computer vision algorithm. And this is not very capable or not very possible to do by a human. It has to be done by machine. So we've solved this problem through one of our platforms, CrispML, to automate this tuning where we set certain targets for computer vision accuracy or image quality, visual image quality as metrics, and leverage the machine learning technology to find the right solution for that particular target. The key benefits to companies are clearly to reduce the cost. So today they're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this tuning process and very expert engineers that are focused on this problem. It also shortens it. We can take this many months long process down to hours or days to quickly allow not only faster time to market, but also your ability to circle through many different options. And we increase robustness and effectiveness. So from a go-to-market standpoint, our business model is around software license and SaaS, and we're focused today in the automotive space, clearly, and enabling mobility, but we see huge opportunity for any camera-based system. And that's not even the most exciting thing. On the right, our camera-aware neural architecture is something I'd really like to show you. So I'm demonstrating both on the back. And lastly, from a financing standpoint, we're closing a small seed round. It's only small because we're doing quite well from a commercial traction standpoint, but we are looking in next year to raise a larger VC round. With that, I really appreciate your consideration and hope we get a chance to talk in the demo area and would love to work and collaborate more closely with you. Thank you.
Our next presenter has been in the auto industry for longer than I've had a driver's license. Please welcome Holger from German Autolabs.
Might be true. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Holger from German Autolabs, and it's great what we hear here all the morning. But as you all know, this industry has a fundamental problem. This industry is building fast things slow. So, and that is very difficult if you want to develop fundamental consumer-focused, driver-focused software because you need to iterate and update, etc. fast. And we saw quite recently over the past years 2 or 3 companies here in the Valley who actually started to leapfrog this by approaching the so-called aftermarket, the installed base that we have. Cruise did it for the self-driving car, Auto for the self-driving truck, and we do exactly the same for cognitive conversational AI in the car. So the aftermarket is huge. We have in the US alone 220 million cars on the road on average 11 years old. In Germany, almost 50 million. So together with Europe and the US, we have 500 million cars that are approachable. So, and now let's talk about reality. Hands up, who of you is using the smartphone while driving? Come on, be honest. Hey, I don't believe that. There are more. There are 85% of people using constantly and very often the smartphone while driving. And that is a fundamental societal problem. The first time in 25 years, the death casualties on US highways went up again. And the NHTSA, the North American Traffic Association, calls it the Snapchat effect. So we're solving this with Chris. Chris is an easy-to-install, plug-and-play, aftermarket digital co-driver. Chris is doing to you what an analog co-driver would do to you while sitting next to you and holding your smartphone. Reading out your emails, sorting your content, learning your cognitive load, and just listening to you and interacting with you. We don't believe that voice is the only and sufficient interface, and therefore we bring Chris together with natural language processing and gesture control and a non-touch, glanceable, intuitive user interface. So this is what the secret sauce is here about. It's not about speech recognition, it's not about text-to-speech, it's about the dialogue management. So Chris actually is the only mobility-optimized conversational AI that is around. So together, in a wrap-up, Chris is a proactive AI assistant. It's really a truly plug-and-play system that you easily can install in every car, no matter if it's a 5-year-old car or 20-year-old car. So we validated it in a Kickstarter, very well received, 550% pledged, just funded in 8 hours. And this is a team behind, a very experienced team. I'm for about 10 years in the automotive industry, built 2 companies so far. One was the foundation of Here Technologies, which was acquired by 3 German car makers for $3 billion 2 years ago. Alpeo, another company we sold 2 years ago to Panasonic Automotive. Patrick, my co-founder, was the head of consumer at Here Technologies over the past 5 years. And Nadav, our CTO, built 2 companies out of Tel Aviv and Palo Alto in AI. Thank you very much.
Great job, Holger. Gotta love 2 plug-and-play references in the presentation. All right, next up we have Vlad from Helm.ai.
Hi, my name is Vlad. I'm the CEO of Helm, where we build the next generation of AI algorithms for autonomous navigation. My co-founder and CTO, Tudor Hakim, is an AI and ML expert with 8 years of experience. He started the ML team at Quora and increased the number of answers on Quora by a third. He's currently on leave from the Stanford CS PhD program. I myself am an applied mathematician. I co-invented the fields of deep compressive sensing and phase retrieval and solved an open problem in computer vision. I've published several highly cited papers in top-tier math journals and CS conferences, as a result winning several best paper prizes. I was also formerly the chief scientist at a cybersecurity machine learning company called Civ Security. The early team at Helm.ai consists of currently 8 researchers and engineers who were previously PhDs and postdocs at top-tier universities in math and CS departments. They've earned many distinctions, including Best Thesis Prizes, National Fellowships, and Best Paper Awards. We have collectively earned thousands of citations for our papers and published over 60 articles in top-tier math journals and conferences. Our interns this summer are actually 2 tenure-track faculty at top-tier programs in math and CS. So suffice it to say, we are positioned to be potentially the highest average caliber team working on the next generation of AI algorithms for autonomous navigation. Our end goal is to reach full autonomy for self-driving cars, drones, and consumer robots, and we'll be productizing technology along the way using unsupervised learning. Our approach is to utilize cheap sensors such as vision and radar and leverage sophisticated mathematical modeling and unsupervised deep learning algorithms to tackle the actual bottleneck for achieving full autonomy, which is robust and scalable perception systems. To that end, we do not use any human annotation for our algorithms, making them arbitrarily scalable. Our 3D mapping technology, which was initiated during my postdoc at MIT in the math department, is state-of-the-art accuracy and 100 times faster than competing methods, which allows it to be real-time. We are combining traditional computer vision and deep learning techniques for aiding navigation in highway and urban environments. The AI pioneer Jan LeCun said in 2015, in industry, the applications of deep learning are currently all supervised, but it won't be that way in the future. And he was right. Our vehicle and lane detection algorithms that operate on molecular driving video do not require any human annotation, making the per-image labeling cost purely computational and thereby negligible. Because our algorithms are highly effective in a diverse set of challenging conditions, they are much more scalable in crowdsourcing or relying on any kind of expensive sensor data. Whenever you see a fixed route demo of a self-driving car, you got to ask yourself, how is this actually going to scale? It's easy to over-engineer a system in a particular environment. And most companies simply don't have an answer for that question. How are you going to scale this up? Whereas we are tackling these challenges up front. Our technology is not easily replicated. It relies on non-trivial mathematical insights and discoveries and tools from a variety of fields that we're experts in, such as signal processing, compressed sensing, and robust statistics. Of course, a picture is worth 1,000 words, so let me show you a video. So it's just loading now. So what you see here is the output of our object detection algorithms, which don't rely on any human annotation. And they operate in a variety of environments. These are just videos pulled from YouTube that have various adverse conditions, such as snow, rain, fog, glare, noisy roads, really any kind of condition. This is actually not our latest demo, so stop by our demo table later today to check out the latest iteration of our technology. We have many more videos to show you. To recap, Helm.ai is uniquely positioned to be the strongest team working toward L4 and L5 autonomy by creating state-of-the-art AI algorithms. We have world-class expertise in applied mathematics, computer vision, and deep learning. We have developed state-of-the-art computer vision and unsupervised machine learning technology for mapping and object detection. Our expertise in technology allows us to hire the best of the best to work on this problem via wide networks of top-tier universities and corporations, to build highly scalable perception systems across the full spectrum of autonomy, including object detection, mapping, sensor fusion, path planning, and control, all without human annotation. Thanks.
Awesome. I guess just a quick reminder, please, at the end of today's session, vote for your favorite company using our web application, and here's the address. So up next, we have a company called Tank2. This founder is originally from Finland and actually still carries around a Nokia brick phone. Welcome up, Bert.
Hey everybody, how are you? Okay, so I'm Bert, so I founded Tank2, I still run it to this day, and we make batteries for electric cars and for shared mobility in particular. So our story here is the following. So data science, algorithms, and all the smart stuff that is going on these days is giving us, self-driving cars, it's giving us ride sharing. And then there's the electric car itself, which is a fantastic product, but it suffers from a couple of compromises. The most important one being that it is actually very expensive still. Also range anxiety, that is still a thing. And our analysis of the situation is that the battery pack actually missed the data science bus. So generally speaking, they are fixed, they're dumb, they're expensive, they're heavy, and they're slow to charge. And I see there are 200 people from GM sitting there, so they might have an opinion about that too, but come to find me in the demo area later. So what we do, we make battery packs with thousands of small, egg-shaped, intelligent cells, which you can throw together in a container at random, unorganized, any container of any size, any shape, and they work together as a mesh network, as a battery pack. So the data science that we use takes care of all the complexities to make it work together, and for the user or the host application, there is no difference. Doing this gives us a couple of opportunities that you cannot have with other technologies, such as flexible capacity. You can have a battery pack that, for example, gives you 100 miles of range for day-to-day use, But if you feel like driving for Uber on Saturday night, you can get triple the capacity to take care of whatever you have to do. So another benefit is that you can have a depleted battery pack where you do not need to wait for it to charge. Even 40 minutes at the supercharger is sometimes too slow. So you can swap the cells all together for freshly charged ones, and you're ready to go for 300 miles after 3 minutes. So why battery science or why data science for batteries is actually easier to explain by looking at other industries, because it's already being done every day, all the time, by millions of businesses in different industries. So data science is not new for optimizing operations and optimizing assets. So we just apply it to batteries. It gives all those benefits that have been waited for now for a long time. You can use electric cars for fleets. They run 24/7. You can apply new battery chemistry when it becomes available. You can mix all the new battery chemistry. Works all great together. So, and the cells you keep that on a day-to-day use are the ones that you actually use. It's not necessarily those which you might use someday during the week or maybe once a month to drive to grandma. So, Dr. Zetchev from Daimler gave some advice to the industry, which we are following to the letter. This t-shirt says it all for himself. And we have some stuff for you to look at right behind the stage. I hope you all come to see it. Thank you.
We've developed the next generation big data platform for public transit agencies, and really our mission is to help cities move more efficiently and to help people get from A to B faster and more reliably. One of the great things about Plug and Play is that you'll meet many of the biggest players in the transportation industry. We've created a relationship with RATP. The team members would fly in from Paris to Silicon Valley to meet with Plug and Play startups. So it gave us the face time that we needed with the company to build that relationship. And then when we ended up going out to raise our Series Seed, RATP decided to join the round, both as an investor, but also as a partner to co-develop the technology with us. My advice to anyone watching this would be to leverage Plug and Play's network. They have a great network of corporates and investors. You're about to embark on a great journey, so I wish you the best of luck. And Plug and Play has been an immense support for us, and so I hope you find the same value out of the program, and definitely encourage you to take advantage of it. Good luck.
Awesome. That was Swiftly. They were part of our first mobility batch. And we're very glad that he was able to record that video, even though he couldn't make it today. Awesome. So really quickly, just a quick update on our program today. So for those of you that are planning on going to our IoT Expo this afternoon, it was originally scheduled to start at 3 p.m., but we're going to push it up to 2:30 p.m. In this room. So IoT Expo, 2:30 p.m. Awesome. So let's get on with the show. Next up, we have Barry from Zerolight.
If 61-year-old Horacio Pagani can sell all his cars via digital, this is this is one of his Paganis. His Pagani Roadster since Geneva has sold for 160 million euros with a base price of 2 million average, of course, and they've sold out. So that's a good start, I would say. Of course, while you're all thinking about transport as a service or other things in mobility, there's still something going on in your dealerships that means selling cars. And we believe that customers actually deserve amazing buying experiences. If you look at the average data, it says that once the customers come in, 80% of them think they get a rubbish experience. And only 1% actually thinks they get a good experience. The rest, they don't care. If you convert that back to the fact who is represented as that problem, it's the salesperson. Because the salesperson is seen as the personification of that. But of course, he's not the only problem. It's more how you sell and how you sell the things. Of course, you sell via retail, but there's also the online consideration, because 97% of your consideration starts online, and even before, it starts in your media, where you basically show your first cars coming out. So how do we solve problems there? Well, the first thing is by creating the best rendering engine in the world existing today that can show your cars straight out of design in such a high quality that people actually think it's the real car. And of course, the first thing is, how do you bring that back into all your different channels? I've got a demo around the corner here in VR. That's of course nice to check it out, but then think how those same kind of demos can be represented across every channel. And of course, the market is pretty big. You know it all yourself. You're in that same market. And then the question is, how do you bring it to life? Like, for instance, with Pagani, one of the things was to actually bring their cars in such an incredible value back on the screen that he even said, like, now it's ready for internet. Because if you look at 95% of the websites of car manufacturers, they look like toy cars. I'm pretty sure you're part of the 5% that doesn't look like that, but the other 95% has a problem. Next to that, of course, if you want to do that, your process needs to be fast. Everyone currently that I've spoken with has a 90-day plus process to bring it from design into any marketing channel. We brought it down to 5 days for customers like Audi, Volkswagen, Pagani, Lexus, Toyota, and now we're working on Lamborghini as well. And we reduce the cost because we automate the hell out of those things. Because instead of like constantly touching all those pictures, retouching, QAing, you need to actually automate that process, get a grip on things, and then just get it out there to the customers. Next to that, of course, is like, how do you deal with your website? Is it like a static toy car, or do you actually show it 360, let people explore the car, and not just in a white plane, but actually in a background that looks like the car where they will drive it? That, of course, like, shows so far already significant revenue increase. If you look on the Audi site in Germany, they actually run our software at strength with the complete A4 model line. The other thing, of course, is like, if you do this, let me go further because I'm out of time. The other thing is, of course, if you go into retail and you start using in retail, we have the effect that there's a significant increase in regular dealership if you use digital channels, but in digital-only dealerships like Audi City, the significant increase is even higher than that. And next to that, of course, like, the important thing is that once we see that people start working with 3D things, they actually get higher engagement with it. I think it stopped, but that's a good thing. So to recap, what we do is we build a platform that goes across every channel, VR, display, ads, online consideration, online configurators. All the underlying data streams are being measured, and by doing that, we can actually show that it has a significant effect on selling cars. Please come by my booth and I'll tell you more. Thank you very much.
Great job. Great job, Barry. Next up, we have Samir from B-Reak.
Hello, I'm Samir, the CEO of B-Reak. We're developing some exciting tech for self-driving cars. Who will drive your self-driving car? Of course, it's artificial intelligence. And the automobile industry is pouring billions of dollars in developing it. But all that effort might yield this: Rain Man. Computationally excellent, but socially incompetent. Would you want Rain Man driving your car? According to some, you might even reach your destination in a pool of vomit. You see, the fundamental problem is that humans are diverse. We have our own little preferences. And when there is a big gap between our expectation and our experience, we're not happy. Think about the last terrible taxi ride you had. It was the same problem. And with self-driving cars, the problem is only going to get compounded. B-Reak closes that gap so that no matter who you are, your self-driving car learns to drive just the way you prefer. How do we achieve this? You see, almost all self-driving cars currently in development only use sensors that look out into the world. With B-Reak, cars also look at the passengers while driving. In-cabin sensors, such as cameras, can provide information about how the passengers feel about the car's actions, such as steering, acceleration, or braking. B-Reak processes that data in the cloud and can tailor the AI's driving style to match your personality. This B-Reak software adds a layer of much-needed emotional intelligence on top of artificial intelligence. As you can see, we have assembled a great team for this job. We worked together for 2 years on a DARPA project to build brain-computer interfaces before launching our company. But here's what's truly special. Each one of us has an academic background in 2 different disciplines, one studying the mind and other building machines. That's why we are the right team for this job. How do we value our technology? Let's take an analogy, the suspension. Early cars did not have an integrated suspension, and now you can't imagine a car without it. So important is suspension. You can think of B-Reak as the suspension for AI. We provide the same value. Now, with self-driving cars, you're looking at a multi-billion-dollar market for improving ride quality just through suspension. What do you think is the market for brake? Is it in the millions or billions? Even when we run more sophisticated financial projections, we are not disappointed. The opportunity is truly huge, and we are grabbing it with both hands. The number on the screen is our projected revenue this year, and we are not even a year old. We're already working with 2 major car manufacturers on that board, including 1 joint development agreement. It only gets better from here. If all of that makes you excited, let's engage afterwards. Thank you.
In his last gig, our next presenter founded a consumer goods empire and was featured in a Wall Street Journal cover story about his successful journey to selling to Walmart. Please welcome Colin Roach from Swiftmile.
Hello, everybody. My name is Colin Roach. I'm co-founder and CEO of Swiftmile. We're building one of the world's first electric bike sharing systems. But first, I'd like to talk about our team. We've all known each other since high school. We've gone on to lead other companies. I had a successful exit myself. I've earned these gray hairs. We've got 7 years experience between all of us. The big problem we're addressing is employee commutes. It's getting around. And nobody wants to be this guy, the road rage guy. There's got to be a better way. 96 million people on a daily basis drive less than 10 miles to work, a perfect distance for an electric bike. You look at regular bike share, which is great that they're offering it. Problem is, it doesn't get high usage. You don't want to be this guy with the back sweat. Actually, me, that's how I get it, and you get all sweaty and icky. Here's what we've designed, the world's first 100% renewable power transit system. We start with our electric bikes that help you go 20 miles an hour. They got a 40-mile range. We put a microcomputer, GPS, cellular radio on them to connect them to the cloud. We have our solar-powered charging stations, easy to deploy, quick to set up, our own little power grid, all tied together with our app. And our app works as the virtual key to unlock the bikes and to locate them. If we take a look at our app itself, think of it almost like Fitbit for a bike. It allows you to locate and rent a bike. You could be sitting in your office. Then once you use it and unlock it, it gives you this really cool data, how far you went, time, speed, even how much you lowered your carbon footprint. And then we store this so you can gamify yourself, set goals and standards. So who buys? Our main focus right now is corporations. It's a true first, last mile solution to work. It's also perfect for those direct commuters that live close enough to work. We even encourage them to take it home for the night. It's also great for inter-office transportation, such as the Google campuses of the world. And also, last, for lunch breaks, for wellness, just to get a break. They're super fun to ride. Our current revenue model itself is very simple. We're not SaaS, we're BaaS. We're bikes as a service. When our bikes are moving, we're making money. Currently, and also what we do is we give a monthly invoice to the corporations that pay for this, that they can then look at how they've lowered their carbon footprint, how they've eased their parking congestion, and what they're doing to ease traffic on these city freeways. Our traction to date, we're proud to say, we're at Google, which was one of our first customers. We're at the Santa Clara Valley Transit Authority, the 10th largest in the United States. We're also at Xerox PARC over in Stanford, where Steve Jobs first saw the idea for the mouse. We have a fast and growing pipeline we're proud to start to deploy in. Here's some of our kind of media stuff. That's my ugly mug there on ABC News a few weeks ago. This is us photobombing Lester Holt on the nightly news. This was just a little bit of luck. That's us in the corner there. Our first big deployment is taking place now over at Stanford Research Park, where there's a big need, and we're a great solution for that. Our extended market, once we get really good at the corporate side, hotels, universities, campuses, and obviously municipalities and cities. One thing we'd like to say as far as a big award we got recently, we won Verizon's Powerful Answers Award. We beat out 1,500 companies from 78 countries. It came with a $250,000 check. And then once we got to know Verizon and they got to know us, they also invested in our seed round. So to conclude, why am I here? I thought a week ago I'd be standing here asking you guys to invest in our $750,000 seed round. I'm very proud to say it is now closed, and it's now oversubscribed with notable investors, as I mentioned, Verizon Ventures. Plug and Play did it. Thank you, Saeed and team, for the vote of confidence, Jason Calacanis, and a number of others. So if you ask us now what we're doing, we're quickly moving into our Series A round, and if you'd like, come talk to us as to why we're moving so quickly, and I'd be glad to let you know. Thank you very much.
Great Great job. Our next presenter came in second place in his 5th grade 100-yard dash and still holds a grudge. Please welcome Sean from Prome.
I don't even remember that. Where'd you get that from? All right, hi guys. My name's Sean Everett. I'm the CEO of Prome. We've built biologic intelligence, and we believe that's the next step in artificial intelligence. So actually I have a question for you guys today. How many of you invested here in artificial intelligence, some form or another? Capital deployed, maybe resources, done some learning on your own? Yeah, I know. I have to guess that a lot of you probably have, but there's a problem with this, in that a lot of you are using the same approaches. Using the same open source tool sets, using the same sort of machine learning, mathematics-based approaches, and so what that means is that everybody's sort of not getting too far ahead of one another. We're all sort of at the same kind of fundamental limit. It's one of the reasons why a lot of the AI startups you talk to can't answer the question, how are you different? That hasn't been our problem at all. In fact, I sent our pitch deck a couple months ago to one of the world's most active AI investors, and he responded immediately with, that's cockamamie bullshit. I was like, okay, well, I guess I get it, because what we've essentially done is we've emulated the brain and nervous system of animals into software and robotics. Neuroscientists call this. It's called a connectome. Connect with OME on the end of it. If you Google this term, you'll start to see it. Why is this important? I'll give you an example. 2 days ago, I got a cold reach out from a Harvard neuroscientist. And he works, wouldn't you know it, for the Children's Hospital in Boston. And he's trying to predict seizures in children to save lives. And what he told me, word for word, was that the current approaches to AI aren't working. Kids are dying. And that's why he reached out to us, because we go beyond the limits of AI. But now you're saying to yourself, well, this is an IoT and mobility expo here. Why are you talking to me about healthcare? And this is the part where I want you to lean in a little bit and just take a second here. Our software is exactly the same in healthcare, predicting seizures, as it is in IoT, predicting equipment failure in a single factory across multiple factories, as it is in avoiding obstacles for black swan and chaotic events in self-driving cars. The software that beat AlphaGo, right? You couldn't put that in a self-driving car and expect it to work. It's just untenable. You have to hire different data scientists. You need to sensorize a different car in a different way. You need to run the same well-lit path many, many times. And it's just not going to work, right? So you need some kind of self-learning artificial intelligence to adapt to situations as they're presented in real time at the edge. That's what biologic intelligence is. Of course, we're talking to tier 1 companies all over the world, including smart cities, algorithmic trading firms, industrial IoT platforms, and even self-driving car tier 1 auto manufacturers. But, you know, those problems don't really matter to you, right? Because you have your own problems. So we have a booth out back here. My email address is right up here on the stage. And I'd really like 5 minutes. Just spend some time with me. Let's talk about your problems. Our AI, we don't need to hire a bunch of different data scientists, build a bunch of different deep learning models. We don't need to spend all the time cleaning and scrubbing data. The software does that itself. My name's Sean. We invented biologic intelligence. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is a 3D chess champion. If you beat him, he will give you a discount. Please welcome Russ from Cargo Chief.
Hey everybody, I'm Russ Jones. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Cargo Chief. We use advanced data and algorithms to help people match supply and demand of trucking in our huge and hyper-fragmented industry, long-haul trucking. We also, for those of you who buy freight services, we can help you save money and do so more efficiently. Do you have another clicker? Okay. No worries. Thank you very much. So the problem we're solving is there's hundreds of thousands of freight brokerages, as well as 100,000 shippers who are buying freight very inefficiently, the old-fashioned way that their parents did. Cargo Chief started off as a tech-enabled freight brokerage. We developed a multi-patented, award-winning technology that enabled us to provide a higher level of freight buying service as well as freight shipping services. We grew very quickly, one of the fastest growing freight brokerages in the entire industry, tens of thousands of them. And then people told us last year that the technology we had developed internally for our own consumption was better than anything they could buy. So we decided, hey, you know what? Why don't we make ourselves a SaaS provider to this industry, use this unique big data that we have, use our algorithms that we have to help digitally match the supply and demand of trucking services. And people now consider us a great aggregation integration vendor. We're seeking a $2 million investment for those of you that are investors in the industry, in the audience here, and that'll bring the company to cash flow positive and profitable. So where do we get our data? So first, we are integrated with many of these load boards. These are like Craigslist sites where people match the supply and demand of trucking capacity. We now know every carrier that's ever posted trucking supply and demand. We also have, we're absorbing tens of thousands of carrier-based capacity emails letting us know where their capacity is. Emails are old-fashioned, but this data of who's got the valuable data is very new. We have from the US government the inspection data of all the 500,000 trucking carriers that are out there, so we know where all these carriers are and where and when they were inspected, their trucks. We've integrated with the large trucking carriers, so now we can help them sell their unused miles. We have a transportation management system for small carriers. These represent 80% of the trucks. We're now digitizing their availability. What's in front of us is an interactive voice response system that will enable us to talk to the carrier in their natural language, English, Sing, Spanish, and Russian. Our customers come to us, they put in their information of where they want the truck to go, say from Oakland to Dallas, and we kick out to them the location of where these trucks are and help our customers. We also help them book the truck. We're using our technology. We reach back out to the carrier and say, hey, here's a load. We're going from Oakland to Dallas. I'll pay you $1,200 so you can accept that right now and win. Or you can counter, or you can tell us that the truck's no longer available. And we do that with all the carriers. We do it through email. We also do that through phone, multilingual IVR, as well as through text, and we book the truck. We also handle all the details with the load. There are dozens of details once the carrier is selected between the buyer of the freight and the provider of the freight. Our computers can handle all that for the customer. This greatly enhances the productivity of these employees, and for a small brokerage, could increase the EBITDA by 2 to 4 times. Game changing. In terms of market validation, one of the largest, most important people in the industry is the former president of DAT, a large company in our industry. And they're telling us that 80% of the brokers would buy this at $10 a load. The largest brokerage in our industry is C.H. Robinson, $13 billion in size. We've had our 5th meeting with them, presenting to their president last week. They want to take next steps, so we're going to talk to their CEO in the weeks to come. We had a very successful trade show last month in April. 90% of the people that came to our station said they want to participate with our technology. Financially, the company gets to cash flow positive and profitable within a year. We project in 4 years a $500 million valuation, and our industry is so large and fragmented, there's rapid M&A. We could sell the company any quarter we want to. As a wrap-up, for those who are investors in the industry, having access to this mammoth source of capacity, these small carriers, is game-changing for the industry. Having our being the source of live capacity makes us valuable in any industry, especially one that's large and fragmented. We're also being told this is lower risk because it's an extension of already well-received technology. The company will also reach cash flow positive within $1 million of spending. For you shippers in the room, the people here that buy things, the powerful patents, the powerful algorithms that we have will help us make sense out of the hundreds of millions of data points that others don't have. Our technology, our automation will make your teams more productive and provide a higher level of service. the data that we have, no one else has, and it'd be hard for someone else to come in and replicate. And where technology will make your traffic departments far more effective and more efficient. We're raising $2 million to bring the company cash flow positive and profitable. I'd love to tell you more about the team and the rest of the story at our table back there. Up here's my contact information. I'm Russell Jones from Cargo Chief. Thank you.
Our next presenter is an accomplished singer and songwriter, and if you sign a paid pilot with him, he will sing you a love song. Please welcome Tim from G Batteries.
Hi everybody, I'm Tim from G Batteries, and we've developed a technology which enables existing lithium-ion batteries to charge extremely fast and still retain long life. And our mission is to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles by enabling them to charge as fast as it takes to fill up a tank of gas today. And our multidisciplinary team is making this happen. So we have deep expertise in chemistry, electrical engineering, IP licensing. Our technical director is Bart Riley, the founder and CTO of A123, the inventor of lithium-ion iron phosphate batteries. And our strategic advisor is Abid, who is the inventor of what is now Qualcomm Quick Charge, the industry standard for fast charging in Android devices, which is shipped on billions of phones. And the problem is quite simple. We are in the middle of the next industrial revolution, electrification. And batteries today are still pretty terrible. In fact, one of the biggest technical barriers to the adoption of electric vehicles is fast charge. The problem is that the faster you charge a battery, the faster it will degrade. And we have solved this issue. Our technology enables existing batteries to charge extremely fast and still retain long life, and actually have even longer cycle life than the batteries were originally designed for by the manufacturer. So here in the black chart, you can see how fast batteries, high energy density batteries typically charge today. So how fast your phone charges, how fast a Tesla charges. We can charge the exact same batteries in 5 minutes to 50%, 10 minutes to 80%, and they still live almost double their life. So we've tested hundreds of battery samples. Here is one example of that. This is data collected on Apple Watch cells. So these are small wearable batteries. And just to take you through this graph, this is capacity versus cycle life. And in the battery industry, once a battery reaches 80%, it's considered to be dead. You take it, you throw it out. So here we have the magenta line, which are the batteries that were cycled using the conventional technology, CCCV, ultra fast, 4 minutes to 50%, 11 minutes to 80%. And as you would expect, the batteries degrade very quickly. With the orange line, those are the batteries that were cycled using the specs that they were designed for. And so the battery lives exactly the way it's supposed to. The blue line are the exact same batteries cycled using our technology, charged ultra fast. Exact same charging speed as the purple line. And so we have much more data, much more information we can share. So if you would like to find out more, please visit us at the demo table behind there. We are G Batteries. Thank you.
Next up, we have Amit from Nexar.
No fun fact? That's it? All right. Second to last, so bear with me. Hi. So in the very near future, vehicles are going to be mandated to be connected. And this is especially important because very soon autonomous vehicles are going to be sharing the road with just drivers, and they need to communicate in real time. This is called the vehicle-to-vehicle network. So according to NHTSA, such a network can actually reduce up to 79% of all target crashes. And I'll give you just a small example. So if I'm driving on the road on a freeway and there's a car, maybe 3, 4, 5 cars in front of me that's making a real hard stop, I would like to know about it. But if I have a huge semi-trailer in front of me, then if I have a camera, a radar, a LiDAR, they're not going to work perfectly well if I have something blocking my view. This is why a vehicle network is super important. So what Nexar has done, we've created the world's first over-the-top vehicle-to-vehicle network. This means that any vehicle from any year, any size, any make, any color can communicate in real time using a cellular network. So what we've done is we've used the lowest hanging fruit we could, which was a phone. Everyone has a phone in their pocket, supercomputer. It has a lot of sensors. Obviously, it has a camera inside and outside, but it also has a really good CPU and also GPU, so accelerometer, barometer, magnetometer, GPS, of course, and utilizing the cellular network, we've been able to connect thousands of cars in America. So we're a software company. We're not basing our hardware solely on phones, so we can connect our software into basically anything, whether it is a phone, an external camera, or the car's computer. So the way it works is pretty simple. We also provide a layer of ADAS on top. So what you see here on top right now is our forward collision warning. If you're going to get too close to a car using machine vision, we're going to warn you about it. But another interesting aspect is leveraging this network. What we've been doing is giving vehicle-to-vehicle warnings. So in that example that I gave earlier, we would be warned about it if both cars would have Nexar. And this is effectively working in New York, San Francisco, and now Las Vegas. So this is actually pretty interesting. It used to be, I was here 3 months ago, and we had 22 million road miles. We have 45 million road miles now that we've been collecting. So we had rolled out the vehicle-to-vehicle network in the cities I said, and it's especially interesting because in New York, we have over 3,200 professional drivers using Nexar. And we're seeing New York, and especially Manhattan, over 100 times a day. And by seeing, I mean we're seeing and feeling the road. This is using just the phone, semantic segmentation, object identification of everything that's happening around the road. And what's especially interesting is the telematics that we have actually acquired, that we've understood that we can get. So obviously, everyone has heard of hard stops, acceleration, cornering. But on top of that, the fact that we have the sensor on the road, which is the camera, and utilizing deep learning, we're understanding how far I am from the car in front of me. Are we tailgating? Are we obeying street signs? If I see a street sign that says stop, am I stopping? And another interesting aspect is the swarm. So if I'm a driver, I'm driving 40, 50 miles an hour on a 35 miles an hour road, that would be not really great unless everyone else around me is also driving that way. If everyone else around me is driving 50 at 35, I'm actually okay driving 50. I'm probably not okay driving 35. Thank you. We'd love to meet you in the back.
All right, guys, we're on the final presenter of the morning. Hope you guys are still pumped. So coming up next, although his name sounds like a superhero, he's not an X-Men. Please welcome Professor X from AutoX.
Thank you, everyone. AutoX is a company working on self-driving car. If you think about the tech revolution in the past 3 decades, probably we have personal computer, we have internet, we have cell phone, but we believe the next big thing is going to be self-driving car. At AutoX, our mission is to democratize autonomy. We want to make self-driving car universally accessible to everyone. Here is an analogy. If you think about computer in the past 3 decades, 30 years ago, we do have computer, but each one costs millions of dollars. There's only a very small number of top scientists and engineers in the world have access to a computer. But nowadays, everyone have a smartphone, $500 in your pocket. That makes computation really accessible to everyone. If you think about the self-driving car technology these days, it's basically the same. Each self-driving car costs millions of dollars. It's even much more expensive than you hire a few full-time drivers to drive for you. We believe that the technology will only make sense if you can bring down the cost to be affordable to everyone. We believe that self-driving cars should not be a luxury. It should be universally accessible to everyone. So why self-driving car is so expensive? One of the biggest factors is that the sensor using of a self-driving car, such as high-end differential GPS, IMU, as well as a super expensive LiDAR, is the main source of the problem. That stops us from making self-driving car technology accessible to regular users today. So putting aside the cost, we also believe that there's a blind phase in LiDAR in autonomous driving. For example, here is a crop of a pedestrian from the LiDAR point cloud, from the LiDAR 3D point cloud. As a human, you have perfect intelligence. It may probably make sense that this is a pedestrian, but how about this one? It may actually look more like a tree trunk than a pedestrian. So in fact, both of them are actually come from this point cloud, they are pedestrian. The point we're making that is that resolution is very important for level 5 autonomous driving. Even today, the highest-end LiDAR do not have enough resolution to support complex scene analysis for autonomous driving. Besides pedestrian, which is easy, how about curve? Those subtle details even require higher resolution for LiDAR. But we have a magic sensor today, camera. Even the lowest-end camera have orders of magnitude higher resolution than LiDAR. So that's why at AutoX, we design a camera-first solution. We're not against LiDAR, but we're using camera as the primary sensor to extract all the information, most of the information necessary for autonomous driving. Besides resolution, camera also enable us to do appearance analysis besides just a 3D shape analysis that you can utilize from LiDAR. We are a company building the full-stack AI software for autonomous driving, including the perception, trying to understand the world from the sensor input, as well as the decision-making, path planning, as well as finally controlling the vehicle to execute the plan from the car. This is a full stack AI software you can just install, or maybe install in the car and make the car become self-driving. We're a very young company. We founded 8 months ago. Right now, we have a team of 20 top experts in this domain. We have multiple people who used to be professors in different universities. Like myself, I was a professor at Princeton University, as well as other professors from other universities. We also have a group of very senior researchers with more than 10 years of industrial experience in autonomous driving, as well as artificial intelligence. So here we saw a demo that showing the capability of autonomous driving by using just camera sensor. There's no other sensor that being utilized in this video. Like for example, in the top left corner, we saw that some urban city driving with the dense traffic. In the bottom left, we saw that some hilly road with making short turn. On the right, we're showing that our nighttime driving will only camera on highway as well as a cloudy night in a residential neighborhood. So here is another video showing that our car driving a raining day. It's actually very difficult to find a raining day in California, but we managed to find one day and run there. Because our car is too big, so I cannot just like a bicycle put the car here, but we're providing a live demo at 2 p.m. in the afternoon right outside the park and play. If you are interested, please come to our booth to sign up for the live demo to sit in a self-driving car and witness the technology in life. Thank you very much.
I shot first, Rod. All right, guys. Well, looks like we've reached the end of our program. How about one quick round of applause for all of our startups? Quick reminder that lunch will be served outside on the patio and that the demo tables are behind me in this beer garden area. From the Plug and Play Mobility team, thank you guys all for coming. Really appreciate it. For everyone on the mobility team as well as all the startups, please come over here. We'd like to take a picture on stage. Thank you all for coming.
I have not. I apologize. But I'll make a point of. Can we please ask everybody to take their seats? Guys, can we please have everybody take their seats? We're running a little bit behind. How are you? Standing with a fever. Kevin. Can get started. We're going to get started in about 60 seconds. We're just trying to gather the folks outside. How's everybody doing? Yeah? This is our 8th expo in 3 days. So we got one more to go after this, which is the mobility track. Hope for those of you who were able to attend the past few days, you enjoyed the content. Yeah, good. All right, let's get started, guys. Welcome, everybody. I know we have a very diverse group in terms of specialties and geographic area, so it's wonderful to see a lot of familiar faces and some new faces here. And this is officially our 3rd expo for the Travel and Hospitality program at Plug and Play. So essentially, we have accelerated about 60 travel tech startups over the past year and a half. And to say the least, it's been a learning experience for us. When we started in January of 2016, we thought we're going to be able to change the world and come up with the next Airbnb and Uber and introduce that innovation to our corporate partners and make about 20 investments a year. That has not happened. We thought by the end of the first year, we're going to have about 20 corporate partners for our travel and hospitality program. And after a year and a half, we were able to sign up about 16 corporate partners, which we're very proud of. So in short, we're not moving as fast as we had hoped, but at the same time, it has helped us understand a little bit better how the travel and hospitality industry operates. So our focus initially was on disruptive technologies, and we're still focused on it. But what we realized, in order to build the trust and relationship with the hotel brands, the airlines, the OTAs, the GDSs of the world, you have to start on incremental innovation and prove that it could have a positive impact for that organization. And once you have that trust and the impact has been made, then I think the willingness to focus on disruptive technology becomes a little bit more serious and becomes a priority for organizations.
So we're still focused on disruption, but in the meantime, we're looking at incremental innovation that could help our corporate partners either increase revenues, lower costs, build brand loyalty, and bring operational efficiency. And hopefully for the corporate partners who are sitting in the room today, we've been able to do at least one of those things for you during the past year and a half. So for those of you who are new to Plug and Play, quickly I'll run through what it is that we do, both for Plug and Play and our corporate partners and the startup ecosystem. So essentially, we run 2 accelerator programs a year, and based on our corporate partners' technology interests, we source about 500 to 1,000 startups every 6 months on a global scale. In fact, the startups that are going to be presenting to you guys today, we have startups from South Africa, we have startups from UK, we have startups from Israel. I would say it's actually one of the most diverse group of startups that we've had at Plug and Play across all of our accelerator programs. So the 500 to 1,000 startups are sourced based on our corporate partners' technology interests, and then we do our own due diligence on those startups. So we look at the competitive landscape, we look at the team, we look at the technology, we look at the business model, and we narrow that list to a list of 100 startups that we share with our corporate partners. And then the corporate partners get to choose about 30 to 40 of those startups to come into Plug and Play. And during something we call a selection day, the startups get on stage and basically do what they're doing today, do their elevator pitch. And then our corporate partners get to choose about 20 of those startups to go through a 3-month accelerator program. And then during that time, the corporations get to either do licensing deals with the startups, they get to do pilots. Some of the more aggressive ones get to do investments, if that's what they choose in the startups. They can do POCs. And the ultimate objective of going through this exercise is for the corporations to build 5 meaningful relationships with the innovators within their respective industry. And again, we're hoping that those innovations could help the corporations increase revenues, lower costs, build brand loyalty, change their customer experience, enhance their customer experience, and bring operational efficiency to their organization. So the accelerator program is really focused on high-level technologies that are applicable across different industry players. So think of technologies like AI, machine learning, big data analytics, natural language processing. And these technologies we feel like are applicable to a hotel chain like Accor as much as they may be applicable to an airline like Turkish Airlines. And then for doing a deeper dive into our corporate partners' needs, we actually have a quarterly meeting with them. And that's when we actually introduce startups that are a better fit for the IT roadmap that each individual corporation has. So on a quarterly basis, in a 2 to 3 hour session, we introduce each corporation to about 6 to 8 different startups that meet the specific requirement of that corporation. So that's going a level deeper. It's no longer the high-level technologies that are applicable across the entire industry. So what has been the result in the past year and a half? I think the fact that we haven't grown as much as we had hoped has actually helped us be really nimble. And it's really helped us spend more time with our corporate partners as well as the startups that go through our accelerator program. So one of our corporate partners sitting in the room here today has done over 10 pilots in the past year, which is unbelievable when we even compare it to other industries that we're active in. Another corporate partner here has invested in 2 of our portfolio companies over the past year. A startup that's going to be presenting to you guys today is in the process of rolling out 6 pilots as a result of the accelerator program they went through. And one startup we're particularly proud of that was part of our previous batch actually is in the process of doing about 18 pilots. And they're in the process of doing a rollout across one of the biggest airlines in the US. So the end result, creating value for the partners, creating value for the startups, it's happening. I think if the corporate partners take advantage of the processes we put into place, and if we're doing our job right, there's no way that they cannot see the value. And I think the numbers speak for themselves. And then on the startup side, all these pilots that take place is the fastest way for these startups to be able to scale and get Fortune 500 companies to become their customers. And our ultimate goal, ultimately how Plug and Play makes returns on its time and resources, is to be able to invest in startups. And in the long run, we're hoping those startups would get acquired or they would have an initial public offering. So I wanted to recognize our corporate partners here today. Essentially, without these guys, the program would not exist. In particular, I wanted to welcome our newest partners, Pittsburgh Airport, Changi Airport, Gatwick Airport, Swissport, and last but not least, Accor Hotels. So it was actually really surprising to us that what we're doing at Plug and Play could be applicable to the airport industry. But what we realized within an airport infrastructure, our brand and retail practice could be very relevant for an airport. We realized our IoT practice, connected airports, smart airports, could be very relevant for airports. Security, which is one of our practices, is very relevant for airports. So we're actually becoming more focused on the airport environment because not only they fit our travel and hospitality practice, but they can also benefit from all of our activities across other industries. And Accor Hotels, they're a recent partner of ours, and just want to give them a shout out. In a relatively short amount of time, they've actually been extremely engaged with our startups by being here, spending time with them, and they're in the process of hopefully doing a number of pilots with the startups that we've introduced to them. So thanks to all of our partners. As far as focus areas, I apologize if this is repetitive for some of you, but these are the areas that we're focused on and our corporate partners have expressed interest in terms of the travel industry. Personalization, we think everybody talks about it. Not a whole lot of people do it right. And today we actually have a number of startups that are laser focused on personalizing the service that hotel chains or airlines provide their customers with. And we think they do it better than the rest of the folks out there. Seamlessness, again, we think the average traveler goes to too many websites and goes through too much trouble to make a booking. And a lot of it has to do with miscommunication on behalf of the suppliers or OTAs or MetaSearch sites. So our hope is someday that a traveler could go to a single website and have 99% certainty that they're getting the best deal possible, and they have personalization on top of that. So any technologies that could help that effort, we're extremely interested in. Ancillary revenues, I think a good example would be Accor Hotels CEO recently saying that they actually want to become a destination for locals as well as tourists. So what we're seeing is hotel chains stepping a little bit outside of their core business, which is lodging, or F&B, if you will. We're seeing airlines step outside of their security business, safety business, and transportation business, and looking for ways to enhance their customer experience and at the same time increase their bottom line and wallet share from those customers. Brand loyalty is self-explanatory. We think loyalty should not be a program that locks people in. When you talk to the majority of travelers, I think the majority of people say that they're not happy with the loyalty programs they're in. They kind of feel like they're prisoners. So we think brand loyalty should come with a different level of service people provide to their customers, not locking them into a loyalty program that they cannot get out of. Operational efficiency, self-explanatory, and disruptive ideas. Last but not least, as I mentioned, we have invested in 7 startups. Again, our goal was to invest in 20, but we're very, very proud of these investments. And they're a very diverse group of startups. Auro, for example, is a self-driving technology for controlled environments, such as resorts or college campuses. They actually have their carts at Santa Clara University, which has done over 3,000 trips already. Utrip, talking about personalization, these guys have an engine with machine learning and AI behind it that can personalize a travel journey for any traveler. Springshot, this is the company I told you about that's in the process of doing about 18 pilots with airlines. and they're actually rolling out their technology across a major US carrier. Beyond pricing, they're actually a dynamic pricing engine for vacation rentals, and they have over 100,000 vacation rentals using their solution today, and they can increase the revenues for those vacation rental managers and owners by about 25–30%. And so diverse group, I mean, obviously we think each of these startups has a potential to be a unicorn, and our role is to put them in front of potential customers, most of you sitting in this room, as often as possible and help them scale the business. And that is essentially my part in this presentation. I apologize if I sound like Mickey Mouse today. I have a flu, and try to stay away from me. I don't want to pass this on to anybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of the content. We have a fantastic keynote speaker for you guys. I'll let our MC introduce him, and I think you're going to pleasantly be surprised with the quality of the startups that are going to be presenting to you as part of our batch 3. Thank you so much.
Hey, welcome back to Plug and Play. I am so humbled to be in front of the leaders of innovation in the travel space, and I want to announce the next keynote speaker for us. He was the previous CTO of Ctrip, and he helped the company grow 10x in the past 10 years. Ctrip does about $60 billion worth of bookings in China. He was one of the first early employees at eBay, a beloved father and husband. Please welcome Eric He.
Kevin? There you go. I don't need this, do I?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. After lunch, I hope you don't feel sleep. All right, let me do a quick survey. How many people made one trip at least to China? Raise your hand. Okay, 1/3, okay. How many of you know the Ctrip? Do I need it? Half of them. If you don't know Ctrip, if you're in the travel space, you need to catch up. Okay, today, this content I prepare in my heart, okay, to share with you guys the journey to building best mobile app. And everybody talking about the mobile and what you need to do. So in China, mobile become such a big phenomenal growth, not only for the travel, but for the e-commerce in large, and for the social network as well. So today I'm going to zoom in last 3-4 years and see how to take advantage of the mobile and drive the business growth. And the 2 parts over there. One is business growth. So for most of, I think in the audience is half of people is really focused on the business. Another half from startup and has an engineering background wants to know how you did it, okay? So I cover both of this. All right, so let's, long story short, keep going. So who I am. I'm still senior advisor to Ctrip, although just exit. I joined Ctrip 2011 for last 6 years. And before that was work at eBay and Yahoo in Silicon Valley for many years, for more than 15 years, okay? So today the story is after I joined Ctrip, leads the technology transformation, especially mobile transformation, to drive the business growth. All right, so if for someone don't know the Ctrip, and here are the slides for you. I don't read all of them, okay? Just to let you know what the business Ctrip is covering today. Those are some highlights and the hotel bookings in China, okay, in China market, and the country regions we covered, hotel room booking per day, and airports covered, so on and so forth, okay? So for the business is quite diverse. Basically, Ctrip say anything you can sell online about the travel experience or product, and we have the space. So that's quite a bit of coverage, okay? So that's why you have bus, train, cruise, car rental, so on and so forth. Of course, hotel and flights, as you guys care most. All right, let's go back. There was a time, okay? 2013 is a pivotal time in China, and the mobile just catching up right now, right that time, okay? And if you miss that year, you lag behind. So what we're seeing over there is we do have a mobile unit, develop a mobile business as well as a product. And the revenue from mobile is about 25%. So it's not small, but it's definitely not significant. Most of our resource is online and offline. Offline means that people making phone calls for the booking. All right, so what we decide at that time is make our platform ready for mobile. So the open API is essential, okay? If you know the technical, you know what I'm talking about. The second thing is that we need creating a concentrated unit and to drive the mobile application business go faster. So also we made a decision, everything combined as one app, because early on we made mistakes, and different businesses creating different apps, and that caused lots of confusion to consumers, as well as marketing dollars. All right, so what do we do, right? And so that's made this decision and make some organization changes and make some dollar on this mobile initiative. And what do we see? So we immediately run into some problems, and those problems, some of you probably know. I want to echo those problems again. One is mobile development always behind the web. Probably you guys already have seen these problems in the past, and still seeing the problems, okay? And how do you solve that? And each business, as I said, the situation has a diverse of business, okay? Each business fighting the mobile resources, because you have a concentrated unit working on the mobile, and every business has to funnel through this centralized organization, okay? So that's the bottleneck over there, in a way, okay? Because you have a single point, everything goes through the pipe. So the mobile payment sucks that time, okay? That was a problem solved later on. And the development resource infrastructure was not set up. Today, if you look at your organization, most of the development resource is infrastructure is set up for the web development, but however, for the app, is a different beast. Don't try to using that infrastructure for mobile. So those problems, I just want to spend a little bit of time and echo problems you're seeing, and we already saw that in 2014 and how we solve it, okay? Paradigm shift in the decentralized mobile unit. Well, 1 year we created it, but after that 1 year, we want to dismantle it. All right, so what are we seeing? And end of the 2014, our revenue is, our business volume is up on the mobile, like I said, okay? And what are the problems we solved? And a few things. Of course, organization change is not easy, okay? And lots of shuffling, and some people upset, some people move around. But that's a reality, right? You have to deal with it. And that's after dismantled or reorganized the organization, and the PD on each BU, business unit development, has to catch up mobile development by themselves. And nobody solve the mobile problem for you, business, and except yourself. Decentralize everything that we'll talk about later on, and manage it. That's a thing I have to keep after those changes, but we're still able to push the mobile releases every 5 weeks, and don't miss single releases. And if you know, the mobile release is not that trivial, and it's very different than web releases. And you have to go through the app stores, right? Android stores and especially Apple stores. Apple Store has a long review process. Then you have to know how to get around with those problems. But that's besides the topic. Marketing push, really hard. And because China, lots of people start using mobile at that time. And we have to get in front of consumers, say that for travel, using Ctrip. So there's a bigger marketing campaign called everywhere you go with a Ctrip app, you can go anywhere you want to go, anytime you want to go. So that's kind of a marketing theme. We push play for 6 months. So some results showing really good in for train ticketing, and we already pushed it to 80%. That's nice. So some stuff working, giving those changes, and we release the app fast, as well as put the marketing dollars on the mobile. By 2015, here is the result. Okay, so total is about 2 years, 2.5 years. So we're creating a marketing theme, say that no longer OTA, called MTA. Okay. So result spoke itself. Okay. Then 2016, we do have lots of incremental changes. New business pops up and put apps features, release new app features. So the kind of we enjoy the momentum. We already laid the foundation. Everybody knows the Ctrip, and the business results even getting better. Okay. So that's by 2016. So the long story short, in last literally about 3 years, and we're able to transform from web to the mobile. Took us 3 years. Okay, some hard work. Catch the bandwagon of the mobile adoption in consumers' hands. We become MTA. So that's the story, and kind of lucky in China, and consumer accepting the smartphone much faster and willing to do the transaction on the phones than the US and Europe. We have some partners in the Europe as well. It was just that number that I show you right here, 86% is using. It's for them. It just cannot digest what happened, and which is dealing different market. And that's why I will question asking you is how many people you made a trip to China. You will see it, everyone, almost everyone, and not only one phone. Okay, they have multiple phones in their pocket for whatever reasons. But it's kind of a hassle for me to carry 2 phones. But some people do it. All right, so let's zoom in. Next one. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so how we did it. I just tell you the phenomenal business growth on the last 10 minutes. And so next second half is a more technical, product-driven talks for people has an engineering background. You will appreciate it. But I try to balance both. Okay, try not to get it too deep. That's one thing. What we did is very important. Is used to be we focus on so many devices on the left. Okay, so what we did? Concentrated. Get those 2 things to work best. Okay, forget the rest, because engineering resources is so expensive. Okay, if you divert a single resource one day on one features, and it just slow down some new thing, slow down some the mainstream. We want to focus on the mainstream, get really good about it. And when I say really good about it, okay, way ahead of than the competitors. Okay, way ahead of Western world. So everything is decoupled. What I mean, okay? So those are the technical piece. I don't want to get into so much detail, but I want to focus on 2 things. Like I said, the business, Ctrip has a diverse business units, so that we want for for mobile feature for that business and go to that business, okay? Nobody working, if you have to put the resource, budget, and effort, hiring, so on and so forth, get your features working, okay? So we kind of decentralize that, okay? Another thing is that oftentimes you say that I don't have enough people, right? You want to push it, fine, and I have that many features, but I only have 10 people, okay? Now, how do you solve that problem? It's a budget issue, right? It's always hard, and you need the resource, but you don't have the budget, right? Nobody can do that, right? It's like a chef, it's the best chef, but you don't have a material for him to cook. So the problem we solve is for each business unit, you have your own cost center, right? For that cost center, you allocate how much budget for the engineering resource, especially on the mobile development, and how much you want to allocate for the business people. So you can balance it, right? So it's not about, you don't have the budget for mobile development. It's just how you balance the budget for your organization, right? There's a question changed. Used to be people asking resource, like asking me give the resources, okay? Now changing to 180. And how much you want to put the money on the mobile development. So that's interesting I want to share about it, okay? Next one. So this is a very important architecture, although it's simple, but essential, okay? You have, on the consumer side, you have a mobile application, and you're on the right side, you have a different business services, okay? So, of course, you have then you have something in the middle, and it's called a gateway. Gateway is that for that consumer request, and it go to that business services, as simple as that. And then now that architecture, if you don't get it, in the beginning we made mistakes. We didn't get it right, okay? Later on, that's essential to solve the problems, for many problems. The parallel development, that's essential, because I have 16 business units, right? And you want to be parallel, and you don't want to be sequential. So that is the architecture to make things parallel. All right, so the next one is you have all kind of layers, okay? So now we become that kind of layers. Used to be was everything kind of a monolithic. Now we can be, there's infrastructure layer, then you have a vertical layer. The vertical is for that business. People working on the vertical, like a train, hotel, airline tickets, then you don't have to worry about the infrastructure. So that's kind of nice. And that's architecture, and essentially you have to have it if you have a more diverse of a business in your company. Okay, that's another one. So what we did, those things, okay, right here, faster parallel development. Why I do all those changes, okay? That's a primary reason. Number two, and for the integration, I automate it. So I have an infrastructure in place. I can automate the integration in the releases. And make BU independent. Now you solve the problem and see that the BU crying for resources. See that I need more resources. Turn around, you say that how much resources you want to allocate, right? That's a question you need asking back. That's something cool, and we don't have literally, okay? I don't announce these features, but today share with you guys, since you guys kind of a close net people. Is we able to release hard fixes for mobile app. You don't need to go through the release process. There's some hard engineering work to be done called dynamic switching inside, okay? That's a better code, that's good code, that's a good fix. And without people realize that, don't have to go through the release process. And some engineering, CTO, you know what I'm talking about. Next one is the one business, there's some errors happen, or some fatal errors happens, will not affect another business. Like a train, the problems remain in that business, okay? So that's nice, because I have a parallel infrastructure, and make app resilient. So I give you one example how we nitty-gritty to tuning the application, okay? At the end of the application, I want to give a 1 or 2 minutes demo for you to feel, okay? That's what we're doing, okay? Networking. Mobile, very tricky on the mobile wireless networking. So we do lots of tunings over there, okay? I don't want to get into too much details, and for technical people, you guys read it, okay? And just tuning the TCP, HTTP, tuning the 2G, 3G, Wi-Fi, all the networks, and tuning the DNS lookup, okay? Tuning the payload, okay? Every single problem is a hard problem, okay? Your app is slow. Any one of the problem can cause your app slow to your consumer's eyes, okay? So you have to do really well, okay? So end of the tuning, what we did? One measure, okay? Our successful rate for each user click, for each user request, okay? And it used to be 95%. That means that for the 100 requests, 95 is successful. Well, not bad, okay? I think most apps even worse than that, okay? But we're able to tune into 99.7. Okay, so there's a hardcore engineering work to be done to get that kind of experience, okay? There's a bunch more. I just give you an example of networking. Make an app running super fast, okay, and reliable. But there's a bunch of things we did also. And like an app booting time, right? When you open app, you don't want the consumer to wait. And picture fetching. I will demo to you on that one. And the other one is app size. You want to make small, and so user download fast. Otherwise, user has to wait. And during night time to download, that sucks actually. You can download anytime. Why have to wait? It's night time to download the app. So that's hybrid design. So we have H5. We have native. We have RN, that means React Native, okay? So we have all those things coexist in our infrastructure. That's also important, okay? So how many you guys know how well your app is running on user's hand, on the consumer's hand, okay? And in consumer, what experience they are getting, okay? We know very well because we have a sophisticated monitoring in place to see every user click. So that's a big data, also big data behind too, okay? So when you talk about big data, you have to know what user clicking, browsing, looking, so on and so forth. We track every actions. That's why I got the service request. I can see 99.7, where the number come from. Because I measure every user request, every single user request, okay? So the end-to-end monitoring, service reliability, I just showed you. And the service time, I didn't show you, but I know that. Crash rate, and the payload, page size, and the booting time, so on and so forth, okay? So if you don't know your app on those statistics, you don't know how well your app perform on user's hand. You don't, okay? Don't imagine you know, okay? The moment you have the data to tell you reliability, service time, so on and so forth, you're getting better, okay? So we have been tuning this for the last 3 years. And without the data, after we have the data, we're surprised. My engineering people, they are proud of what their work, they're surprised. That's not without data, they cannot imagine the result. So they're the same, right? If you don't have a monitoring or measure, you just cannot improve. How do you improve based on what, right? So that's important. And next one, so just very quick, those things also we solved, okay? Called adaptive design, and one app for the pad, and one app for the phone. We're just using same code base. You can turn upside down and all the stuff. Okay, so that's called adaptive design, and a bunch of other things. I want to skip it. Next one, voice recognition. So basically, we can talk to mobile phones. Is that you want to do a search, flight search from San Jose to Shanghai, for example. You can do that. Push a message and so on and so forth. Okay. So this is the number. It's the end we got. Okay. 150 million. What's the 150 million mean? Okay. So we want to position ourselves as a number one travel app on the planet, okay, period. Exceed any competitors. So this is the number we track is how many users, unique users, okay, made transactions on through our app. So 1 year, 150 million users made a purchase through our app. That's the number we got. All right, thank you very much. And I do a very quick demo, to let you know and what I'm talking about. Okay. I have to run it back and connect this thing. Sorry. You be able to see it? Can you switch? Wait for him to switch the screen. Oh, coming up. All right. So I just opened the app, okay? That's a Ctrip app, all in Chinese, but I explain to you. So this is the hotel. And I can position on the right corner. There's some like a current position. And I do search. And come up right there. I use the very same network you're using right now, okay? I'm using guest network. So the hotel come up, and there's some nearby hotels that's by distance, like 1.3 kilometers. That's a hotel. Just random check, okay? So look at the picture we come up with the speed as you scroll, okay? Those pictures are coming from China, across the ocean. Okay, let's zoom in a big picture. I just random zoom, okay? Do you see that there's some delay, okay? Like a half-second delay there. Do you see that? So that's some, when I see the pictures, and we have to get in that kind of speed, and anywhere you go, right? With this, all right, so that's one thing now. That's what another thing we're doing pretty good about is you have so many product services, right? And you want to do search, which one, okay? So I happen to be stay in San Jose Marriott. Do you see that? I have not completed yet, but he know you're looking for San Jose Marriott. All right, so the picture, same picture showing up so fast. All right, so that's one. And also, if you want to do some competitors, right, do the fly search so slow. I don't understand. Ask it like there's some kind of a pop-up icon spinning around. Be patient, stuff like that, and it just doesn't go very well with us. Okay, do you see that? We come up less than 2 seconds. Okay, anything above 2 seconds, we consider is terrible services. We have a monitoring that, okay? So look at this, you just come up. So that's the speed we want, okay? Then there's a train ticket. I'm done, okay? So this is my hometown to Shanghai. Look at that, they're coming up that fast. All right, I'm stopping right here. And anyone want to talk to me later on? I'm around. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, folks, you're gonna have to look alive. Put away your cell phones. Let's go, come on. What are you doing? Okay. First company to present to you, we call him the Shaun White of surfing. Please welcome Gene from Flyer.
Thank you. Well, Flyer is a startup that was actually incubated many years ago through Plug and Play, and we're quite happy to be here today to present the company, especially after this presentation from Ctrip. So let's see, who are we? We're a company that specializes in basically predicting prices very accurately in travel. We're focusing first on airfare. And based on those predictions, we create products that allow people to buy better or remove risk from the equation when they're purchasing their flight. And we focus on two things. One is products that protect people against prices going up to their surprise. So we developed a fare protection solution that can predict very accurately what the price needs to be to guarantee a fare for a period of a few days or a few weeks. But then we also do the reverse. We predict when prices will go down, by how much, and when a ticket actually needs to be issued at the optimal price. Just to give you an idea of why those things matter, we heard from Ctrip that they did 150 million transactions on their mobile application. Users, unique users, very good. Well, if they bought flights, you should know that about 35 to 40% of bookings are done too early, by about 4 days. And the average extra money you pay because you booked early is about $20. Times 150 million users doing one transaction, that's $3 billion that are spent that shouldn't be spent because people effectively bought too early. So this is what we focus on in developing consumer products that will remove that inefficiency in the market effectively from the equation. So our company is built around big data, machine learning, predictive algorithm. I mentioned already the type of products we develop. We have our FareKeep solution, which is a price guarantee solution, currently in markets with large companies like TripAdvisor or Priceline. And then our new products are focused on that arbitrage, on predicting when fares will decrease. And as I mentioned to you, those savings can be quite material, especially when you factor in removing change fees and cancellation charges. So this is Flyer, a startup embedded here in Silicon Valley with very active investors, including in the travel space. And I'll be more than happy to discuss it further with you today. Thank you.
The next company is all the way from London. And last year she was voted one of the most disruptive female entrepreneurs. Please give it up for Nina from Travel Genetics. Can you clap a little louder?
All right. Hi everyone, my name is Nina Chiletsos. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Travel Genetics. We connect the right travel products to each unique user in real time. Did you know that the travel industry has one of the lowest conversions of 1.45%? If you look at travel businesses online, they dump all of the products onto the user for them to try to work out the best product fit for them. It's a really bad user experience, and the user can spend hours and days trying to pick the right product. So in 2015, my luxury travel business, Lux Tripper, set out to solve this problem. We created the world's first DNA technology for travel with some very interesting results. We increased our conversions by 3 times. We increased our marketing ROI. We reduced our costs by 50%, and we increased our loyalty by 3 times. And since we came to Plug and Play, we launched Travel Genetics, and in the last 8 weeks, we've onboarded 5 new clients with a total revenue of 60 billion and more in the pipeline. And our addressable market is 682 billion, and we aim to help these companies that we work with increase their revenue with a market opportunity of 68 billion. So what is our product and how does it work? So we give our customers insights from unstructured data. So TDNA is the first part of our technology. We simply embed a tracking code snippet into our client site, and this gives anonymized user insights into the empathy of that user. So this particular customer is looking for an overwater villa, a foodie, off the beaten track, living like a local. They're looking to travel with their partner and spending $4,500, and you can see when they want to travel, what kind of weather, and more information. This then interacts with iDNA, which does all of the heavy lifting, and we call it the sexy part of our technology. It categorizes, labels, and indexes every single hotel and destination around the world based on the experiences that a user is looking for. So this particular hotel is highly ranked for being in nature, pampering, local culture, and off the beaten track. It's 95% suitable for a couple, and there's lots more information there. iDNA and TDNA works together as one system, and it helps our clients to programmatically merchandise the right travel products at the right time. We're very excited about this because for the first time ever, there's no more second guessing what the user wants. So we make money by helping our clients increase their revenue, and we take a cut of the increase. And for the 5 clients we've onboarded, we're looking to generate them an additional $225 million. Our biggest asset is our team of 11 people of data, business development, and tech. And they're led by our CTO, who is he's actually leading major transformation programs for technology in banks. I myself am an ex-HR director. I've led an organization of 95,000 people. And our CFO is a derivatives guy, and he led the liquidation of the Lehman Brothers. So that's his claim to fame. In the travel industry, there's no one actually having developed travel intelligence in the way that we have. We would say, if you think about AI, we're the intelligence behind the artificial. And we're here today because we're actually we're raising funding at the moment because to help our scale. But more importantly, we're here to onboard new clients, airlines, OTAs, hotel chains, travel management companies, etc. So I'll leave you with a final note. If you actually personalize your merchandising, do you know that you can actually increase your bottom line by 22%? So thank you for listening. I'm Nina Chiletsos, the CEO and co-founder of Travel Genetics. We programmatically connect the right product to each user in real time.
On December 17th, 1903, the Wright brothers took off, okay, ascended from ground to air. And this, I almost said sea. And this next startup, well, he's a direct descendant of the Wright brothers. This is Chris Moss from Passenger One.
Thank you, Kevin. My co-founder's uncle is Thomas Edison. No, I'm just kidding. Passenger One is an integrated corporate travel and expense platform for enterprise customers poised to dethrone Concur. Thank you. My name is Chris Moss. I'm 10 plus years in the travel business. I had stints in the airline sector and travel management sector. Dave Jemison, he's here today as well, has spent the past 20 years in tech architecture. So we have a PhD in exit to our resume, and excited to bring this, what we think is much needed personalization of the $12.5 billion travel management and distribution industry. Currently, suppliers have no idea who's purchasing their products, whether through agency or supplier.com. There's no real-time flow of contextual data points that allows for personalized deals. We solve this through supplier APIs, which allow for rich content and personalization via the emerging NDC schema. We then ask the right questions, and then match to contextual data or social graph data, to optimize travel to personal taste, giving suppliers a data-driven platform that allows them to better sell the entirety of their market, their products and services, and gives the end user a personalized suggestion throughout the entire ribbon. However, our platform, that's the big vision. Our platform, again, is B2B enterprise, and we're looking to solve the idea of corporate travel and expense. It's very expensive for corporations currently and fragmented for end users. We allow our travelers to spend autonomously within budgets set by administrators, easily switching out to corporate or to personal accounts for upgrades, et cetera. We then reward efficient travel spend through perks and free upgrades. Our smart service solution integrates AI and human travel agents, which allows us more opportunities for personalization and more scalability through our travel resellers. Our smart expense solution allows our travelers to easily maintain expenses, staying under budget and inside policy. We'll use machine learning to uncover the almost 20% of corporate travel expenses that are out of policy in real time, saving company money and traveler time. And our management metrics allows our CFO and administrator to see in real time who's spending, who's saving, and how to more efficiently spend corporate travel money, et cetera. Our concierge, and lastly, our concierge app allows us to have best-in-class CRM and easily acquire independent contractors to help better service corporate travel. Our model is simple. We sell subscriptions directly to corporations, $50 per user per year. We currently have 20% of those year one subscriptions committed with the companies that you see. We also have multiple direct connects set up, and we're exploring opportunities to understand what that means in terms of content and new passenger typing for the potential disruption of corporate dealing, et cetera. And here's a quote from one of our launch customers who's excited to have control of his corporate spend and to give a preferred platform for his end users. Look forward to changing travel and expense. Hopefully get a chance to chat with all of you afterwards, and thanks to Plug and Play.
So in Florida, they have these like 14-foot alligators, right? And this next CEO wrestled one. Please welcome Kemp from Groups 360. Hey, Bob.
Hey, so my name is Paul Zettler. I'm the CFO of Groups 360. Kemp couldn't be here for reasons other than the alligator incident. So we're Groups 360. We're bringing simplicity and transparency to meetings and events. Simplicity and transparency is foundational for the OTAs and for meta search engines that are going towards the transient market. It's foundational for the travel management companies such as Amex, CWT, and BCD Travel. But the problem is there's no simple, transparent information that's available to the meeting planner. It's a $600 billion industry, very complex, that no one truly understands. We think that we're uniquely positioned to understand this market. We were the former C-suite of Gaylord Entertainment. We did $5 billion worth of transactions. We sold that brand to Marriott in 2012 to tackle this problem. And so how does that happen now? So a meeting planner goes online or calls all of the suppliers that has to do with a meeting. That's air, that's hotel, that's production, that's AVIT, that's food and beverage. And what they do is they try and aggregate it all together on spreadsheets. What we tried to do was build a platform where you can build your perfect meeting and then engage with the individual suppliers in a much more transparent and independent fashion. And so here's how it works. You build your perfect meeting on the left-hand side, your rooms, your rates, your dates, your space, what you prefer. And then you add in different preferences, such as where you like to go. You want to look at you want direct flights from certain airports, you want a certain amount of meeting space, you want amenities, you want 5 miles from an airport for the hotel, different convention centers, and then we allow you to prioritize which of those is most important to you. And what we curate in 2 or 3 seconds, that typically takes 2 or 3 weeks, is a list of those destinations that best fit your meeting needs. So your preferred destinations are listed first, your recommended destinations are listed second. And in most cases, the recommended destinations are actually better fits for your meeting than the original destination. We then allow you to drill into each of those individual markets, and we have something called the Group Sync Market Estimate, which is proprietary to us. It's forecasted rates 10 years in advance daily. And so this information is not available to meeting planners, it's not available to the hotels, and we provide both to both of those sides of the marketplace. We also allow hotels to actively market their own deals and meetings content directly to the meeting planner, which isn't available in a lot of the travel sites today. We then allow you to select those markets that you like and start investigating the different hotels that are best fits for you. So now the hotels are also scored individually based on your meeting needs. And so you can, I won't dig into it, but you dig into the individual hotels and they show the deals that they have over those set of dates that you're looking for. The simplicity, we've been here for 3 years now. This year, we're going to do $120 million worth of bookings, $300 million in total aggregate value for this meeting and event. And it's because it's that easy, and there hasn't been anyone to try and make it that easy for the meeting planner yet. We offer 2 services, full and limited service. Full service, you get a full service associate to help you navigate the landscape. Limited service, we license the technology to you for free from a meeting planner so you can engage with hotels. Who we want to talk to are suppliers, so airlines, hotels that want to engage with meeting planning customers. Everyone here probably has a meeting planning department. We'd love to talk to you about figuring out how to engage better with them. And then capital providers, we're raising $10 million to further expand in the marketplace. Thank you so much for your time.
How are we doing, folks? Good? Who, Paul? Yeah? This next founder travels a lot, loves to explore, and he claims that he found Atlantis. She from Sea to Cymate. No clapping?
Thanks, Kevin. Hello, everyone. So, a few weeks ago, on my way to Tel Aviv, I realized it's a long-haul flight. So, I decided to purchase a seat with more leg rooms. If you ever try to do the same as I was, and this is a nightmare. So the whole process took me about 7 minutes, 8 pages, and 40 clicks, just to be able to start from PNR, e-ticket number, log into airline's website, and find the service page, make a payment, done. If you think about it, we are the only industry that are selling things online, but we're hiding what we're selling. If each clicks, each seconds wasted here is associated to a 5% of the drop-off rate. And this 5% is a big deal if we are talking about an $80 billion market, which is annual revenue, or for some of the carriers, maybe 35 or 40% of their total revenues. That's why we created Seat Assignment Email. It is a check-in app that is built into travelers' inbox. So when the email is opened, I'm already in the flight. There's no checking in. There's no download, there's no passwords. When there's a booking completed from the airlines or GDS or agencies, we can streamline all the services into the single confirmation email sent to travelers. Now, everything here is interactive and dynamic. The cool thing about this email is when the email gets opened, it calculates the seat map availability, service status, itineraries in real time. So if I open the email across different days, you will see the content is changing. This basically changed the way we understand email in the past, allows the airlines, the agencies, to change content in the email that's been sent. So why email, right? People are talking about apps. Let's take a look at, compared to apps downloads, when it comes to incremental users, these browsing trends in general are contributing 96% more than apps downloads. The reason is simple. People are very lazy. Before they engage with the brands, they would like to compare, purchase, instead of downloading or purchase. Email is universal. We do so many things in email. Now, compared to developing an app that is only dedicated to one device, now with email, we have this penetration on all devices across all channels. We are not talking about ideas, so this is live. We have 6 airlines that are in the implementation funnel and 20 agencies that are sending email on seat assignment platform every day. If you fall into any of the 3 tiers of users, either you are airlines or you are PSS providers or you are GDS or even you are agencies, we have the right solutions and programs for you. 2 of the airlines, which is LL and JetBlue, recognize this is the future of airline retailing. So they're not just interested in the service, but also decided to bank in the company so we can scale up the business to benefit the industry. We started from travel. That's our backgrounds. But the idea of building an instant app into an email can be beneficial for many verticals and industries, from hotels to events to shipping to e-commerce. If you ever wonder what seat assignment can do for you, you can come talk to us, and that is seat assignment email.
Hey there, Felicia. What's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000 miles away, but you get that.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Hi, that was an especially amazing performance. Thank you so much. My name is Felicia, and I'm the CEO of 30 Seconds to Fly. let's go back one. We're building an AI-driven travel manager for small and mid-sized businesses. Now you've already had a glance at the number. 60%, what does this number stand for? This is a percentage of businesses with 5,000 employees and less that completely ignore to manage their corporate travel. Now, my co-founder and I have talked to more than 200 of those companies, and these are the major pain points that we found. These businesses clearly lack travel intelligence. Now, a study by Concur has found that as a consequence, these businesses spend on average 24% more on travel per traveler or per employee than their larger competitors, which is pretty crazy. When we found that out, we opened our first office on the stoop of my Brooklyn apartment. That was during our Fulbright year at NYU. And Ricardo, my co-founder, was researching in machine learning at that point with professors at a branch of MIT and now IBM. And I had just launched my first company as a solo entrepreneur. Now, we found that corporate travel for smaller businesses was broken because these businesses fall through the cracks between completely uncontrolled list shopping and expensive travel management, travel agency service, without any automation. But there's nothing in between. And this is why we set out to create the tools to gather a unique data set that would allow us to translate the expertise of a travel agent into machine intelligence. So we wanted to, or we set out to automate travel service with an artificially intelligent travel manager called Claire. Now, for the employee, Claire feels just like a human travel agent. They can chat with her, she picks up their preferences, and she curates travel options for them. At the same time, we make sure that no matter how the employees are talking to Claire, she picks up all the different travel data throughout the organization, makes sense of it, and reports to management in one single dashboard at the fraction of the cost of a travel agency. Now, we take care of the travel needs of employees. And at the same time, we allow smaller companies to take control of their travel expenses, even though they're not spending millions on travel each year. And the reason why we're able to service a large number of small clients is the high degree of automation that we have. We are the scalable, tech-driven travel agency of the future with a SaaS business model. Now, we target smaller companies, 10 to 500 employees, up to 1 million in annual travel spend. And that's about a $100 billion market in the US alone. Now, we also built out a very strong visibility on Google search, and that drives, at the moment, about 1,500 of these SMBs to our website every month, completely organically, at zero variable cost. Our revenue model is based on an enterprise subscription fee and commissions from the travel supply. We are the best team to tackle that challenge because we have decades of experience in travel, software engineering, and search engine optimization. Thank you very much.
So Brett and I went to Napa this weekend, and Brett realized that he was, or maybe I was, a huge liability. So he started a travel insurtech company. Please welcome Brett from Hepstar.
Hi guys, I'm Brett Darson, a co-founder of Hepstar. We're based in Cape Town, South Africa. So what we know is that 96% of travel executives want personalization, but 64% are failing to implement this. This could not be more relevant for travel ancillaries, of which travel insurance is one of the key revenue drivers. At Hepstar, we're changing the face of travel insurance. If you offer the right product to the right customer at the right time, you create a win-win value proposition. The customer gets a personalized product experience, and the airline or OTA makes more money. We merchandise travel insurance. In 2016, we processed more than $2.2 million in premium. That's more than 300,000 transactions across 3 different continents in less than 1 millisecond per transaction. The technology is cloud-based, agile, and built for scale. We know this is a large market. Travel ancillaries are estimated at 67 billion. Travel insurance is in excess of 13 billion. What makes this interesting, and it's something that Nina raised earlier on, if you add personalization to the travel ancillary, you can increase your revenues by 22%. So we make insurance sexy. We enable the personalization through our self-learning recommendation engine, advanced promotional tools, and continuous A/B testing. We also make it really simple and easy for our partners to integrate the technology. So throw our script onto your front end and activate our widget. So this is currently how travel insurance is offered in the market. Irrelevant of whether you're young, old, traveling by yourself, with your family, you never buy travel insurance, or you've experienced travel delays, everyone gets offered that generic product. Every single person here. At Hepstar, what we do is we analyze the data we get from our partner in real time. We then profile the customer, and we recommend the product that's got the highest probability of conversion. So in this example, we know Bob is traveling with his family. He never buys travel insurance, and he's experienced travel delays. So we would offer Bob a travel delay product which would resonate with his past travel experiences, increasing the probability of conversion. So you're probably thinking, okay, well, you're personalizing the product. That's great. It doesn't stop there. You can't just personalize the product. So what we do is we personalize the marketing content that's promoted to that specific customer as well. So based on a customer's age, language, currency, demographic, we promote different marketing content. Would you speak to someone who's 18 the same way you speak to someone who's 70? These are the type of questions we are continuously asking ourselves. To make this all dynamically displayed on your front end, it's as simple as dropping our script onto your front end. That simple. So we merchandise the travel insurance and we make the customer's experience far better than the current general static process. We've got an amazing team that's brought this concept to life with experience ranging from the travel industry to insurance to retail commerce. We've got a range of engineers on board. I'm really proud of our team. If you want to hear more about them afterwards, come chat to me. And what we're looking for is pilots with airlines and OTAs. So any of the airlines out there, you're interested in what we're doing, come chat to us afterwards. Thank you.
This next founder, before he was a founder, trained sea lions in Chattanooga. Please welcome Albie from Sofmogile.
Thank you for that. So it frustrates me that technology is advancing so fast and hotels are stuck only with two options how to manage their operations. One, it's very expensive way with outdated software, and one very, very cheap way with pen and paper. And that's true. Now let's take a look at the market. The hospitality industry is a $484 billion global industry every year, and the United States alone is a $189 billion industry. And 98% of the hotels are considered small and medium hotels, and there's no way they can afford an expensive software. That's why we built Sofmogile. Sofmogile is a platform where hotels can manage all their room inventory, check-ins, check-outs, guest history, guest details, integrate all their sales channel, and accept all type of payment methods. So in short, it's a PMS, it's a channel manager, a booking engine, and a mobile POS. We have a completely new business model that we offer to our clients. We don't charge them with a licensing fee or subscription fee, but we'll give them this platform for free, and we charge them, since our platform is a mobile POS, we charge them only a small commission on every successful transaction, card transaction. So our clients say that Sofmogile has completely changed how they manage their hotel. Now they can focus more on hospitality and less on formality. And that's what a hotel should do. Our go-to-market strategy is that we will partner with hotel suppliers and big hotel chains. We'll create a sales force with hotel consulting members, and we'll do targeted social media campaigns. We are a team of 7 that's eager to give a solution to this problem. We are asking for strategic partnerships and advisors to help us send our company to the next stage. Thank you very much.
So we did have a couple companies that weren't part of the batch pitch because due to prior commitments, some of the batch companies couldn't make it. Now this next company, he's a good friend of mine. We go hiking sometimes. But I want to introduce you to Alco Beer from Fore. So thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Aku Bir. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Fore, an online marketplace for student housing. Right after finishing high school, I came to the US for college. I was very happy and excited, and suddenly 2008 economic crisis happened. So I had to move to a different place and look for off-campus housing. So what did I face? I had three options. First was renting from properties, which wanted to lock me down with 12-month lease, ask for a large amount of deposits, and it was very expensive. Second was Craigslist, which was like, you know, the experience was not helpful either. And the third was roommate matching, which was awful. So what happened, we saw a big opportunity, me and my friend, that, you know, a lot of students were going through the same thing every day. So we decided to help them one by one by matching them with people who have an extra room who wanted to rent it out to students for a longer term, fully furnished and everything included. So since then, we have rented more than 10,000 beds and generated $10 million in transactions. Right now, we have more than 300 paying customers and $2 million in transaction. So we grew to 7 states, 7 different cities, but what happened, we faced another problem, scalability issue, because all was done with Excel spreadsheet and simple email. So we knew we had to go online because there's a lot of students waiting for us right now going through the same pain. It's a $300 billion market opportunity. So what we did, we launched this January a simple product where you can just search around campus, match with local room providers, and book it just like you book a hotel room. So why people love us, students love us, because we are built with students in mind. For students, Airbnb does not help, Craigslist does not help, they still face the same problems. So, for fully furnished and all the payments is in the same system, so that's the difference we have. So since January, we've been growing really fast. We are currently only in DC. We have locked down 10 schools where they refer us students, and we have more than 1,000 listings and 300 requests and making like 150K in monthly transaction. So, as we said, we target students, we're affordable, we're online transaction, better user experience, not right now though. So we have roommate matching and trust. So this business model is very simple. We take 10% transaction fee out of every transaction done on our platform. So through our partners and customers, we have access to more than 1 million students. There are big schools and institutions that help students. So our next milestone is hitting 5,000 paying customers, which would be 18 million in transaction and 1.8 million in revenue. So, I don't know. All right. We are a team of ex-students, entrepreneurs, and we've gone through the same challenge. And we are based in Washington, D.C., 8 full-time, 5 part-time, and 8 overseas. So we are asking $1 million to raise. We have already raised 800K. And if you want to help students, please find me there. Thank you.
Tonight, we're going to launch Beyond 4035. 4035 stands for the core and for the basis of Deutsche Bahn. And we want to get beyond rail. We want to get beyond 4035.
Okay, wow. Kind of exciting. How are you doing, guys? Good? You had lunch? Okay. Next company is David from Hello Scout. He's all the way from San Francisco, and when he's traveling, he likes to swim with mermaids. Thanks.
Hi, my name is David. I'm the CEO of Hello Scout, and we're launching a new product called Site Magic that helps marketers to personalize and target messages on their website. If you're a marketer, you probably spend a lot of time running ads, both across display, search, social, and you know that the most important thing in a good ad is good targeting. Here's an ad that I saw on a trip when I was planning a trip to Hawaii earlier this year. However, why is it then that when I go to Hilton's website, I see a message about a ski trip, even though I had been to Hilton's website and clicked on the Hawaii resort earlier that day? So with Hello Scout, Hilton, a marketer at Hilton can simply target groups of users and show the right sort of message, the right sort of image to the right sort of users on their site. So let me give you a couple more examples. This is Maria, and this is a user who had booked a hotel through the hotel website several times in the past. Well, instead of Maria simply seeing a default landing page the next time she shows up at that website, she should see the hotel's loyalty program and encourage her to convert. Similarly, a user like Tina, who was doing research on a certain hotel in San Francisco, who's coming to the hotel repeatedly and seeing the local activities section, clicking on it repeatedly. Now the hotel can simply drop a banner bar letting Maria know about the concierge that's available 24/7 and encouraging her to convert and increasing conversion. The best thing about this is all of this can be done by marketers without the help of an engineer. They can simply set up a campaign in the tool, go ahead, decide if they want to A/B test it, set the content, the colors, the images, where they would like it to appear on the site. And then they can go ahead, most importantly, and set the targeting criteria. They can target by time, location, platform, browser, interests, and most importantly, by what people have done on the site in the past. Go ahead and launch it, and then check out the analytics and see how it's performing. There's no reason this has to be limited to hotels. For instance, an airline could also use it to show a site visitor geo-targeted deals to their local airport. You could, of course, do this in-house yourself if you were interested, but it's going to take you a whole lot of engineering work to get it set up and a whole lot more to continue to optimize it and target it over time. And there are other products out there that can allow you to do some of these features, but they're going to cost you $5 to $10 grand a month. Whereas our product costs between $50 and $400 a month, depending on your site traffic and the features that you choose to use. We are launching this product next week. We have some great launch partners lined up. We recently got press in the New York Times. We're backed by General Catalyst and some other great investors like Slow Ventures. And we're looking for 5 more partners for our July 1st expansion. If you're interested, please get in touch. Founders at helloscout.com. I'm sorry for the formatting. It seems to have gone wrong. Thank you very much.
This next company claims to be the Robin Hood of the travel industry, so he's going to take your money and give it to me. Please welcome Zico from Unico Bag.
Hi everyone, I'm Zico, co-founder at Unico Bag. Unico Bag is the baggage delivery company that creates a new model of baggage delivery to deliver mishandled bags and just regular bags from airports to destinations. We have 2 customers. One are the passengers and the airlines. For airlines, we deliver their mishandled bags, and for passengers, we just deliver on-demand regular bags like items left behind, leftover. So we are members of like 10, 20 people, including our advisors, excluding our drivers. The problems, there are 2 main problems, pre-delivery stage and delivery stage. For pre-delivery, assisting, like airlines, agents assist passengers to fill out PIRs in person manually, and then they reclaim it on World Tracer. For deliveries, there's no platform or technology, so they could track. They do operations manually. And then there's a high cost and poor customer service. Problems for passengers, so they wait at the baggage carousel for something that's not there. They create these long PIR forms manually, and then there's no update notifications for them. They call consistently the BSOs and says, hey, where's my bag? No tracking and no feedback loop. Okay, the perfect solution, when passenger arrives and then moves to the baggage carousel, they will receive a text message and emails with a link that they can just submit a pre-filled PIR, and it's going to go to the airline's BSO that they can either approve it or add it or request for more information. Once they approve, it's going to go directly to World Tracer, and then it's going to start tracing, send the notification back. Once the bag is received, they will just click the BDO as a one click, and then driver will appear and pick up the baggage and deliver. So once delivered and got the digital signature, it's going to be also shared with IATA and CETA according to IATA's resolution 753. The product, we have a platform where airlines book and track orders at every stage, having access to their archives, open ticket supports, manage their baggage claims, get the proof of deliveries, and update notifications. So passengers, they also track their orders and drivers, get their estimated time delivery, communicate with the driver directly, get the signatures, and just leave a feedback. So our SaaS features, we have a World Tracer, Net Tracer integrations, mishandled baggage alerts for passengers, and then online PIRs and baggage tracking. The operations, we're at 5 airports now live, and then we're planning to move to 15 more after the next round. The traction, as I said, like we have 15 active airlines working. We have a daily of 50 deliveries. 30 more airlines are pending, which means they great, but we did not start yet, so we're going to have them soon. We raised $400K at our previous round in January. We're looking forward to another $3 million in August. So that's it. I'll stay in touch. Thank you.
After losing his leg, this next founder, to prove to himself he could do it, climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. Please welcome Angeek from Waylo.
Thanks, Kevin. And if you're ever stuck in a situation on Kilimanjaro where you have injured your leg, don't move on. Take my advice. I'm Angik. I'm the founder and CEO of Waylo. The next time you book a hotel, try Waylo. And you can save up to 50% on your hotel booking. Over the next 3 minutes, I'll explain why, and I'll leave you with 3 takeaways. 1, we have a strong team with experience in the industry, PhD, and a previous exit. We have impressive traction, and yes, you will learn a new way to save on hotel stays. So, what is it that you're missing today when booking hotels with Expedia or Kayak? The 4th dimension, time. When booking with your current favorite app, you're looking at the price of the hotel at the time of your search. Waylo enables you to book at the lowest price in time between today and your check-in date. So, how does it work? You can track hotels, and Waylo will alert you when it's the right time to buy. But let's say you don't want to wait and set alerts. You can book hotels today at our predicted low price of the future, and that can even represent a 50% savings over whatever else you're seeing elsewhere. So here's a demo of how this works. We have established partnerships for hotel inventory around the world, and we have been growing 20% month over month with very little marketing. We have sold hotels worth 30,000 in April, 36,000 in May, and the number of hotel room nights being tracked has gone up by 114% in May. We have been featured on press outlets and multiple frequent traveler blogs. We have done this in a short amount of time with a lean team of 8 rock stars. Tanmay is our industry advisor. He is the ex-CEO of Vyama.com and the ex-CFO of Travix, which is the 5th largest travel company in the world. Greg has an MBA in marketing and an exit from his previous startup. Let me tell you about me. In my undergrad at IIT, I proposed a new quantum computing architecture and published 22 papers. In my PhD thesis at Purdue, I proposed a new neural network architecture and received a US patent. All I do is win. Thank you. So if you believe in our vision of revolutionizing travel booking, I'd love to hear from you at termsheets@thevelo.com. So find us in the stage, behind the stage, and talk to us about partnerships and anything else that can increase your revenue if you're selling hotels. Thank you.
Wow. That was electric. Can I invest? This next founder, Marissa, was on the final episode of The Voice. And if you want to hear something, you can meet with her after the break. But please welcome Marissa from CrowdVision. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Marisa and I'm from CrowdVision. We are a pedestrian analytics company. In the airport space, you may have heard of some automated wait time technologies, but we provide wait times and a lot more. And through this presentation, my aim is to tell you a bit about what, how, and where we're doing this. So what you're looking at right there is a clip from the Hajj in Mecca. And about 15 minutes after this video was taken, about 300 people passed away. So the authorities really wanted to solve this problem, and they reached out to all the leaders in the crowd analytics space, and ultimately Anders Johansson, our co-founder, and the current CTO of CrowdVision, and he was able to understand some of these conditions so that he can predict when human stampedes were about to happen and help the authorities ultimately prevent that from happening ever again. We were able to take that experience and apply it into the airport space to help you actually understand your queues, occupancies, flows, densities, asset utilization, and dwell times in your space by understanding how people are moving throughout your airport to ultimately help you predict and plan for demand appropriately. Helping you to increase your throughput through key areas such as your security checkpoints, immigration, and check-in, as well as maximize your efficiency throughout your entire airport. So how do we do this? We do it by putting up some standard off-the-shelf fisheye cameras, and we can detect the people moving through the space, and our software is able to produce some really interesting analytics for you, and we deliver that in the form of live dashboards, some searchable databases, and historical reports and APIs. Taking a look at one camera view in particular, this is in San Juan, Puerto Rico, we're able to once again understand the person's head and then their body to verify that it's a person walking by, and then also track how they're flowing through the space. We then stitch those single camera views together to give you one holistic picture of what's happening inside of your airport for 100% coverage of the entire population. This next clip is showing a bit more about how granular we can actually get with the data. So the little squares that are turning green and red, we're able to understand, is that check-in desk currently staffed? Are they currently processing a passenger, and how long is that transaction taking? The same exact principles can be used in security checkpoints for your TDC desks, as well as segmenting various passenger flows for standard passengers and pre-check passengers. We don't actually retain any of the video footage. We display this information via these wonderful dashboards to make sure that that information is as clear as possible and as actionable as possible. Why is CrowdVision better? We're giving you 100% of that population, no sampling whatsoever. We can get really unique and granular with our data. We're rooted in crowd analytics, meaning that we can do such dense environments such as the Hajj and Mecca, which is why I pointed that out, and we can get really granular and deal with very sparse environments as well. We're completely, we're not tethering onto your phone, so completely privacy compliant, advanced algorithms, greater than 95% accurate. These are some of the airports we're currently deployed in progress and deploying in Newark as well as in Denver. so we can do security checkpoints, full terminals, information for planning and design, transportation, crisis management, as well as retail and advertising. So I just wanted to challenge you. Do you know what's happening in your airport right now? If you want to take a look at what's happening live in San Juan, Puerto Rico, come visit me over at the booth. So thank you so much, and our ask is for you to vote for us as the best startup of the day. So thank you.
How we doing? We have about 5 more companies. So pay attention. Don't use the restroom. Stay in your seats. Next company is a dear friend of mine. She's also from San Francisco, and she's a fighter pilot. Please welcome Jenny from Grabber.
Actually, not a fighter pilot, but thank you. Maybe that'll be my next career. My name is Jenny, and I'm the head and VP of partnerships at Grabber. Grabber is a peer-to-peer traveler and shopper marketplace that utilizes travelers to deliver goods from around the world. We started this company as a way to address the fact that a lot of products from around the world are not available online. If they are available online, then they're not shipped to most countries in the world. And if they're shipped, sometimes there are high shipping costs and there's a long turnaround time in order to acquire the products. So we decided to utilize travelers to deliver these goods to shoppers. Shoppers can then get items that aren't available domestically and buy unique and hard to find goods. Travelers can make some extra cash while they're on the road. And more importantly, they can meet locals and get to know the culture of the area they're visiting, because a lot of times these shoppers are so grateful to acquire the very exclusive record that they couldn't buy in their country, or these special foods that they've been missing from home, that they'll actually take these travelers, pick them up from the airport, buy them drinks, take them to the restaurants. We've had a story of a bar owner who wanted this special hot sauce for his drink that he was mixing. So he invited the traveler to the bar to try the drink with the hot sauce that he had delivered. Given the size of travelers, international travelers who go back and forth every day, the global courier and delivery services industry revenue, and the number of international visitors to e-commerce sites that aren't served by traditional shipping methods, we believe that this is a ripe market for Grabber. How does this work and why do we do it is because we take a 7% commission from the item price and the reward that the shopper is offering. So a traveler sees the item requested on our website, they make an offer, the shopper accepts it, and then we immediately take the funds from the shopper along with the 7% commission, and we hold on to those funds until confirmation of delivery is given to us by the shopper, and then we release the funds to the traveler. Our biggest markets are Latin America, Russia, and Southeast Asia. These are very strong emerging markets where people have the disposable incomes to acquire goods, but not necessarily the distribution in their country to get them. We believe that we have a unique space in the international and local delivery market, along with the and also the cross-section of parcel pickup, like UPS, DHL, and such. And then on the other side, we are at the shopping and delivery, where it's personalized and you know who your person who's delivering it is and when they're coming and what the price is that they're charging. I'm going to skip over that. Right now, we've seen a lot of traction since we launched just a short time ago. There have been 130,000 orders placed on our site and app, 14,000 successful deliveries, and our travelers have made over $260,000 worth of rewards that they have then used for whatever they wanted, hopefully to fund more travel and explore the world. You can read more about us on our website, of course, but also on some of these press clippings that we've gotten. Thank you.
So when I finally retire and retire from this gig, I'm gonna start a bed and breakfast, B&E. No, sorry, that's breaking entering, B&B. And I wouldn't start it with you folks because you guys are too aggressive, VCs and investment people. I would start it with Steven from OpenKey.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for sticking around for OpenKey. Let me start with a question. How many people, by a show of hands, have used a mobile key to check into a hotel? I'm not seeing very many. If I could put a percentage on it, it'd probably be less than 10. So it begs the question, how come in this day and age, why aren't more people why aren't more hotels offering the technology of mobile key? It's surprising to me. But the answer is that it's very difficult for hotels to implement this technology. There's a number of different lock companies. It's very hard for them to communicate. If you're a hotel that has multiple properties, perhaps you have 10 properties with 5 different hotel locks. So there's no argument that the future is going to be mobile key. We work with all of the major lock companies to come up with one solution and communicate and come up with our own unique solution, which is one mobile key for all 5 companies. We have a universal app. It's iOS and Android, front desk control center, management dashboard, and industry lock compatibility. The guest can download a universal app. It's free. We have a SaaS-based model, software subscription model for the hotels. So how does a guest use it? How do they get mobile key into their hands? The guest is going to use their mobile device to receive pre-arrival information. They're then going to register through the app. The hotel then forwards them room assignment information, and the guest can then skip the front desk, skip the long line, go directly to their room and use their mobile device to open the door to their hotel. We offer flexible app solutions. We have a universal app that's free to download. We can also do a white label that's customizable to each different property. Again, the digital hotel locks are compatible with OpenKey. They're currently compatible, and that's what makes this such a great solution. We are targeting independent hotels and hotel chains. We are not targeting Marriott, Hilton, Starwood. We have a model that's 25 cents per door per day. That's about half the price of an RFID key that the hotels currently give you upon check-in. There's also a one-time installation fee. The great news is that we have money put aside to help these hotels upgrade and use mobile key. If they have the old mag stripes, we have money put aside to help them subsidize and put in new locks to make them compatible with OpenKey. If they currently have RFID, we will pay for the upgrade to Bluetooth, and again, make that compatible with OpenKey. Who's our leadership team? We are an experienced team of entrepreneurs with many years of hotel experience. We have investors that are involved in the hotel world. Our financial, we are currently adding revenue. We are currently adding room doors. And we are now active in 7 different countries worldwide. We have a little more than 25 employees because I was brought on, so I know we're at least at 26. We are headquartered in Dallas. We have offices in Manhattan, the UK, Australia, Mexico, and I am here in the San Francisco Bay Area. We did an $8 million Series A completed last year. We're currently looking at Series B. If you'd like more information, please come see me. I have a great table right by the beer barrels. So come say hi. Thank you.
I source a lot of companies, right? I'll call them up on the phone and, hey, this is Kevin from Plug and Play. And this next company, he didn't want to meet me, right? And the tactic that I use that I felt is really effective is I asked them, are you sure? Like, are you sure about this? And now we have him, Ryan from Wherefor. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ryan, and I'm the CEO and founder of Wherefor. About a year ago, I got a phone call that changed my life. It was from the head of the corporate travel department of a Fortune 50 company. And she gave me an interesting problem that I didn't know about. Problem is that the employees at this company were wasting millions of dollars a year trying to look through all the flight and hotel options from Concur and Get There. And she found that it was a clunky process that wasted way too much money. And what Wherefor.com had done was that it packaged a flight and hotel together based on your budget. She said, if we could do something like this in business travel, you're going to have a home run on your hands. And I'll make my company the first customer. So together, over the last year, this Fortune 50 company and Wherefor have built the world's best corporate booking tool. The way it works is you put in your address of where you're going and the time that you have to be there. And our algorithm looks at all the different variables to find the best flight and hotel for your trip. So it looks at commute time between the different airports and your meeting. It looks at corporate policy. So you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. The employee just gets a complete flight and hotel, and if they don't like it, they can customize, but it shows how much more your customizations cost than what we recommend. So we've been piloting it for about a month at this company. So far, it's been pretty incredible. It's reduced the booking time by 90% on average. Employees have liked it because it considers things that they care about. So it considers their personal preferences, their loyalty accounts, where they tend to like to fly into. And at the same time, it uses machine learning to get smarter every time. CFOs also like it because it nudges people towards economical options. So it kind of chides you to show how much more you've spent than what we recommend the budget is for that trip. And it's reduced frivolous spending at this company by 30%. We have a TMC behind us that is optional. So if you have a company and you are happy with your TMC, you can use our booking tool alone, or you can also use our TMC. It's a white label product, so it has your branding. It can use your corporate policy, so whatever your company's rules are, it takes about an hour to customize our algorithm for your company. It shows your negotiated rates, and again, if you're happy with your TMC, it can use your TMC also. So if you're interested in seeing how it works, come see me next door, or email me at info@wherefor.com, or visit us at whereforbusiness.com. Thank you very much.
I'm out of breath. How you guys doing? I was in China a couple weeks ago, and I met this brilliant blockchain company, right? And we ran through the bamboo forests, we took a bunch of selfies, and I thought it would be a good idea for him to pitch today to you. Please welcome Max from Winding Tree.
Hey guys, my name is Maximus Mile. If some of you know me by Max, some go by Max. And today I'm here, and thank you, by the way, Plug and Play, for aligning all these fantastic companies to open up for our presentation. Really appreciate it. Winding Tree. At Winding Tree, we are planning to make travel cheaper for every traveler, for all of you in the room today, and make it more profitable for companies in the travel space, such as airlines, hotels, tour and activity providers, etc. Did you know that the main problem in travel today is that there are only a few companies that sit in the middle of all the transactions? Did you know that 92% of all the online hotel transactions, hotel bookings, are going through either Expedia or Priceline? Or did you know that there are 3 companies out there that carry on airline bookings, and their combined market share is 99%? Pretty incredible. What is the problem here? The problem, of course, is the oligopolistic nature of this marketplace allows for these intermediaries to extract fees up to 25%, not because they deliver a lot of value, but because they can. More than that, there's no innovation in the travel space. If you've noticed, there are very, very few companies here today on stage that work with actual travel bookings, hotel bookings, airline bookings. There's no innovation. Why? Because these intermediaries purposely prevent competition and therefore innovation. And of course, there's a number of other issues. You've heard about a Sabre hack recently, about all the system-wide airline outages. It happens all the time. Meet Tom. Tom has a property management system, and he's got hotels in Asia and Latin America. And as you see, he doesn't look very happy. Why? Because he's thinking about integrating with one of those intermediaries, and he's thinking about the time, money, and effort that he's going to put into this effort. And this is Sarah. Sarah has built an amazing iPhone app or mobile app for travelers to book trips in Indonesia. And she went to those intermediaries that we all know of. And of course, her application got rejected. Why? Because today she's got 0 volume and no one cares about her. The travel marketplace looks like this today, with only a few nodes in the middle that control, that have too much power. And we spent months and months of research, and we came up with this diagram. This is how travel looks today. And we're going to change it. We're proposing a completely decentralized network where there's no central node that controls everything. And we believe that it's the future, not just for the travel industry, but for many other industries as well. With our system, with Winding Tree, of course, Tom is very, very happy. And the next slide that I'm going to show to you, this is an actual footage of airline and hotel executives and just travelers expressing their feelings about Winding Tree. This is Sarah. This is Jack. And this is William, of course. So you know all of these guys. Our team is a team of software developers from the blockchain space. We've done travel companies and travel startups before. I went through Y Combinator in summer 14, and we have a team of great advisors that are going to help us to pull this off. How are we going to do this? And unfortunately, Kevin gave it away, but I'm going to leave you with one word: blockchain. Please find us behind the stage over here if you want to learn more about how we're doing this. And today, we would like to announce our crowd sale, our token sale that is going to happen in August. A few people here, you know about token sales, but happy to talk to any of you behind the stage about this. We're decentralizing a $7 trillion industry. Of course, it's not our total addressable market, but the sum is large enough. Even if we optimize it by 0.1%, it's going to be a great amount of value for all of you, not for one of those central nodes. My name is Max, and thank you.
All right. We are on our last company, but I want to tell you, this company was part of our first batch. So we want to showcase to you the progress they've been making. So please welcome our final pitch, Erky from Delta Bid. Gracias.
Hey guys, it's great to know that I'm the last person standing between you and the break. I'm Erky. I'm the CEO of DeltaBit, and DeltaBit is a marketplace for aviation spare parts. So this presentation is quite a bit different than the previous presenters have given. So what is the deal here? So cars and aircrafts are not that much different. They both break and they need to be maintained, and the difference is that the maintenance of an aircraft costs about 2.4 million in a year. Roughly 70% of that is the cost of spare parts. Now, when it comes to the spare parts, there are about 2 million parts on the market available, and there are thousands of distributors, brokers, resellers who all want to earn their markup. So at the end of the day, when the part reaches the airline, it can be marked up anywhere between 30 to 300%. Now, these huge markups are possible in this industry because of the lack of visibility. And this lack of visibility actually affects the lead time, which is the top priority for an aviation company in case of, let's say, an AOG, for example. So what the buyers do today is that they have to shop around to find the vendors that actually have the parts that they need with the right lead time and with the right price as well. So, and most of this digging or chasing happens today over emails and phone calls. So what we are doing is we basically have created a platform that basically brings together airlines and distributors without any time-consuming integrations required, so that the airline buyer can basically pull in real time the availability data of parts from the distributors' databases, and the system also helps them to automate and optimize the delivery times and also supply chain costs, and also reducing the lead times. And it also automates the end-to-end process. So it gives the buyers the full availability about the parts, so the buyer can easily put together their order, ship it away via EDI to reduce any manual data entry. And in such a big industry, there are obviously solutions out there already, but none of them actually have been able to provide real-time, accurate data about the availability of the parts. And if you look at a bit forward, 10 years from now, 10,000 new aircrafts will come to the market, which will put a lot of stress to the supply chain. And this is why we're here, to really help to make it more efficient. And we're really, really grateful to a lot of the folks who have worked with us with the guidance from buyers from different airlines, as well as repair stations and distributors. We went from developing a concept to an early product within just 4 months, and we're just about to launch the product now. And our team itself, we come from supply chain, and we worked with companies like GE Fleet, with ABB. We've helped them to bring actually more than 8,000 suppliers online to transact in real time. And with that being said, I wanted to say that we're announcing at the moment that we're just raising our seed round of 2.5 million to develop a scalable platform and to build a team to help the aviation industry to make their supply chain more efficient. Thank you, and if you want to know more, come to see me at the table backstage. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks to all the startups. Thanks to our MC, Kevin. When we hired Kevin, we thought his passion was to be a venture capitalist, but I think today we can all agree that he wants to be a stand-up comedian. So we'll see where that takes him. But we're doing something that we've never done before this year. We're actually recognizing our corporate partner, one of our corporate partners, for having the biggest impacts in our ecosystem. And we're doing it for all the different industries we're involved in. In our travel and hospitality practice, there's been a partner where we feel like with the amount of time they've spent with the startups, with the amount of progress they've had within their own innovation program, they tend to stand out amongst the crowd. So this year's Corporate Innovation Award, we would like to award it to JetBlue. You always sit there. Here you go. Thank you. So for those of you who don't know Bonnie, Bonnie has been with JetBlue for a long, long time, and she set out on this adventure to set up a venture arm for JetBlue just over a year ago, I believe. And the amount of progress she's made just blows everybody's mind. She has a team of 10 plus people helping her right now. And the amount of contribution she's made to Plug and Play in our startup ecosystem has been tremendous. So I'm very proud to be working with you guys, Bonnie, and look forward to a long, long partnership to come. Would you like to say a few words?
First of all, this is a complete surprise. Now I know why Bo was asking, Bonnie, are you here? Are you here? I didn't know. No, this has been a great partnership, and for those of you who are the first time here on the corporate side, I came here, I want to say it was about 18 months ago, brand new to the Valley and did not know the ecosystem well. Amir and the team have been fabulous and introduced us to the process, into quite a few startups we've actually invested in. You probably saw our name up there on many of the startups here. We've been part of the ecosystem, and the nice thing here in Silicon Valley, it's all about paying it forward. So now we like to pay it forward to those who have helped, who are now arriving and learning about it. In fact, I spent the good part of the morning with a company that I was curious about the Valley. So it's something that we do, and we like to help out because I know that it always comes back. So thank you.
Of course. And Bonnie actually has an open house this afternoon for the corporate partners here who may be interested in learning more about JetBlue Technology Ventures. She has an open house between 4:30 to 6:30. Yep. So thank you so much, guys. Give us your feedback. I'm sure there's things we can improve upon and do it differently next time, so we would love to get the feedback from you. And for the corporate partners, please try to stop by the booth of the startups. It means the world to them. Thank you.
We're good? Okay, everyone. I think everyone's pretty much settled down now. My name is Shannon Southwick, and I am the director for our IoT program. Before we officially kick off, I actually want to hand over the mic to Philip Vincent, who has a quick but very important announcement.
What could it be? So yeah, quick announcement. I think many of you probably have already heard this, but wanted to officially kind of on this stage today announce that we will have a Plug and Play Japan this year. Thank you. And in terms of the agenda, we will be kind of launching it this fall. We will have kind of the space ready and the program starting around November timeframe. And in terms of the programs, we'll be probably launching it with 3. So FinTech and IoT, and then InsurTech is kind of a very strong third program that we think we're going to start as well. And of course, we announced our very first partner, so Mitsubishi Bank, but that's just really the first of many. So we plan to have anywhere from 10 to 15 partners that we will launch together this fall, and hope to have more Japanese partners than we have here, because we have 35 Japanese partners here, which is one of the reasons why we started in the first place. So. Besides that, just wanted to say whoever is interested in partnering with us in Japan as well, please come talk to me or Shannon. And looking forward to, because I'm moving to Japan, see you guys all in Japan. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Philip. I think Plug and Play Japan is going to be a huge success. So again, if you're interested in collaborating with us there, please let us know. Okay, so let's hit that. That's not working. Oh, sorry. Internet of Things. So this is day 3 of our Plug and Play Summer Summit, 9th Expo. It's been quite a marathon, I think, for a lot of us. Just out of curiosity, how many people have actually attended all 9 expos? Oh, look, there's a few. Well, props to you. That's 175 startups. So thank you so much for coming to all of our expos. So this is the last one. So, the energy that you have left, please kind of pay attention to our startups, and then it'll be networking afterwards. So Internet of Things. I know that most of you know what we do here at Plug and Play, but just in case you don't know, I'm going to give a very, very quick overview of what we do. We do mainly 3 things here. First, we accelerate and invest in startups, and in this area, we are very, very active. Second, we connect corporations with startups. We are very good matchmakers. We actually do up to 60 deal flows per month and countless other introductions. Third, we do major events on a daily basis. We actually do over 365 events per year. And I think these expos, kind of the Summer Summit, is actually a perfect example of these 3 components coming together. What we're trying to do here is connect our startups with our corporate partners, VCs, investors, and really create value. So I really hope that you find some great startups today, you go out and talk to them, and hopefully start a conversation that will maybe lead to a project, pilot, etc. So regarding the IoT program, so now we have 12 different themed programs here at Plug and Play. IoT, this is batch 6. So we've been doing the IoT program since 2014, which makes it one of the longest running programs here. It's also one of the largest programs we have, with over 30 corporate partners. Another interesting fact about our IoT program is that it's been the parent of many of our other programs. So for example, travel came out of IoT, health did, and mobility spun out of it last year as well. So it's been a kind of ever-evolving program. So today you'll be hearing our IoT Batch 6 startups pitches. How did they get here? This is the process. So on the left-hand side, you see the logos of our anchor partners. So these were the ones who were involved in the selection process. For each of our batches, we review up to 1,000 startups, keeping in mind our anchor partners' technology interest areas. We then narrow it down to the top 100, which we shortlist, and then we give this list to our anchor partners, who then review it, and then they send it back to us, and then we do what is called Selection Day. So this is where we invite the top 30 to 40 startups to pitch, and then eventually, about 20 startups get accepted into the program. So the startups that you will be hearing pitches from today have gone through this selection process. So the startups that pitch, they go through our 3-month acceleration program. What does that mean? So they have access to our co-working space for free. They get lunch for free. They get to attend many of our mentorship sessions with VCs, our corporate partners, workshops, pitch polishing sessions, deal flows, networking, and this is the graduation ceremony to top it all off. As far as kind of deal flows, our startups have been in this 3-month period in over 70 deal flow sessions, and of course, countless other introductions and office hours. So it's kind of an intense 3-month program for them, and this is the graduation ceremony, so it's a big day for them. So earlier I showed you a picture of all the logos, but they were very small, kind of like an eye exam. So here is our corporate partners, just for IoT. On top, we have our anchor partners. They're the ones who select the startups that get accepted into the program, and below, our ecosystem partners. I'd like to take a moment to really thank our corporate partners, each and every one of them here. Without you, we wouldn't be able to run this program. It really means a lot that these corporations are looking to innovate and work with startups in the IoT area, because this really gives a big opportunity for the startups. They would love to work with you and develop something together. So on that note of kind of embracing innovation and working with startups, I would like to move on to our innovation awards. And also, I'd like to call up our CEO, Saeed, for a few words and to help give these awards.
Again, welcome everybody. I think I'm like a broken record. Some of you have heard me 9 times. And since we are doing actually selection day for supply chain and logistics in the game room, some of you even heard me 10 times. So I'm sorry for that. But, I was part of an experience when Mercedes gave the Supplier of the Year award, and they usually give it in 10 categories. One of the categories was innovation and technology. And even though I was in Stuttgart for our expo on the 23rd of February, Mercedes asked me to come back, I think it was early March or mid-March, for another exciting trip to Stuttgart. And as a part of the Best Supplier Awards, they had 300 suppliers there. They had 30 nominated. And in 10 categories, they would say, these 3 are nominated, and the winner is plug and play. I don't know actually what happened with my trophy. Have you guys seen my trophy? It used to be there. Seriously, it was on this table. We'll try to bring it back. But it was really exciting that they say Microsoft Azure is one of their biggest supplier of cloud, but plug and play sort of won because we really put the effort in building startup Autobahn in Stuttgart, which I think next to this one, this is IoT and mobility, is the second best innovation platform in the world. And based on that, we want to appreciate the corporations that has put in the best effort. And the best effort means they are present, they engage with startups, they might invest in startup, but more importantly, we feel other than benefiting the corporations, they are part of the community to give back. So if a startup is sort of going the wrong way, they mentor them, they sort of consult them. And we feel that is really important to get a award for. And just to put some perspective in it, the first winner of our award has been with us, I believe, 3 years, 2 to 3 years. And it was when Philips Lighting separated from the Philips parent company, and the CEO and the whole C-suite came here for 2 to 3 days. I remember one of the things we did together, we went to Google Ideation Lab, and we went from idea to prototype in 3 hours. We had 10 Googlers, 10 Philips personnel, and they, in fact, actually allowed me to be part of there too. So it was amazing. I remember the CEO saying, we need to work faster. We need to be more innovative. We need to be the best lighting company in the world as these lights become smart and connected. So with that, and I believe there is some stats, you text me.
Oh, yes, I did.
So do you want to say the stats? Or
Well, I can read. Well,
yeah.
Would you like to read them? Oh.
No, you read them. You have
okay,
a prettier voice.
So basically, Philips Lighting has done over 20 pilots. They've also made 3 corporate partnerships. So kind of not just with startups. It shows we were able to help with the corporate side as well. They've been involved in various meetups, mentorship sessions, office hours, and as Saeed mentioned, we really got a lot of feedback from startups saying they really gave us great feedback. So with that, we'd like to welcome Philips Lighting. You come.
Thank you. And even we developed a little friendship as well.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, so thank you very much for Plug and Play, which was our first foot in the Bay Area. We came here not really knowing what working with startups meant. I think that was 1.5 years ago. Since then, we've come a long way.
It's only 1.5 years ago.
Yeah.
My God, I thought it was 3 years.
So, no, as Shannon mentioned, we developed a number of partnerships with startups, and we're always looking for more startups. The very interesting part was also the corporate partnerships that we're trying to build via Plug and Play. And I think right now, after bringing our senior executives here to understand what the Bay Area was about, we're bringing also the engineers. So today you have a big part of the Hue R&D team from our Palo Alto office. So they will be also in the demo area to answer any questions you have on Hue and the type of integrations that we're looking for. Thanks again, Saeed.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you. And just when we asked the directors and the team who else we should give an award to, everybody was almost unanimous. We wanted to give 1, 2, or 3 awards, but we for sure wanted to give 1. But in this case, everybody came back to me and said, this partner has been only with us since October, which is not long time in corporate life, but in a startup life, it's like do or die sometimes, 6 months to a year. But they have been able to do 11 pilots, 3 investments. They are one of the most engaged companies we have. And if possible, I would love to invite Alfred, the CEO of Man and Hummel, to the stage. Nobody gets this in 6 months. No, no, if I can tell you that, I don't know, some of you heard it earlier this morning. When I won the award from Mercedes, we were supplying Mercedes about 9 months in Stuttgart. And the guy behind me who won an award told me, Said, I've been supplying Mercedes 62 years. And this is the first time I won an award. So congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it was our target to beat Said. He said he needed 9 months for Mercedes, so we made it in 6 months. No, thank you for all the work that you're providing us.
Maybe a little bit about the company.
Yeah, Mann & Hummel is the largest filter manufacturer in the world, and we would actually like this to stay like this. And so we recognize the future is changing, if with us or without. And so what the startups actually bring to us, what we learn from Plug and Play, is 2 particular areas. They bring to us changes in terms of new technology that we don't have, but we would need. And they also help us in a change for the culture for our company. And so we really learn a lot, and we learn a little bit to be how to be a startup ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great. Welcome.
Thank you. So next, we have our panel discussion. So I think we need to bring up a couple of chairs. The chairs? But I will be having Ben from Canvas Ventures and Visa from Kone come up here with me.
No applause. I know how it goes here in Plug and Play. You know, in the beginning there's a lot of applause, but then by the end of, after 20th pitch, it's kind of starts to go down. So I want to hear them now.
I know, get excited, guys. After this, there's drinks. Yay!
More drinks?
More. I know, so much networking, so much networking.
And you can smell the meat that they're cooking back there. I'm just making everybody hungry.
I know.
Yeah, good to keep the doors open there.
A distraction. Okay, so today we're going to have a panel on IoT, which is very, very broad, but I thought it would be interesting to have it kind of from the perspective of a VC investor and one of our corporate partners, kind of where things have been, you know, the focus areas and kind of where we all think it's going. So IoT is so broad, again, the focus areas will depend. But Ben, could you introduce yourself?
Sure. So my name is Ben Narrison. I'm a general partner at Canvas Ventures. Canvas is the go-forward group out of Morgan Thaler, a venture firm started in 1968 that ran 9 different funds over the course of about $3 billion. And then the team that was sort of the technology group went forward and rebranded as Canvas. So there's 4 of us right now. I joined late. I'm the most recent one. I'm sort of the freshman amongst the GPs. Before I joined Canvas, I was a seed investor for about a decade. I funded companies all the way from, if you think back to 07, 08, like Lending Club, to Dropcam, which we probably can talk about a little bit, some things in IoT, to other, a little bit of a concentration in fintech, but I'm a bit of a generalist at the same time. Before that, I was an entrepreneur for 25 years, started one of the first e-commerce companies in 1993, which I took public in 99 in New York, and took that private, and that's how I ended up on the West Coast, this gradual move from New York City westward by way of Lake Tahoe, Incline Village, Nevada.
Visa?
Great. Hello, everybody. My name is Visa Friström. I'm the head of partnerships for Kone, and I'll explain a little bit more what Kone is and what we do. But I've always been, you were mentioning you've been a 25-year entrepreneur. I've been 14 years a big corporate guy. However, I have the greatest respect for all the entrepreneurs. I think it's amazing what I've seen already here over the years, been working with startups and other companies to see the drive that the true entrepreneurs can have, and that's what I and we, let's say, in the big corporations, definitely would like to see more in our side of the organizations. But sometimes difficult. But yeah, so I've worked for Kone. Kone is actually right now. And I just started there about 6 months ago. Before that, I was working for Ericsson. I was here in Silicon Valley for the last 6 years. And actually then we signed also a partnership with Plug and Play.
And we had some great times together then. I was working with startups and strategic investments to startups and different partnerships. And before that, I was in Sweden for some years and then in China. But overall, last 7 years, roughly, really about how to, building new businesses by looking into partnerships and startups. That's really where I've been focusing. So now I transferred over to Kone, and
Full service around.
Thank you, Saeed. About 6 months ago, and I was crazy enough to say goodbye to Silicon Valley and leave this nice sunny weather here and go back to Finland, where I grew up, to where the headquarters is. And it was like snowing still in May. So it was a big sacrifice. However, I think the reason why I did it was because some exciting things are happening. Kone today is the world's, one of the biggest escalator companies, as well as obviously the big companies are big and it has a bigger portfolio of different types of products, including access control solutions and automatic doors and so on. But what you've seen in other industries in terms of the digital transformation and the influences of these disruptive technologies is certainly has been on its way, but it's coming with a bigger impact now to our industry where I work in. I call it the building industry, whether it's the commercial buildings, transportation, residential buildings. And it's exciting to see what's about to happen there with all the new innovations. And I think that's really what keeps me going and why I joined Kone. That was a long introduction, sorry.
No, it's all good.
Go in there.
We know a lot about Visa now. So Ben, I know you've done a lot of investments. Regarding kind of IoT, what areas have you been looking at and kind of what areas have you found, let's say, most interesting?
It's a reasonable question. when I started doing seed investing, it was about 2007. And I'll just say in a broad way, I've funded about 80 companies over the last 10 years, and I've never categorically focused in on one thing. When I funded Lending Club in 07, 08, there was no such thing as fintech. When I funded Dropcam in 08, 09, there was really no such thing as IoT. So I think my thinking on IoT has evolved a lot since 08. Dropcam was a great investment. It was basically the same thing I look for everywhere, an entrepreneur that showed me a vision of the future that I hadn't thought of that I really loved. For those of you that don't know the company, it's an all-in-one camera. You plug in and it instantly works and it transmits to the cloud. Google bought it through their Nest group for about $600 million. The next company I invested in was called the Nura, which actually went through a plug-and-play program. And this was actually one of the very few times in my history where I ever had a thesis I was looking for. Usually I just meet 1,000 entrepreneurs a year, listen to them, and then find a very small number, in the old days 7 or 8, now 1 or 2, that make me say, wow, and then I find them. But I was actually looking for a kayak-like layer in IoT. I believe that, so interestingly, Philips was just, and I know it's a different group than the one that was all merged together, but long before the Fitbit, there was a product called Philips, I believe it was My Life, this little square that I had that I would carry around and wear or put in a pocket. And it did everything a Fitbit did. It predated Fitbit. The software was better than Fitbit, but for whatever reason, Fitbit worked out to be the one that survived and had some success. And I started to think about the fact that that little product of Philips ended up in a drawer. And then the Fitbit I got ended up in a drawer. And the Nike Fuel Band ended up in a drawer. But the data was still relevant. And nobody was putting it all together. So the way the Neuro works is sort of this kayak for IoT where you see all of the data that you care about and they can interconnect between devices. Sort of I don't love to use this comparison, but if this, then that. Their original pitch was you tell your Tesla that when it's close to your home, actually you don't tell it anything. When your Tesla is close to your house, this is such a VC thing, right? When you tell your Tesla that when it's close to your house, it turns on the Nest and heats things up. But if you didn't do enough steps today on your Fitbit, then your Xbox won't turn on. And so there's all this interconnectivity. So I love that thesis, and I still have a belief there. Right now, I'm more intrigued by industrial IoT. So as an example, the built environment, or GE Ventures is spending a lot of time in this category. There's 1 trillion installed devices in industry, if you count all these pumps. They don't all have data plumes, and if they do, they're often trapped. So as an example, I funded a company called Psychic, which is a wireless chip that is also energy harvesting. So it's a system on a chip. So picture a bunch of fat postage stamps you stick on all your machines, and they're able to spew out temperature, vibration, and things like this. And the only source of power are the light bulbs in the room, or the vibration of the equipment, or the difference between thermodynamics, the heat and cold on if you have an oil rig, or forget about an oil rig, if you have an oil pipeline that runs 100 miles, sticker, sticker, sticker. Just the difference in temperature will power that. So I do think my own thinking has evolved from consumer-focused IoT like Dropcam was and others, and I'm not nearly as excited about that. Although, to one caveat, I think the insurance industry has a lot of benefit to be derived from IoT. Being able to better understand me and give me a better deal. I seeded a company called Health IQ, which basically looks at the world through the lens of if we can understand you better and you truly are a healthy person, then you should get a better rate on your life insurance. I look at it as I'm a thin guy, I stay fit. My father is an awesome man who's about 3.5 times larger than I am and doesn't stay fit. And I don't intend to pay the same rates that he does. It just doesn't seem fair. So IoT is a way to get to that. So with that carve out, I'd say industrial IoT is the newest look forward thing, even though consumer was the look back.
No, definitely IoT, industrial IoT has been a big focus for our corporate partners, and we see more startups in the area too, so that makes sense. So Visa. Kone is an anchor partner for our IoT program. Why have you guys decided to kind of focus on IoT, and what is your short and long-term goals?
Yes, we joined as an anchor partner, and we're very happy about it. And the reasons for that and what we're doing and why we're really focusing on IoT is, multiple reasons. But yeah, I think we're one of the, when I started working in the IoT area in Ericsson, that was like 6-7 years ago, and we were already then talking about how IoT is going to change everything. We made some big deals with some telecom operators, provided them the whole stack of IoT capability, and they would become the one-stop shop to provide those solutions for enterprises. And I kind of thought that it already had happened when I started focusing on other businesses after that. And now I joined Kone, and I just realized that now it's happening on the industrial level. Like really, we are putting a lot of effort and money to really take it to the next level, the IoT space in the industrial area. So right now, actually, we have 1.1 million assets or devices out there all around the world, and which means that we move around 1 billion people daily in different places. And now we're putting those connected to the cloud. So you can imagine the amount of data and interesting information that we have there. But of course, the number one use case for us really is not really just to do it for the sake of it. Hey, let's get everything connected. But for us, it's really about being able to do services. That's our first focus when we connect these devices. So first you'll be able to extract information of those elevators and escalators and the doors, and then provide real-time analytics for our customers. But more interestingly, then start and applying artificial intelligence. So a couple of things we're doing, for example, of the typical use case, the predictive maintenance, right? And that's what we're going to be launching fairly soon. And we've been working with that for quite some time, and that's really helping both of us and the customers a lot. And then the third area we're applying artificial intelligence using the data is how we can actually solve problems in real time for whatever is happening out with our devices. The AI actually has already solved it and just presents the solution to the technician. But the other area where we focus on IoT is also the bigger changes in the buildings themselves. Now that all these devices are being connected in buildings, there's an endless number of use cases and digital services you can provide to buildings, and we're interested in this ecosystem. So we're heavily investing also in that area by finding startups that can actually create value in buildings by being integrated either with our APIs or other device APIs. And we really think that this kind of like digitalizing the building in the IoT era is really the next kind of big place to invest and look into new technologies.
And have there been any startups that you guys have worked with so far? Kind of examples that you can share?
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, just to give you an idea, and I would be happy to hear also your ideas, because we want to find companies that would create synergy in our ecosystem by talk with our elevators and talk with our automatic doors and access control systems. But a couple examples. There's a company here in San Jose that does robotics. That's a big thing, right? You start seeing devices moving in building, moving things from A to B or cleaning things automatically. And these devices, machines, need to be able to talk with other machines. So usually elevators play a central role in buildings. So if you have a robot that needs to move something from A to B, you need to be able to talk with the elevator over the cloud. So in this case, we have a partner like that, a startup that we have integrated as part of our ecosystem, and then we have this kind of go-to-market program where we start reselling these products then across the globe. Or I'll give you an example of an Estonian startup we work with that has like a visitor management system. So small and medium-sized businesses often have a receptionist there, but you can automate a lot of that as well with application for visitor management. And here there's also like a clear, nice synergy between that product and our elevators. Is when the person comes in, he chooses who he wants to visit, clicks there, and then it dials, makes a video call, and like, hey, I'm here, can you grant me access to you where you are? And then the person can grant the access, and then it automatically calls the elevator over the cloud and sends it to the right floor, picks the guest, and brings him to the right floor to meet the host. So these kind of examples.
So, Ben, what do you think is going to be kind of the biggest challenge in the IoT area?
So I think you actually mentioned a little bit. That's this data plume, right? You know, you've heard quotes, I'm sure. We've created more data in the last 2 years than has been created since the beginning of man, and that's almost certainly true. The problem is that the vast majority of it is garbage. You know, I think of like, I was talking to one of my entrepreneurs at a company that's very useful to people in anything that need AI and ML called Enigma, enigma.io. It's search for public data. So it's the largest repository of search in the world for public data. And they work with big partners, you know, insurance companies, big banks, drug discovery companies, and they match this public data to the private data to extract immediate, actionable value that's worth a lot of money. You'll see that I plug every one of my companies eventually, by the way. And anybody that wants to do business with them, let me know so I can hook you up. So, because I'm here to meet entrepreneurs and people that can help my entrepreneurs. That's sort of the end of the game, right? So, but why do I bring this up? We were just talking yesterday about a new source of data that they're intrigued by. And the equation I used is you're in a position where you have this phenomenal engine where you can take a pile of worthless carbon and turn it into diamonds. Or let me rephrase that, find the diamonds inside it. So as you have more and more IoT devices, like the Psychic I mentioned, where it's throwing off all this data. So all of a sudden you have massive, someone told me once that a single piece of machinery can throw off terabytes of data a day. Okay, great. What the hell are you going to do with that? I mean, that's an enormous amount of data, so you better be able to find the data inside it that's valuable. So I think this is going to be a big challenge. IoT is going to unlock all kinds of interesting data that we now have to figure out how to take advantage of. We have this debate internally in the partnership a little bit. So like as an example, we have a company called Crowdflower, my partner Rebecca Lynn invested in, where they're a human in the loop for big data being ingested, whether it's off of IoT or anything else. Because if you invest another $1 million in your algorithm, you get this much improvement. But if you invest another $1 million in cleansing your data, you get this much value, right? Which is pretty stunning that humans can still make this interesting and valuable. But all of these IoT devices, part of their promise is this new real-time, sensitive, specific, actionable data. That's great, but we need to figure out how we're going to use it, how we're going to mix it with other things. Sometimes there's simplistic things, but there's one thing that excites me more than anything else. It's how we learn things we never would have thought of. You know, how do we find, I'll use one more example. Same company, I'll tell you the company, but not their client, because it would be fair to their client. Enigma was doing some work for a property casualty insurance company, and they wanted to figure out how to do better underwriting of commercial buildings. I don't think they ever did that before. They only underwrote homes. So they said, look at our data. Look at all the data we have. Part of it was the elevator data. which can be used to find out all kinds of interesting things, like, as an example, is this tenant likely to get out of your building because they went down in the number of stops from 127 a day to 12? Well, that's not a good sign, and you're probably going to lose that tenant, so you might as well start figuring out who to replace them with now. Anyway, they pointed their machine at all this data that was being thrown off by everything, and the machine came back and said the number one predictor of you having a claim is boiler room data. Boiler rooms apparently are the thing that screw up buildings because I guess they blow up or something. But guess what? Boiler room records are public data. So every time you have another source of data from IoT, you have another data plume. The problem is, do we have the intelligence through the systems we've built to filter through all that garbage to find the gems? And I think we're getting there, but that is super, super early. So I think when you mentioned AI and ML, those tie into IoT like this on the industrial side. Maybe not so much on the consumer side, although I'd really like, I said that was my last one, I'll make one more. I met this company once that's using computer vision to scan x-rays, and they can predict lung cancer far better than a panel of experts. So again, what sort of data am I going to be able to pull out? You're not going to have necessarily, well, I guess you could. Why wouldn't you have an IoT-based x-ray system? All devices will ultimately be connected. All devices will ultimately spew out data, which is why, is it Cisco or GE that's now changed it from IoT to IoE? It's just the Internet of everything. Everything will be connected. And when everything is connected, everything will give you data. And then it's going to be a really interesting, exciting, and difficult task to figure out what of that data is material, valuable, and actionable.
What about for you, Visa? Biggest challenge in IoT?
Biggest challenge in IoT? I think it's when you think about the whole, in our case, for example, that we have 1.1 million elevators and escalators around the world, and we want to all connect them to the cloud. It's not, that kind of a simple job. You just don't want to go and create a lot of costs by going and put those gateways in the elevators and do the installation, and then just for the sake of it, it's going to cost us a lot of money. So you want to find ways to kind of increase your install base of IoT connected devices with a more smarter way, the way that you can monetize it. And I think that's, let's say, more problematic, is that, I would like us to see just go rush in there and just go put our field maintenance engineers to work and go install the boxes to connect the elevators, but rather we want to go through with the way where we can actually sell the services, and then actually part of the service deal you get the connectivity. And so it's going to take kind of longer time to get there because of this, but I think it's a smarter way. But that's the challenging part, really, to connect those devices. It takes a long time.
And how about security? So the goal is to kind of connect everything, these buildings.
Yeah.
What's your perspective on that?
I'm not a security expert, but obviously you're going to think about how important it is to ensure the security of these important machines that flow people in cities. I mean, a small interruption in escalators or elevators can cause huge issues for cities, and obviously we can get penalties even for that. So, and we don't want to see a world where someone can just remotely take a control over our elevators and do what kind of work they want to do. So we are focusing a lot of our effort there. We have hired a lot of people, cybersecurity experts, to look into this. And obviously, like, for example, one of the first steps we're doing in IoT, it is actually really just a one way of connection right now. So you don't even have that kind of a threat of taking over the control of the devices. But later, there will be a two-way, and that's when these kind of questions become much more important.
Just going to comment that, if you think about it, we already have the ultimate IoT device with us right now. Everybody has one. By the way, if you're a startup, you better tell me why you can do a better job than this. It better be a specialized product that's going to do better. But when you think about security as an example, I've seen multiple pitches. I have, amazingly, one company that does something along these lines that uses this as your security and identity, right? Because if you think about it, what are you going to protect more? This or a card key, right? This is your whole life. This is why you're willing to use this as a checkbook and as a credit card and as all kinds of other things. So, one of the things that's interesting is as IoT evolves, I was running a panel on biometric security in fintech. And you know what? It's already here. So I am willing to trust this device, and I'm willing to trust it with my thumb. So I can use this as an access point to interact with all types of IoT devices as an individual. I would also argue you can do that as a corporation, right? Because there are ways to make this more secure than almost anything you can give them. And they are more likely to care and protect it, and they carry it all day, every day anyway, and they go to sleep with it next to their bed. And there was a company I looked at out of Israel that was here for a little while that does a chest sensor, and then it links to your iPhone, and it measures your heart rate at night, tells you if you have sleeping issues. And in the morning, my phone was dead. And I reached out to the founder, and I was like, well, what's wrong with this? They said, oh, you're not a normal person. Everybody else keeps their phone plugged in next to their bed all night long. I don't like things plugged in next to my bed because of the RF issues, and I'm weird, I get it. But yeah, you're right. Almost everybody does. So we're already tethered to an IoT device that gives enormous opportunities, including in security, and in many ways just extending that. And we could talk for hours on that. There's the device you can blow into that gets far more than blood alcohol. I mean, there's just so much. The power inside this, as you all know, it would be repetitive to tell you, is truly stunning. So I think it helps a lot with security, and I think sometimes people jump through a lot of hoops to do something on their own. It's this fear of not invented here, right? Like, I think about if I had a perfect wish for how the Neuro evolves, I'd love for them just to be the operating system for all the IoT devices out there. But for some reason, everybody's convinced that they need to build their own operating system, which is a little weird, because if you were a computer manufacturer 20 years ago, did you build DOS? No. And did you build Windows? Actually, the answer was yes on DOS. If you go back far enough, a lot of people made DOS. In fact, I bought Novell's DOS because it was cheaper than Microsoft's. But in the end, there was a reason why there was one, because that's not where the value was created, right? Microsoft creates the value in DOS. Other people create the value in the systems they build around it. I feel the same way about IoT. I feel the same way about security in IoT. There should be a centralized layer, but it probably already exists. And if we could detach ourselves from our constant need to build it ourselves, like, I don't need to build a car. I just need to buy one. If I was a car manufacturer, then yeah, sure, that would be great. But if I'm not, maybe I just buy somebody else's engine. Use the parts that are available. I think that's going to be a big way to help with security and with a lot of other things that are keeping IoT from evolving at the speed that some of us would like to see.
Great. So I think this is going to be the last question, and it's going to be a lighter question. So personally, not your background from Canvas Ventures or Kone, what excites you most, or what do you think would be the most exciting development for IoT and kind of the perfect world, personally? You want to start?
Personally, yeah, I love to see the development of all kinds of robots and artificial intelligence helping to offload my normal duties in life, whether it's cleaning the house or I don't know what it is. Like, I just bought one of those small cleaning robots, which is connected. I can actually look at right now from my mobile phone how it's cleaning the house in Finland, and it's doing an amazing job. I mean, it actually can kind of go, if it gets stuck with a cable, it has some kind of intelligence applied to it that it knows how to shake it off, and it never almost gets stuck. So these kind of consumer devices, I'm really looking forward to have. But another thing in the building space that really excites me is, again, how to apply this AI ML there. When you think about once all those devices in a building is connected to a single place, whether it's the security cameras, whether it's the elevators, so you can control them and how to optimize their movement, whether it's the escalators, whether it's the access control, all of it, and then from a central location in real time, kind of understand what is the flow of people and how people are using the building, and then apply and adapt it in real time to optimize the experience. I think that's another thing from the work life that excites me.
And Ben?
So I love the data piece. I'm the opposite of you on the first part. I bought one of the first Roombas because I'm a geek, so I got to get every new piece of tech toy. The thing gets stuck all the time. I start kicking it. I yell at it. I tell it it's stupid.
This was a test winner, so you need to try this.
Well, so Morgenthaler funded Siri, right, which Apple bought, which is another IoT-like reality. I hate Siri. I mean, she never understands what I'm saying. So I don't actually believe the intelligence is anywhere close to being there yet. I will tell you, though, that one thing I would love to have is the tricorder from Star Trek, and people are building it. I'll tell you a super quick story. My son, my youngest, he's like the sweetheart of the world, had a burst appendix about a week and a half ago. The worst they've seen all year, like a bomb exploded in his body. I mean, he's such a stoic kid. But for 2 days, he's suffering through this. We don't realize it because he's actually not that sick. We take him in. Remember, I just told you, the worst they've seen all year, it's like a bomb went off in his body. We spent 2 hours with a professional sonogram maintenance person that's scanning him. 2 hours. And the doctor still said, combined with that and a blood test, well, we can't tell if it's ruptured or not, but we think it would be better to go in. Are you kidding me? Who will you ever know if it was ever ruptured in? This is the worst you've ever seen and you don't know? Why are we not at a place where we can combine machine intelligence, AI, and IoT devices to give us better intelligence and save lives? Now, my son is fine. I'm not going that far with that. But, you know, medicine, it's unfortunately a category I don't invest in. My partner, Rebecca Lynn, has done a lot in digital health. But there is so much that can happen. And I am not here as an investor to save the world. My job is to make money for my LPs. But if in doing that, I can also make the world a better place for people, that's incredible. And I can't think of a better place to do it than in medical IoT devices that actually allow the physicians of the world to know what they're dealing with inside the body. Because right now they don't, and that is somewhat stunning. This is not the medieval ages. By the way, just as a side note, apparently appendectomies are the oldest invasive surgical procedure that exist. The oldest procedure we have on record, and we still can't figure out whether that operation needs to happen. I have to believe the combination of IoT, phenomenal devices, increased computing power, AI and ML can fix that, and can fix it in an enormously profitable way that helps human beings lead much better lives.
Great. For me personally, no one's asked, but I'll just throw it in there. I would love it if I didn't have to drive, so self-driving car. I get home, my Korean food is already ordered in there, and my bath is ready. And especially after a 3-day expo like this, I definitely need that. So thank you so much, Ben and Visa.
That's good.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we're going to go ahead and move these chairs, and then we will start our startup pitches. And with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague who will be emceeing. I'll do them. Kevin.
Thank you, Shannon. And thank you again to Ben and Visa for the great discussion, guys. Everyone, I mean, definitely welcome to Plug and Play. I'm sure most of you guys have been here before. Before I do get started, up on the screen here is listed our digital brochure. It is a website that you go to. From this website, you'll see the schedule of startups that is going to be pitching, as well as the ability to vote for the winning startup at the end. So please, if you can go to this website, you can bookmark it, add it to your homepage as well. You'll have one vote at the end to pick their winning startup. And without further ado, don't want to get in the way of any of the more interesting speakers than myself. I'd like to invite our first startup up, who actually speaks 6 different languages. So please give a round of applause for Ash from Kaku.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you are aware of the chemicals in this room right now? So there is the smell of the barbecue in the back end. But the number of chemicals you have in an indoor environment is actually insane. So if I give you a mobile phone now, and I added a plug into it, I can tell you how many electromagnetic signals are in this room. But when it comes to smell, we know next to nothing. So this is a video from Dyson, where they illustrate how many particles are emitted inside your living room that you're not even aware of. Turns out that the smell in your living room is actually sometimes 5 times worse than what you will get outside. Now I want to show this next video of a dog. This dog walks into a hospital. One of these patients has a C. diff infection, and the dog is able to pick out which one of these patients is infected. So how does the dog do that? The dog has an interesting piece of technology. So it has a cell in its nose that allows it to pick up particles, and these particles create a signal in the neurons in the brain of the dog. And then the dog is able to tell you, this is what I'm smelling. Now imagine if we could take that technology and deploy it on a device that is 6 centimeters by 6 centimeters. This is what we've spent the last 16 years doing. So we take what you call an odorant receptor. It's a tiny protein that appears on the surface of a cell. We figure out the DNA that is responsible for that receptor, and we stick that DNA into a biological cell. So we stick it into a living biological cell. But it gets better. We genetically modify this cell to express that receptor. So what you see on the bottom right-hand corner is when this cell is exposed to particles of smell from outside. And it generates these electrical signals. And these electrical signals allow us to listen to when that cell comes across any particle that is of interest to you. So to summarize, our company, we develop wetware. We take a receptor that is corresponding to a chemical. We figure out the DNA for that receptor. We feed that DNA to a neuron, and we listen to the neuron electrically. And this is a sample of the chip. So currently we can do 1,024 channels, so that means potentially 1,024 different chemicals on a single chip. That is unprecedented. Of course, we have played around with this. So that means we take this chip, we drive a drone to figure out where an IED is buried in the field, for instance. This is our team. We're a team of scientists and geeks. This is the rest of the team. There is John Charles, our lead biotech developer. There is Benjamin, our senior neuroscientist, and Mike Ciani-Rose, our program manager. Our advisory board is led by Alan Jones. He's the CEO of the Paul Allen Brain Institute in Seattle. It's a brain institute founded by the co-founder of Microsoft. Hiro Matsunami, Simon Shields, was my doctoral thesis advisor at Imperial College in London. Here's what we're interested in. We're not here to raise money. We're looking for companies that are interested in inventing a new future, making the invisible visible. So we're starting pilots. Come visit our lab. It's 30 minutes from here, and see for the first time on an office table, living biological neurons on a desk. Not in a lab, on a desk. So come visit us, and we're keen on doing pilots with you. Thank you.
Awesome job, Ash. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that one, as I almost tripped and died there. All right, up next, we do have a next presenter is all the way visiting us from Canada, which isn't quite that far. But please give a round of applause for Ryan from Chronicled.
Thank you. So my name is Ryan Orr. I'm co-founder and chief executive at Chronicled. Chronicled is a smart supply chain company. We're leveraging blockchain and IoT to create smart supply chain solutions. So blockchain is perfect for financial applications. But how about if we want to integrate real-world business processes with blockchain systems? Currently, blockchain is a virtual ecosystem, digital tokens, cryptocurrencies. The interface is missing. How do we reference a solid material on a blockchain network? There's no address. It's easy to copy a UPC code, a barcode, a serial number, and if we have a weak identity on a physical world item linked to a blockchain backend, the system of identity is only as good as the weakest link. How do we differentiate between different physical world assets? For example, assets in the supply chain, envelopes, packages. We could scan the unique atomic structure and hash the structure and register each unique atomic structure to a blockchain. But that's a little complex. So what we've done at Chronicled, we've created a system to link cryptographic identities included in products, in secure seals, in IoT devices to a blockchain backend to create a digital twin, a secure digital identity for a physical world item, and a one-to-one linkage between that physical item and the digital world, which is a new innovation that's never been possible before. So our company, we've raised about $6 million to date. We have 15 employees in San Francisco. We have 15 or so contractors in our network. And what's the purpose of it all? It's to bring trust into global commerce and society. So we have a couple of our own IoT devices that we're integrating with blockchain, and we're dogfooding our API and our smart contract solutions to link IoT devices to Hyperledger, Ethereum, Quorum. We're able to integrate on any blockchain backend. We're blockchain agnostic. So we have a temperature logger product. It's low cost. It's half the cost of any of the legacy temperature logger systems. We sign the data with the private key on the chip in the temperature logger, and we attest the temperature logs to blockchain immutably. Solves the problem of a central database backend where someone could delete or modify the records. In a complex multi-party global supply chain, we need to have trust in the readings that are coming from these IoT devices. We also have a crypto seal product to securely seal packages, hardware enclosures, envelopes. But our real focus is on our platform and API. We'll be at every IoT conference globally over the next year with a booth offering IoT engineers a blockchain API to integrate their IoT devices with a blockchain backend. We're predicting that more than 1 billion IoT devices will be registered to blockchain systems over the next 5 years. And we're going to make it easy for developers to do that. IoT engineers and developers currently don't know much about blockchain. They're interested in it, the value of the backend as an interoperable backend. For IoT, we're making it easy to interface IoT with blockchain, just like Dreamweaver made it easy to build a website, or Airwave made it easy for an engineer to build a drone as infrastructure for the industry. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you, Ryan. All right, and up next, we do have, please apologize, it's Bogdan. Bogdan from AOS State.
So it doesn't, yeah, it works. That's right, Bogdan. Thanks, Kevin. Hello, everyone. My name is Bogdan. I come from a company called AOS State, and today I will show you our environmental platform for smart cities called Aeroplan. Outdoor air quality is a huge problem worldwide. It actually kills annually 7 million people, and it costs world economy $3 trillion. Yet the current state of technology only allows to monitor this problem, but not solve it. And we've got a solution at AOS State. This air pollution map of New York is provided by our team, and it is based on satellite images, atmosphere modeling, and machine learning algorithms. This data has high accuracy of 90%, and it has a resolution of 1 kilometer squared, which is unprecedented, and we've got the best monitoring technology existing in the world. The real challenge, however, is that it's not enough to monitor the air quality. We somehow need to improve air quality in city. So how do we do it? Using our platform Aeroplan, we can actually go all the way from identifying the problem to solving it, and I'll show you how. So first, we can look at the visualization of data from the sensors, from the connected sensors, look at the historical data, look at the air quality forecasts, and get a sense of what's going on in the city. And let's say we found a couple of problematic spots in a particular city. And now we want to understand what causes that anomalous level of air pollution. And using Aeroplan and our backtrack atmospheric models, we can do it, and we can get a source breakdown at any point in a city and understand what are the exact sources responsible for air pollution at any place. And then, once we understood the sources of air pollution, we are ready for the next and most important step. I'll skip this. We are ready to plan the positive change. And using our simulation tool, municipalities can model and test various air quality control scenarios, such as traffic restrictions or power plant scheduling or dynamic pricing for the parking spots. And then they can simulate these policies to see how it will affect air quality in the city and take the particular informed actions. So to summarize, our platform is a one-stop shop for cities to monitor, forecast, and decrease the negative effect of air quality in cities, of outdoor air quality. This product was built by a team of 12 people. We've got 3 PhDs in atmospheric science and a great team of IT and AI engineers. We got our seed money in the late 2016, and we now focus on the market of smart cities. We have shown our platform to the companies shown on this slide and are working together to integrate Aeroplan into their solutions. I have shown you today a painkiller for the city's environmental problems, and I invite all of the IoT enterprises present here to come talk to us and integrate Aeroplan into your solution toolboxes for cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, just to remind everyone, all the startups will be pretty much right behind us in the little demo booth area. We do have a little beer garden as well, so hopefully later on today we can wind down and relax as we're networking with the startups. All right, so up next, we do have Roman with Sensify.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roman Arutinov. I'm the co-founder of Sensify Security. Sensify solves cybersecurity challenges for industrial and commercial operators. As you know, the growth of IoT has been staggering. We're going to have more IoT devices than mobile phones by next year. At the same time, what we're seeing is a number of cybersecurity challenges that are threatening to slow down the adoption of IoT. We had a person walk on a plane, take control of the plane, log into its satellite communications unit through the entertainment system. We had situations where people were able to drive a Jeep, a BMW, and a Tesla into a ditch remotely, entire power grids taken down. And this is happening actually disproportionately in industrial and energy sectors for a good reason. Those sectors have control systems that have been in place for a long time. Originally, those control systems have been designed to be closed and isolated. As we're networking them, we're exposing them to security threats. And the other common pattern here is that across all of these attacks is the failure of the access control mechanism or the complete lack of the access control mechanism. I spent about 15 years doing industrial networking in various executive roles at major corporations, power and automation corporations, as well as startups that I've sold to those companies. And the first push, as Ben and Visa have said, it's been about connecting IoT devices. Well, now we're starting to deal with the second level of challenges: is what are we going to do with all the data, and how are we going to protect those devices from security attacks? So what Sensify does is we solve the access control challenge for industrial and commercial operators. And that's actually a very hard problem to solve. And it's hard because, unlike the enterprises, which are mainly centralized in location, you may have, a headquarters with a few satellite offices, uses modern directory services, IT staff on site, and, standardizes on simple things like TCP/IP. An industrial IoT world is very different. We're talking about highly decentralized deployments. Think electrical substations, cars, planes, oil and gas wells. They're spread across very large territories. They, for the most part, have very intermittent and slow network connectivity. We're talking about kilobits per second, and that's very intermittent. So you can't simply connect everything to a central data center or a central cloud and provide security services through it. Security services have to be moved to the edge so that they're available in an autonomous way. And this is actually the fundamental design principle in industrial world anyways. We design substations, oil wells, planes to be able to operate in an autonomous manner regardless of network connectivity. So what Sensify does is we make enterprise-style services available at the edge, and so that can be enforced at the edge. We provide role-based access control for the users, devices, applications, and data at the edge. We're able to identify devices in the remote territories of industrial and commercial operators, enroll those devices into the customer's trust, and then layer on access control on top of those so that for various users that need to interface with those systems and other applications that need to interface with those systems. So our target markets so far are in utilities, oil and gas operators, and transportation. Our customers and partners say great things about us. We have recently been selected for a trial with a major utility, a major investor-owned utility, in conjunction with partners like ABB and Itron. We are generating revenue, and we're looking to expand our strategic partnership and customer base. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and this next presenter actually won an international origami contest while still in grade school. Definitely something that I can't say about myself. So with that, please help me introduce Blake from Next Level Networks.
Hi, I'm Blake Ashby. That was actually the little tagline for Daryl. My tagline was supposed to be, I was the biggest baby born in the hospital that week. So I am COO of Next Level Networks. We have an out-of-the-box solution for bringing high-speed broadband to residential neighborhoods. Chances are everybody in this room understands the importance of broadband to the modern world. And the importance is just going to keep growing. Internet of Things, why we're here. Cloud services, video streaming, high-speed internet is critical to the modern world that we live in. But chances are most people in this room have mediocre broadband. The United States has the worst broadband in the world in comparison to the rest of the developed world. It is slow, it is expensive, and it has epically bad customer service. But people don't change. Why? Monopoly. More than half of our country only has access to one broadband provider. Some people have two. 20% have no broadband at all. We are going to change this model. We have a way of bringing high-speed broadband one neighborhood at a time. We use a partner-driven model, leverage local champions and crowdsourcing, and we've got a new model for financing the network holding companies. Some projects will be able to achieve 10 gigabit internet for as little as $35 a month. We've got a turnkey solution and a very complex portal, we don't use portal anymore, sorry, web tools that allow champions, apartment owners, planned communities to evaluate broadband in their own neighborhoods, in their own buildings. So we use crowdsourcing at 3 levels. We use crowdsourcing to establish demand for broadband in a neighborhood. We use crowdsourcing to identify champions that will do the development work to bring broadband to their neighborhood. And finally, we use crowdsourcing to secure sufficient pre-subscriptions to make the project economically viable. We've got, and then the tools are designed to allow a champion to look at different scenarios to decide what works best for them. The more people that sign up in a neighborhood, the cheaper it is for everybody. A key to this is a new approach to financing. Financing is the hard part of putting fiber in the ground. We establish a network holding company for each specific network, for each specific neighborhood. The network holding company is designed to allow investment from the neighborhood and also from professional investors, and most critically, to allow securitization of the units. Tens of billions of dollars of securitization. We've got an innovative network design that reduces build costs and build times. It allows an open access model, and it's future-proofed. Every subscriber gets their own 10 gig port. We make our money with a monthly network subscription fee. We get project management, and we get a slim margin for being a financial matchmaker. We can also extend the model. We maintain ownership of a little bit of fiber in every project. So essentially, we are building out a national fiber footprint on somebody else's dime. And there are lots of things we can do with that footprint, including providing backhaul for cell towers. We have the right team. Our principal, Daryl Gentry, in addition to being very good at origami, has been doing tech startups for 20 years. Scott Smith developed one of the very first informatics systems for the Human Genome Project. We will break the broadband monopoly. We will change how infrastructure in the United States is planned and financed. We are looking for angel investors that understand the vision, that understand the transformative nature of the next level project. Thank you.
All right, I hope everyone's paying attention because, you know, if we do blink, you might miss a startup. These guys only have 3 minutes each time. So, without further ado, let me introduce the next startup, Josh from Applied Particle Technology. We can clap, we can clap.
All right, everyone take a deep breath. You just inhaled 1 million particles, and this can include viruses, bacteria, odors, and this is becoming a huge problem in hospitals. You have 700,000 acquired infections a year, and about 20% of these are from airborne transmission routes. But it's very expensive to provide this good indoor air quality. 76% of an air filter's life cycle cost is actually from its energy consumption. But on the other hand, if you get an acquired infection, it's about $40,000 billed to the hospital. So we're Applied Particle Technology, and we're developing next-generation air purification systems. And we're building a disruptive technology that was patented and developed out of Washington University in St. Louis. And the way this technology works is that we take all airborne pollutants and charge them using our novel integrated photoionization process. And what we can do is capture these using an electric field onto a catalyst-coated surface. And by integrating with our photoionizer, you completely destroy any pathogens, bacteria, and you can remove odors. And we're integrating this with smart monitoring control systems. So this can serve as a seamless retrofit into existing HVAC systems as stackable air purification units. And by using our smart ventilation and controllers, you get a hardware-enabled IoT solution for indoor air quality. So you get recurring revenue, you get automation and control, and based on the energy savings alone, you can get a 1 to 3 year payback. And there's a huge potential market in areas such as commercial buildings, aerospace, clean rooms, and especially hospitals. And if you look at existing technologies out there, most of them are passive technologies, and the active technologies have huge issues with harmful byproducts and ozone. So what we're working to do is build the ideal air purification system. And this is a technology that's being developed by world-class aerosol scientists. My name is Joshi, I'm the CEO, and I got my PhD from Dr. Pratim Biswas, and he runs one of the top aerosol labs in the world, focusing on air quality. And we have a great set of advisors with industry expertise in HVAC, startups, and even in pharmaceutical clean rooms. And so we've built our first prototype and taken it out of the lab, and our next step is to build our engineering prototype for third-party validation. And we're raising our seed round to do this, and with this we'll get third-party validation, pilot testing, and manufacturing. So in summary, we're working on developing a revolutionary technology for air purification to provide air quality that pays for itself using smart monitoring control to solve an issue that affects everyone. Thank you. We're Applied Particle Technology, and clean the air you breathe.
All right, awesome job. Hopefully everyone's enjoying all the startups so far. Definitely very interesting, and we definitely love having all of them up here presenting to you guys. And up next, this next startup is actually from the same hometown as the Terminator. Please, round of applause for Philip from AR4.
Is it on? Yeah. I'm Philip Fleck, CTO of AR4. We are from Graz, Austria, and I will talk about Visario today. So, a simple story. Imagine being Mike, having this machine, really complex stuff, and you can't handle it. Maybe it broke down, or you have to fix it. So you're at site, and it costs money, and you you are on your own. So what to do? Imagine having this like magical device, miracle tool that will help you out. So you're guided through the process of repairing the machine and saving money. Instead, at site. So how about the adoption? Well, almost a lot of people are wearing glasses, and in industry, the safety glasses have an adoption rate of more than 100%. Therefore, it's quite easy to get smart eyewear going. So what is Visario about? We offer an object detection and image recognition engine, which is totally offline and can operate on any sort of smart eyewear across all platforms. Having this smart tool enables you to build any sort of maintenance experience to solve your problems. Let me guide you through a small video. So this should be the worker. He can interface the machine, get some how's it called? Circuits out of it, live values. He can interact and operate the device freehandly, and he's, with an animation, for example, guided through the maintenance and repair process. Let me just go over this. How about the team? So we're scientists and engineers from the Technical University in Graz. My CEO and co-founder was part of the Qualcomm team, which did an amazing AR SDK, which is used in almost every device. So we did a lot of patents too in the past years, and altogether we have more than 40 years of experience in the augmented reality field. But this is not the end of the story. So you can use Visario on any smartphone, the future eyewear, and it may cover everything from marketing to media and instructions. So you could do your smart packaging, you can augment your school books and take it even further. But now we're focusing on maintenance because we see the biggest potential there. So like a famous quote, AR is the next smartphone, and this is the same way you can think about smart eyewear. It's like the first iPhone or one of the first Android devices. This will improve. Over the last year, we were featured at here Plug and Play, AWE, 3 times actually, the pioneers, and we won an energy provider competence in Austria. And we were also at TechCrunch Disrupt last year. So what are we looking for? We're raising around 3 million to get IP protection done, because our big customers are looking for IP protection. Well, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Come and visit us.
All right. Up next, definitely a house favorite we have here. One of the main reasons is because his co-founder happens to be a golden retriever named Oliver. Please help me welcome Matt from Greppy.
Thanks. All right, hi, I'm Matt Moore from Greppy. Everybody wants Rosie from the Jetsons right now, but everyone thinks it's impossible, right? We're actually making it possible, and that's because we have breakthrough technology as well as the right approach, which we'll go through. The product itself is a 2-armed robot on a movable base. It has 2 eyes for depth perception as well as other sensors. And the monetization model is actually a hardware and software app store, so we can remove the end effectors that are consumables, like one for toilet cleaners and other for mirrors. The breakthrough, I can't go into detail, but essentially it's let us make these robot arms for 10 times cheaper than they are today. You'll notice if you go into industrial robots, they're really expensive to buy. We have the perfect team. Myself, I'm an ex-Googler, and my last company in machine learning and ads exited, and the rest of my team is even more impressive than I am. We're actually starting in the bathroom, and there are a few reasons for that. The main one is that there are like billions of toilets in the world. And the second one is that everyone wants a clean bathroom, but nobody wants to clean it. Even those who are paid to do so would rather be doing the other parts of their jobs. And it's actually the most technical feasible thing to do in the house. And like I said, there are billions of toilets out there, so it turns out there's a lot of money in the consumables for cleaning those toilets and other parts of the bathroom. $61 billion just in consumables itself. And just like Tesla took the approach with their autopilot, we're going to copy that strategy and take that into the home, where we can because we'll have units actually collecting real-life data in the house, we'll be able to get to dusting and vacuuming and ultimately food prep faster than any of our competitors, we think. It's the perfect time. Not only are all the components just getting dirt cheap, but a lot of the software that we need is actually coming from the self-driving car industry, and that's all being open source. So we can take that right into our product, and we can really focus on manipulation. Thanks for your time. Please stop by the booth and see me and Oliver. Sorry if you're afraid of dogs or allergic to them. We'll just have to talk some other time. You can email me anytime you like at matt@grubby.co. Thank you.
We might have to get some of that technology over to my colleague Shannon so she can have some dinner ready at home as she arrives. Up next, we do have Sumang with Say Mosaic. Round of applause, please.
So hello everybody, I'm Sumang, CEO and co-founder of Mosaic. At Mosaic, we're building the intelligent assistant for driving, or simply understand as a neutral Google Now for cars. So while we're doing this, today cars are becoming a ubiquitous computation platform, and the car company knows that the software experience is not good enough, so they're improving it. But we all know that there are a lot of missing components here, right? This is a $1 trillion market business. So we leverage the most up-to-date machine learning and AI technology, and we want to help the automotive industry with one thing: human-machine interaction. How we do it? Mosaic develops the intelligent assistant for driving. We're very flexible, we're very neutral. Unlike a lot of generic assistants, we have a focus that's anything that you do well in the transportation scenario. We put them into 3 categories. The first one is location and schedule. The second one is communication. And the third one is entertainment. Specifically for today, that's audio entertainment. How we do it? First, we want to make sure that everything is voice enabled. That means we have to go to a lot of services related to transportation industry, build natural language understanding around it, and wrap it up as a microservice. The result is it saves a lot of time and cost than building from scratch for a lot of auto OEMs. Second thing is we want to make it smart. So on top of the service we enabled, we start to build intelligence layer, and we have a secret sauce on location and schedule, which are the core part that we use to build the contextual awareness, prediction, and recommendation. The result of it is we want to make our assistant proactive. So all the intelligence that we've built is in the transportation domain. We definitely have a vertical, a boundary, and we have already enabled over 30 services, and we have more in the pipeline. So we have our technology that is demoable in the application, and the web user using it every day. But what is more interesting is we're already engaging with one top automotive OEMs, and we have another one in the pipeline. We're going to work with them directly on the human-machine interface. Then our ultimate goal, our vision, is to be the experts of HMI for the transportation industry. We can be everywhere, but just within this domain. So this is us. We're a bunch of Apple, Google, Inkling engineers, and we're trying to take advantage of what we have learned in the past few years and then bring it to a new industry. Okay, so we're Mosaic. Thank you.
A smart city is a city that makes better decisions. That's enabled through connectivity, access to data, but at the end of the day, it's about consuming that stuff so that we're more responsive and making better decisions with our delivery of public service.
A smart city is a city that uses information technologies and communications infrastructure to improve its operational effectiveness and provide convenience for citizens of that city.
Smart cities are a reaction to some major challenges we have in our communities. Some challenges around transportation, energy, water management, waste management. And in all these areas, we have to apply new innovation new technology, new ideas, greater civic participation. I mean, if you're going to live in a city, you want to have a great job, you want to have a clean environment, you want to have clean water, great transportation. This is what people want. And they want their cities to be just smarter.
Being in the center of Silicon Valley like we are, we have all of this brain trust surrounding us that really helps us and assists us becoming what we want to be, that smart city of the future.
All right, I know smart cities is definitely a huge topic in IoT. We'll also be having a smart city related meetup later on this year, so hopefully we can attract this lovely crowd back for that as well. We'd love to have everyone here. But I know we have a couple more startups left. Please hang tight with us. Up next is Alex from Pillar Technologies that actually is an origami master himself. So please, round of applause.
Thanks. All right, awesome. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A little extra flavor for you guys. I promise I won't spend too much time up here between you and the beer. But my name is Alex Schwarzkopf. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Pillar Technologies. And today we're going to talk a bit about the construction industry. So in the last 6 months of launching our product, we've signed deals with some of the largest contractors, including Gilbane, Suffolk, and McCarthy. And we've helped to save them hundreds of thousands of dollars on each of their projects. And with $1.17 trillion being spent in the construction industry, that massive market is accompanied by massive risk. So, pipes burst, mold grows, temperatures plummet, and fires break out. There's a lot that can go wrong on an active construction site. And basically, that's why we're working on Pillar. So we're looking at predicting and mitigating risk. We help our insurance companies effectively dynamically mitigate their risk profiles by using technology, including our sensor analytics. So, let me give you a bit more of the software platform. We have an analytics platform, basically use durable smart sensor networks. We deploy them on active construction sites, and we harvest live data from the job site. We're monitoring 6 different environmental metrics that basically allow us to take the heartbeat of the building, right? So just a quick example, one of our insurance partners recently had a major loss. So they basically told us $25 million water loss. It was a Manhattan apartment, and it was something as simple as measuring temperature that could have prevented them from this situation. So with Pillar Technologies, we basically deploy this technology on the active construction site, and we're able to quantify risk in real time. In this case, it would have been as simple as pushing a text notification right to their phone, which would have enabled them to act and then ultimately prevent the loss before it ever occurred. So, a little bit more. We're monitoring for things like freezing temps, mold growth risk, fire outbreak risk, water leaks, and basically what this does is it allows us to provide a comprehensive overview of the job site in real time. Next slide. So basically what we're doing today is ultimately taking risk from reactive to proactive. So a bit about myself, I'm a co-founder. I've known my team for over 6 years. We've been working together for almost just as long. And we are focused on bringing this technology to insurance companies and the contracting industry. We're basically working on pioneering a new technology for contractors and Sorry, we're a little bit behind here. But basically, today, we're looking to work with companies who can give us an advantage in the marketplace and ultimately help us to bring this technology to market. My name is Alex Schwarzkopf, the CEO and co-founder of Pillar Technologies. Thanks very much. Apologize for the presentation here.
All right, guys. And up next, I had trouble pronouncing the first name the first time, but our second Bogdan is going to be Modcam. Round of applause, please.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Bogdan, and I'm the CTO and co-founder of a company in south of Sweden called Modcam, and that's why I have to show you this one. We are good. Nothing is happening in Sweden, only good things. So actually we are a company, we have done a product, a really stylish product, based on a mobile chipset, and also running computer vision on top of it. We are never sending videos or pictures to the internet, just data. So our first target is retail. So we are focusing a little bit more on retail. Why that? Because we can offer exactly the same insights information that online has today, data-wise, to offline retail, to physical stores. We have today about 1,500 units out in the market worldwide, pushing data to our clouds, with applications such as people counting, heat map, demographics, tracking, and so on. Why we are doing that? We think that we can create value for retail stores, for super malls, and we can actually create value add in each and every step in the sales funnel. Do you know how this is done today? How tracking, for example, is done today by one of the biggest warehouse in the world, furniture one, with paper, pen, and tracking. Isn't it better to be done in the way we can provide? Like you can see real-time tracks, you can see real-time where people are spending most of the time, you are seeing flows and everything. Of course, it is a video, isn't it? Here is what we are doing real. This is how we are stitching. We can stitch our camera sensors over large areas, like 100. This one, it's in 400 square meters. We have about 6 of them. We can do real-time tracking people from one sensor to another through the whole store. We see where the people are spending most of the time. We are getting from this a lot of insights information, really valuable for a lot of retailers worldwide. Of course, we are not doing only that. We can do also neural network at the edge of the cloud. We can do it real-time on device. Real-time is a way of saying because actually we have a decent response time for that neural network. It's designed, it's a quad-core computer inside that device. It's a mobile chipset that I told you. So we can actually keep the Usain Bolt about 4 to 5 frames per second. So this is Modcam. We are an end-to-end solution, fully flexible, open. We have integrated already third-party algorithms in computer vision. It is really scalable, it is easy to install, and of course, cheap. Thank you. This was Modcam.
All right, guys. Up next, we have a startup that says they are bringing to life the Minority Report. Please give it up for Omer for Outernets.
Hi, everyone. So, Outernets. Outernets is the internet, only outside. We have a vision for a world where the internet is not confined to your mobile phone and the computer. So we came up with a system that transforms any type of glass really into a touch point with the internet. We have a material similar to this film that you can cut into any shape that you want, apply it to the window, and that transform that window into a smart, digital, and interactive display. And this is what it looks like. So our system is smart in a sense that it understands the people who pass by next to it. It can read your gender, your age, your demographics, and it can instantly transform the content on the display to match these targets. For instance, McDonald's are one of our clients. When my 4-year-old daughter passes by McDonald's, she might see a Happy Meal advertisement, and I would see a pile of burgers. So we take into account a lot of different parameters to change the display and personalize everyone's experience. We won a few prizes on technology, and this is maybe a good time to say thank you to Plug and Play for the great traction that we got in the past 3 months doing here, spending here and meeting their corporate partners. We have clients like WeWork, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and a lot of others that are happy. We have 2 products. One is for retail, which is would let them communicate with their clients, retain their attention, engage with them, and up their sales. And we have the physical ad network. The physical ad network is a series of connected devices, windows that we spread all over cities. In New York, we're going to have about 200 units by the end of the year. We take windows that are empty, storefronts that are up for rent, and we turn these windows owners, the landlords, into publishers. So we share their advertising revenue with them. The idea is that, we thought that the advertising world is kind of broken. Every message is come from top to bottom. And we think that today, a conversation with with customers can be, the relationship with the customer should be a conversation and not just one-sided messages. The way to do that is by showing them information by context. So besides understanding your gender, the age, and the mood and style of clothing and 60 other parameters that we understand using computer vision and machine learning, you also put it in context of time, holidays, anything that you can, really any kind of parameter that you can think of. And this actually really raised the conversion rate. We have an analytics system in our CMS that let retailers and let advertisers understand their return on investment and understand who looked at their display second by second, demographic splits, and more. So how brands use the ad network? Dyson are going to launch the new flagship store in New York City with our system. Some companies use it to grow through advertisement and obviously return clients through other means. Our system can not only be priced by placement, but it can be by engagement and by a number of people. So you can buy 4 million views by women 25 to 30 that wears red lipstick and walk in New York at night. And the system could show it to you and explain how you gain conversion and better ROI. So we work with different clients in different ways. Mostly, we do full Windows takeover for advertisement, and we do smaller shapes to gain people attention and gain traffic into the store. So, my name is Omer Golan. I'm the CEO. I'll be back in the expo. I would love to answer any question you might have. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, just a quick housekeeping. Please remember, make sure we're taking down notes, paying attention to each and every startup. We will be voting for the one startup that you find the most interesting at the end of all of the pitches. All right, so up next, the 2 presenters we have can actually teleport anywhere in the world for free for life because of some free deal they got with United Airlines. I'll let them explain. Please help me welcome Drew and Patrick.
Hi, everybody. I'm Drew Berlin, and this is Patrick Albert, my CTO, and we're the co-founders of Construct. This is a crack in the side of a building that's currently under construction. It's a project that's managed by Rodrigo, a lead superintendent of one of our 40 client companies. Now, unfortunately, from the company's perspective, this crack is simply a line item on the project plan. But from Rodrigo's perspective, it's actually much more complicated. When did this happen? Who is responsible? And how quickly can I get this fixed? 25% of Rodrigo's time throughout a construction project will be spent managing and collecting the information associated with the resolution of questions like these. This management burden can be summarized as time spent managing unplanned work.
Because unplanned work is highly variable and involves many stakeholders, it's extremely difficult to manage, and communication is important to success. However, construction companies today are managing all of this work informally through methods like email, phone calls, and on paper. The Project Management Institute did a study that showed up 7% of project spending is at risk due to ineffective communication. If you look at the industry globally, this problem adds up to $750 billion per year.
It's time for this to change. Construct provides an organization, controllable, transparent solution to unplanned work on construction projects. So unlike complex project management systems that have done nothing to improve productivity in the sector over the past years, Construct is mobile first, designed specifically for the needs of SMB construction companies, and is simple enough to adopt by anyone on the construction project. Our proprietary algorithms guarantee that the right information gets to the right people, but also protect the local workers that are currently executing the work on site from productivity sabotaging things like information overload and switching costs. When Construct is implemented across multiple projects and teams, managers can identify decision-making bottlenecks and actually proactively address issues before they compound to affect the project timeline. Rodrigo is hooked on Construct. Each one of his engineers is now saving 5 hours per week managing unplanned work in Construct. It's a similar story for the other SMB construction companies that are now adopting Construct with little to no touch from our sales team.
We know they're loving it because each month clients are generating 23% more data within the application. In May, we generated 70,000 unique visitors to our website, all through inbound marketing, and also had 1,300 app downloads, completely organic. We also closed 8 clients, which is a 20% increase in our client base. 90% of our leads come from SMB segment. This is a niche market that spends $4.5 billion per year on technology in the USA alone.
We're raising $1 million to automate our adoption process for SMB construction companies. We're also looking to leverage a new strategic investor in this round for international expansion and achieve $100,000 in monthly recurring revenue in the next 18 months to raise a Series A. We're on the verge of the next industrial revolution and positioning ourselves as a valuable data set for the future of construction technology. It's a future where data is captured on construction sites autonomously so that Rodrigo never needs to worry about cracks in the wall again. Thank you very much.
Still interested in learning how they have some free flights, though, for life. But up next, our next presenter is actually a professional scuba diver. And she says her favorite place to scuba dive is off the coast of California with the great white sharks. Please help me welcome Diane with Brainify.
Hey everyone, my name's Diane. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Brainify. At Brainify, we're the leading time-driven AI engine for both predicting and acting on an individual's highly dynamic interest. Today, in a world so full of distractions, us consumers are constantly changing our interests, our preferences, our mindsets, and of course, our life stages. In fact, we change more dynamically than ever expected, even within just sheer minutes. Many times our roles and interests often overlap, and they are not demographically driven, but they are easily affected by external things like weather, events, and holiday. Thus, timing and analyzing and determining the context is essential to maximizing the benefits that you get from your IoT devices and data, and of course, to easily automate these findings into your existing tools and systems. Today, countless brands spend hours trying to manually predict all the context across their various connected devices. However, it's a bit tough because it's pretty static, segmented, or the devices are just too varied and diverse to successfully and easily automate these information. And of course, with all the context, it's often affected by external data like weather, events, and holidays, which can be leveraged into determining the temporal insights that you can get about your business. An example would be today, most people will say, if it rains, you won't go outside. But technically, this only holds true if the time it's raining overlaps the time you had planned on going outside. Otherwise, the outcome wouldn't have changed. So introducing Brainify and our predictive timing platform. It's powered by our proprietary time-driven AI engine, which combines your brand's internal data, such as transactional data from the POS system, user behavior data from the sensors, with location and external data, which is weather, region-specific events, global events, and holidays, to determine actionable context and, more importantly, automatable decisions. Today, temporal analysis has led our brand customers over 3x in better optimization through retail brands and many others. By leveraging your brand's internal data with our external, we can visualize them in a temporal fashion, which shows the different overlaps, which means that it's quite easy to take these findings and automate it into your existing tools and systems. And the more you use us and we grow with your brand, so the more you interact with the engine, it adapts over time. Today, we're compatible with various sources, from mobile to sensors in the physical home and store, as well as ground transportation. And today, with our time-driven approach, we brought our customers in the text messaging channel over 13% in net monthly sales, our subscription customers over 6 to 8x in app usage, and our on-demand customers over 32% in individual customer spending. Our team of Brainiacs is extremely time-driven, so our whole specialty is in timing. We have multiple papers as well as a textbook out called Time Interval Data that you can buy on Amazon today. So if any of you are interested in learning how you can leverage Brainify for your brand, or just wanting to learn more about the temporal space in general, please come find me after, and I'll be sure to make some time for each and every one of you.
And I'm sure the textbook would make for some good light reading right before bed as well. All right, up next we do have the Queen of Emotions. Please help me welcome Maria from Emotion Research Labs.
After 28 years working in marketing and technology, I discovered something, and I would like to share today with you. Forget, we are not in the IoT era. We are in the emotional IoT era. Hi, I'm Maria Pocovi, CEO of Emotion Research Lab. The reason for this is because the real connection is emotional. We love our devices, even when tech doesn't love us. There is an audio here. Okay, this is creating more expectation. Okay, sorry, there is an audio here. I checked to the guys. So I want to explain that the problem is that the real connection, the real problem is that the real connection is emotional. And for this reason, we need to create this connection. Imagine that the machines can understand your emotion, and this is what we do. And that means a $20 billion market. So our solution is artificial empathy for human IoT, using face analysis algorithms and eye tracking to understand how people feel in real life, in real time. We are using a camera to understand and measure the micro-expressions in the face and translate into emotions: happiness, surprise, disgust, fear, anger, and something very important, we are the only company measuring moods.
Do you like the candy?
Yeah, I do like candy, yeah.
Really? Okay, for this reason, our clients, brands for many verticals, are using our online platform to predict the performance for new products. In real environments, we are using one camera to monitorize at the same time a crowd of people offering data about emotions, traffic, attention, age, and gender. And also, of course, we have an API to integrate with other solutions and create amazing products like this for mobility. Okay? So we are working mainly in Latin America, Spain, and London. Our business model actually is report payment. And last November, we closed our first seed round and the business traction start. So this is my team. We are ready to make more money in these business opportunities. We are looking for partners in these verticals. So please, let's go to talk. Let's go to make pilots. Let's go to make business. And for investors, good news. We are opening now a 1 million investment opportunity. So please, let's go to talk. We are excited to start to work with you. Thank you so much.
All right, awesome job. And we have, coming up next is going to be Chris from Skymind. Please help me welcome Chris.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Nicholson. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Skymind. And today, I'm not going to rely on my slides much. I'm going to tell you a personal story, a true story. It's about me, my co-founder, and our company. So in 2013, I came to San Francisco after 10 years as a foreign correspondent in Paris, France. I landed here to go to work in PR, done with journalism, but PR was something I'd never done before. I moved into a hacker house in Soma. I don't know how many of you know what a hacker house is. It's a reservoir of spare beds where people live while they're looking for apartments in San Francisco, that crazy real estate market. And I was paying $800 for a bunk in a room with 5 other snoring guys. And one room over, the man who would become my co-founder had his own bunk and his own snoring guy problem. That was Adam Gibson. Now, there's a lot of unserious people in tech. There's beer and circus. There's programmers looking for their work-nightlife balance. But Adam and I were not like that. We were the 2 hardest working people there, and we started talking to each other about our projects. Adam was already working on AI. And in 2013, AI was a big deal already because Google had just hired Jeff Hinton, and Facebook had just hired Jan LeCun, which means that the 2 top technology companies had hired the 2 top deep learning researchers. And the world started to ask itself, people started to ask themselves, what are the business applications of this technology? Sure, it sets new records in accuracy, but how can I make some money? And one of those people was my co-founder, Adam Gibson. And he is a Java guy. Java is the world's largest programming language. It's the language of big data. And when Adam started looking for deep learning tools in Java, he didn't find any. So in late 2013, he started to build one. And that became Deep Learning for J. Skymind, I'll define our company for you. Skymind is the commercial support arm of Deep Learning for J. We are Red Hat for AI. We're Cloudera for deep learning. We sell support, training, and services around a general purpose AI platform. Think of us as TensorFlow for Java. So now it's 2014. Adam's building. I'm selling. I'm knocking on investors' doors, but nobody's home. It's hard, but I've learned how to do PR, and I get Adam a spread in Wired. He's a 24-year-old kid, profiled in the world's top technology magazine. And all of a sudden, things start looking up for us. We get famous. Not Kim Kardashian famous, but deep learning famous. People start calling. One of those people was Tencent. Tencent was our first money. In early 2015, they came in. They were the smart enough and foolish enough and brave enough to give us $200,000 that year. And shortly after that, we sold our first deep learning product to an Asian cell phone maker for $50,000. And I looked at that contract and I thought, oh my God, we're going to be billionaires. We made $100,000 that year. But the next year, we raised a $3 million seed round and made $200,000. But this year, in the first quarter, we closed $1 million in sales. And in 2 weeks, I'm going to Asia to sign a multi-million-dollar deal. And what I want to tell you today is we found product market fit for open source AI. The moment has arrived. Fortune 2000 companies are making the shift from big data to powerful analytics, advanced artificial intelligence, and we're helping them with that shift, right? We're selling them support and training and services, right? The open source playbook, what Red Hat does, what Cloudera does. But let me go back for a second to where we were in 2015. We got our first money, got our first engineer. We're building fast. Now we're 25 people. We've got engineers in 8 different countries. We got 150,000 downloads last month, and 5,000 developers in our user support channel. That's because we integrate with technology that counts, right? Data scientists like to use Python. It's a great language, but big data lives in Java. Hadoop, Spark, Kafka, Elasticsearch, and that's where we live, and that's the throughput we handle. And that's how we provide those open source AI solutions to the biggest organizations in the world. I'll tell you who they are. France Telecom, Ericsson, SoftBank, the Department of Homeland Security, right? They're coming to us for fraud detection, predictive analytics, image recognition, risk profiling, right? They need us because they can't do it alone, right? We're helping them build that, and long term we're getting recurring support revenues. So every open source software company, just so you know, is an insurance company selling warranties on its own code. And insurance is a good business if you know how to price risk. And we're here to help companies de-risk their AI solutions. So if you think we can help you, please come talk to me after this talk. Thank you.
All right, guys, before I welcome up the next presenter, again, please visit the website listed on the screen here. This is where you'll be able to vote for the winning startup. So please don't forget about that. Bookmark that, save that, don't close it, leave it open. It's very important. All right, up next, our next presenter is actually the Little Seymour in the House of Horrors. Something like that. Little Shop of Horrors. That sounded a little weird. All right, please help me welcome Nick from Sentience.
Little Shop of Horrors. It was community college. So it was great to get an applause. I think it's also good to applause that I'm the last startup before we get to go have drinks. The very last one. We're almost done. We're almost done. So woo! Here for that. So I'm Nick Fuller. I work for a data science company. We are about 2.5 years old. We have 50 employees, headquartered in Antwerp, Belgium, and a mix of data scientists, data engineers with PhDs in machine learning, signal processing, data fusion. And really what our aim is to turn the Internet of Things into the Internet of You. Because we understand how to look at sensor data to understand how to translate that data into human context and human behavior. We're a small and growing company, but we work with some pretty big brands. So the largest ride-hailing company in the world uses our algorithms to score all of its drivers around the world. One of the largest coffee companies in the world uses our algorithms to understand the routines and behaviors of their consumers. So we like to work with really big companies, and what we do is we analyze just the sensor data from mobile devices, wearables, and other IoT gateway connected devices, and we just look at the motion of the phone. So about 75% of what we do is ingesting accelerometer, gyroscope, time, and location from a mobile device. It's a little bit of software that installs into our client's mobile app. And from the movement of the device, we can create a lot of intelligence that tells us a lot about who people are. We also ingest biometrics like heart rate. So we know if your heart rate is elevated because you're behind the wheel of a car and you're stressed out driving up the 101, or is your heart rate elevated because you're out for a jog and that's a part of your morning routine. We also do a lot in the space of connected home. So we create intelligence really at 3 different layers. At the base layer, we do different transport detection, so walking, running, biking. We know if you're on a bus, if you're riding the train. We also do automatic home and work detection, which gives us a sense of somebody's basic commutes and their mobility patterns. We do something called semantic time, which is knowing that you have a morning routine that's different from mine. and we do location and venue mapping. And then we translate those events into different moments. So if you're working on an autonomous vehicle and someone sits down in your car, wouldn't it be great to know if they are not just going from a drive from point A to point B, but it's that time in the morning when they're commuting to work and they're about to drop their kids off at school? Wouldn't it be great if the infotainment center and the music adapted knowing that there were kids in the car? And also, we look at other moments such as dog walks, commuting, shopping behaviors. We also look at things such as when people are out working out and they're going for their jogs, and in order to understand if you're a fitness fanatic or if you're a shopaholic or if you're a workaholic, because we find that you're at the office for more than 10 hours a day. And so we develop these segments. We help consumers message in real time. I'm actually out of time. And using these insights, this is our product, we allow our clients to then message and be more relevant to customers through these different devices. So we are the context people. We give context to human behavior through the sensor data. Would love to talk with you as soon as we're done. And let's all go get a drink. All right, thanks guys.
No drinks just yet, just yet. One second. All right, guys, please hold out on the drinks for a few minutes here. Please remember to vote. We need everyone to vote now for their favorite startup or IoT. And at that, I would like to invite a few folks up here to announce the winners from our previous sessions, and then we'll also announce the winner of our IoT session as well. So please, with that, if I could have Kevin and Shannon up on stage with me. And Sopan, if you could join as well, please. Yeah. You want to announce the winner first? Good?
Yeah?
Yeah. You know what it is?
Yeah. Okay, guys, end of the session. The winner of the mobility section, Swiftmile. Please round of applause for Swiftmile.
For travel, I would like to announce the winner, Paul from Groups 360. Please give him a warm round of applause.
All right.
Come on, Paul.
And for IoT, the winner is Brainify. Woo! Please come up, Brainify.
Go. This is for you.
Nice.
Brainify. This is for you. Thank you. Stand here.
I'll stand in front of us.
Sorry. Astrid has it. Astrid's coming with it.
All right. Well, let's take a picture.
Good job. All right.
Guys, let's get a picture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for everyone that has voted and participated in our Summer Summit 9 expos, 3-day event. We have outside, we'll have some food and refreshments. We have some live music as well. Behind us, we will have all of the startups and their demo tables. So please, before you guys have too much fun outside, come visit the startups behind us and chat with them. Thank you.